up all of but we also want to acknowledge our presence here at Isleta. So as the Pueblo is going through multiple ceremonies and recovering from the pandemic, we want to just lift up the leadership here. We want to lift up the spiritual leaders and lift up all that they do that impacts us in such a positive way. Their friends, their family, we want to thank you for last night's entree with the Villa and Zapata families and the teaching tool and their involvement with the land movement in the Americas. So bless us, lift us up, and bring us closer together. Amen. So we like to open this Congreso, and we will follow very closely with the agenda. We had a long night last night. You know, I mean, because there's a massive coordinated effort with the staff and all the hotels in the area to just get people in beds. So we were getting people in beds for probably 2 o'clock last night. So our staff, you know, just thank you ever so much for your patience and everything that you guys have done. The shuttles, I mean, we just couldn't have asked for anything more. And then all of the speakers that are online, we're trying to have you on all the front tables so we can bring you up and get you off, you know, in a timely fashion. And what we're doing in terms of the resolutions is that there were resolutions that were voted on. So those votes meant a lot to us because they gave us our marching orders. And so today we're doing report outs, you know, of progress made or lack thereof. There are so many. We want to thank USDA and our partnership with you, because not only has it been really great, I mean, it's been very intense at times because we don't always see eye to eye. And that's just how National Latinos are. You know, it's like a family. So we want to really, truly acknowledge, you know, just at our front table, we got you up here because we got to get you in and out. But our setup is you're in our living room. You know, so we're going to be having a conversation. It's not, even though we have keynotes and Rudy identified our keynotes, but it's a keynoted cluster so that you're going to have a conversation so that the people that are here are going to share in hearing what the discussion is about. You know, so as we do that, you know, in the clusters, we thought would be very interesting engagements. So as a result of that, you're going to give us some direction, because today is report outs. Tomorrow are going to be the workshops. So each of these workshops are detailed in such a way that by the end of the workshop, each session is to come out with our resolutions for next year. So those resolutions come to this floor and they get a due pass or a table, which means that we're going to do more in-depth research on that to bring it back in the following year. So the work really becomes that, like, we engage, and the engagement produces something that the farmers and ranchers in their struggles that we need to come together. So we had some very interesting programs, and we don't know everything that everybody's done, but we do know that there's a lot of work. So we look forward to hearing the report outs. So you're going to be in our living room, and everyone here, we're really not going to have time for a question and answer, but what we are going to have time for is to listen and take notes so that tomorrow we'll go to work. And so you're going to witness today a lot of the accomplishments that have been made over the last 12 months. Rudy, do you have your? No. Do you have your MCs in the house? Okay. All right. So I'm going to bring up Introduce Gregorio Luque. This is one of our MCs, and then he has a partner, which is okay. Magdaleno's not here, so we'll introduce him when he comes in. Okay. So if you would sit right here, so when we get started, then we'll bring you in. Okay, yeah, right there. We gotta have you close by. We've been searching out people, so we got a rhythm up in here now that now that we can identify these various individuals, all right? Is Rick Lopez identifiable? Why don't you come up here? Because we need to do for you to do an opening piece. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you guys got some of that good coffee in you and you guys are energetic and ready to go. I'm up here to talk a little bit about the partnership and the relationship that I've had for many years with the National Latinos Farmers and Ranchers, and especially with Rudy and Eugene Pickett. One thing, Rudy, I hope, I started looking at this agenda and all the people you invited, and I hope you told somebody to please turn off the lights in DC, because I don't think there's anybody left up there. I think they're all right here at your convention, and that's an absolute home run. Absolute home run. If you look at the national representation, if you look at the power that's behind so many of the people that are down here, folks, this is Washington coming down here to listen to your concerns. They want to listen to who you are, and then we step in another direction, and we look at the state leadership that's here. That's because they care. They want to make a difference. We look at some of the people that are working for the USDA that are coming out of the state offices. We look at people that are coming out of DC, working in many of the agencies that are out there. These people took their time to come down here to listen to you. And that's one of the great things about this administration, is that it has your ear. They have an ear to listen to what you have concerns about. And we want to do that. Now, our relationship with Rudy and so many people started many years ago. And 17 years ago, a man got up one day and had a dream. And this man wasn't no ordinary person, because he was a visionary. And you see, a visionary looks out on the horizon when that sun's coming up or that sun's going down. And they don't sit there and say, oh, what a beautiful sunset that is. A visionary is going to want to go, what is on the other side of that horizon? What is further out? Rudy, you, my friend, are a visionary. We talk about ordinary people doing extraordinary things. You start out with a vision, but you never forget where you came from. You never forget your roots. And we know, as New Mexicans, our roots run deep. Our roots run deep. Our culture runs deep. Our respect and our friendship run deep. Rudy, it's an honor. It's an honor to stand up here and see what you have done. I have sat in so many boardrooms. The man will fly down here to New Mexico, get with Eugene. Eugene will call me up and says, Rick, we'd like to have you at our board meeting. I'll drive down wherever it was at. We'd get together and break bread and discuss some hard issues. And what comes from these meetings, what comes from this relationship, is trust. I'm from the government and I'm here to help, right? You remember that? You know, that's when you start heading off towards the hills. But you know what? I am for the government. These people sitting here at this head table are from the government. And we are here to listen. And if we can, to help. And Rudy has instilled that sense of trust in our relationship. And that doesn't happen overnight, folks. It happens through a lot of hard work. A few years back, we had some major flooding. We had a dike break out in Valencia County, flooded people's homes, flooded brand new farmers and ranchers, took their whole layer of topsoil out and let this silt ruin their farms. I'm working for the USDA, and I call my good friend Rudy and Eugene and says, guys, I'm going to put together a task force. I'm going to put together a team, and we're going to go out and we're going to meet with this people. And every stage of the way, I was briefing Rudy. Every step of the way, I had my right arm, Eugene Pickett. That's a relationship that has to develop over time. And I remember, and it's no offense if anybody's out here from FEMA, but I'm going to pick on you all a little bit because you guys are limited in so many ways. And I remember meeting with the mayor of Belen. I remember us there, and I was last on the agenda to speak, and FEMA got up there first. And they spent the first 20 minutes of talking about what they couldn't do because the governor didn't declare it an immediate disaster area. And then we had some other organizations go up there and talking about what we couldn't do. And I thought, oh, this is wonderful because they're building that crescendo for me. So I got up there and I talked about what the USDA can and will do. Through the partnership, through the leadership of the USDA state agencies, we were able to form a task force with Eugene Pickett at the helm and myself. We were able to organize it. We were able to get people signed up with their farm numbers, signed up for disaster insurance, signed up for the loan programs to help them rebuild. We went into action, and it's Rudy's leadership that talks about, I don't want to hear what you can't do. I don't have time for that. I'm too busy going forward to that next horizon. And that's what a partnership, that's what a relationship is all about. I think one of the key points, though, I want to mention is that if you're working and you're doing great things for great people, if you're not having fun along the way, you're going to get burnt out. We're going to lose you. Rudy has innate ability to have fun along the way. And last night I'm seeing him dancing. I remember 2 years ago at the first Congreso, and Rudy was, I thought, holy cow, that's old Twinkle Toes, man. There's no way I could be able to keep up with this gentleman out here dancing. But Rudy was having fun. As you guys get, now you're all leadership here. You're all leaders in your community. You're all leaders in your agencies. You're all leaders in your neighborhood, on your farm, on your ranch. Challenge yourself to help the people that we can't reach. The one thing that I must say about Rudy and his organization is that Rudy has been able to reach the unreachable. The farmers and the ranchers that are out there in their old pickup truck every day, all day, farming and ranching. And they don't get the notices. They don't get the information. Rudy challenges every one of his people. If they're not getting the notices, then get to them. That's the one thing, Rudy, that you and your organization does above all that I've seen across this great country. And there's a lot of great organizations, but Rudy, you reach the unreachable. And by doing that, we don't only create hope, but we're answering dreams and we're making those into a reality. Rudy can't do it alone. He needs the government agencies to come in. But through that partnership and through that bond that Rudy has tirelessly worked, I love talking to him on the phone. Because I'll be talking to him, he's out there in DC and I'm talking about this and I'll be saying something and he'll just interrupt me and say, no, we're gonna do it like this. I love that about him because he doesn't take no for an answer. If there's an obstacle, he's got a big boot, man. He's just gonna kick it down. That is how you make success. And that can-do attitude is reflected on his staff. Second rate, second to no one. I want you guys to remember, I have been speaking at conferences all across this country. I always say I'm going to write a book on the showers because every shower you walk into is different or it's broken. You know, every hotel you go into, something's different. I've traveled a few in my days. But I'm going to tell you something. If you look at the lineup that's here today from DC, the people from Washington, from the national USDA offices, people that are going to be coming up and speaking here shortly, you're going to see a level of respect for a gentleman that you do not see in these cooperative agreements across the country. We have so many great organizations that do so many great things. But then there's that one that's just, that cream rises to the top. Rudy, you're the cream of the crop, my friend. And I thank you. And before I close, I just want to mention one thing. You guys are out there, you're working hard, and many times you're not able to get the results that you want. Or you get there and you realize what you've done, that there's more that needs to be done. Always remember that the next day there'll be a new horizon. But along the way, be like Rudy and don't be afraid to dance. Thank you so much, Rudy. I've always enjoyed our partnership, and I am the lucky man for this partnership. So thank you all very much.
Good morning. My name is Gregorio Luque. I'm a historian, a speaker for the arts. Yesterday, I did a presentation on Pancho Villa, and today we're going to do one on Emiliano Zapata. And I come from a very different world, which is a testimony to Rudy's amazing outreach to everybody. I know him 38 years ago. I was a diplomat and then a person dedicated to culture. But I admire what national Latino farmers and ranchers are doing, because it understands the secret of the success of the Campesino movement in the United States. I come from Mexico, where most of the Campesino struggles have been met with repression and violence. And that very well might have happened here as well. Why? Well, we've talked about this several times. The people that are in farms and ranches are hard at work, sometimes distance from the places that exercise power. And at least in the case of California, very oppressed. All those people that cultivate the land at the mercy of growers and people that pay what they want. And if they don't like it, there is an endless amount of other people that are willing to do the work for less. So it seemed almost impossible to organize in those conditions. And it takes real genius, like Cesar Chavez, and all these people that thought, well, how can we break this cycle of isolation and repression? And what they did is through not only seeing for the interests, but also going out to society and sending these kids that sometimes were 20-year-olds, 18-year-olds that had never spoken outside of their school or their family. And suddenly they had the mission in Chicago, in New York, to convince people to support the campesinos in California and other places, and to not buy products that were not done with decent human conditions. In other words, advocacy is a vital part of the struggle. And I have seen that the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers do is precisely both of these things, taking care of the constituents, helping them in the drought, in the problems, but also advocating, also having a presence in the government, having a presence in politics, making sure that these voices are heard. And in this Congress, I think it's very interesting because this effort that Rudy has done all of his life to bring people of different worlds together is more clear than ever. Yesterday, we were all like amazed because I had never seen that here in the US. The grandson of Pancho Villa, the grandson of Emiliano Zapata, Pedro Salmerón, one of Mexico's great historians of agriculture, a granddaughter of Pancho Villa's wife. They were connecting the campesino movement in Mexico with here. And then as the meeting progressed yesterday, I was even more inspired when I saw how now there is an outreach to young people. Some of the problems with organizing is that the generation that starts the struggle ages. And sometimes the organizations die with them. So what is the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers doing? Yesterday, the place was full of young people. Kids from Chicago, from organizations, kids in their 20s. And I can only imagine in the current environment where finally there is a conscience of the need to protect the land, of the need that it's not possible to continue with this ways of exploitation of the land and those who work the land. There's this massive ecological movement. I can only imagine how that can connect to millions of young people that want to protect the land, to defend the land. So I think that this is positioning this organization not only for a stronger today, but for an unlimited future. I can only imagine for the first time in history, we're looking at younger generations that actually want to go back to working the land. That has never been the case. The history has been that the sons of the campesinos, the farmers and the ranchers, as soon as they are able to study a little bit, they go as far away as they can from the heavy work that is feeding the world. But now we see a movement that is in reverse. And I see Rudy reaching out to French people. Yesterday I was speaking with one of his collaborators, this multilingual journalist that knows French and German, and I thought, wow, what an amazing thing to bring young people here from all over the world to mobilize, to re-energize the advocacy efforts in Washington, to bring to those young people. Rudy's telling me, shut up your face. Anyway, guys, I just wanted to say this from the bottom of my heart because I'm very moved. I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn, but it is sincere. So let us begin with our program. And this morning, the first session, we have 3 very distinguished keynote speakers. And so for experience, I know that sometimes when kind of somebody reads out there a bio of yours that was written 15 years ago, so I think it would be better that we bring our speakers and that they tell us, you know, briefly what they have done, and then they give us the message. So the people that we are going to welcome are people that have fought all their lives for this. And I am very proud to introduce Janie Hip from the USDA General Counsel, Ron Harris, Outreach Director, and Linda Cronin, Director of Outreach of FSA USDA. So welcome, Janie.
Brent's out there going, there she is. Rudy. Thank you. Okay. I think they don't want us to fall off. I don't want to fall off either. Can we get rolling? Your words were incredible. I could have just sat there and listened to him all morning. Rudy, do you want us to start? What are you up here for?
Here for?
I want to welcome all of you because, you know, we have been colleagues working at USDA and dealing with issues in terms of our community. And I just want to express my personal, you know, appreciation and honored and humbled by your presence and the way that you have been able to achieve a 180-degree turnaround in the way that we do our mission as collaborators and not as obstructionists to one another. So thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
So these two I've known for a long time and they tell me I have to go first. So I'm going to go first, but I'm not going to talk very long. Many of you who know me, I'm Janie Hip. I'm serving as the general counsel for USDA. And I'll get to that in just a second. But first I have to thank Rudy for being such a good friend for so long. The last time we saw each other a couple of weeks ago, we were trying to figure out exactly how long it'd been, and it's probably close to 35 years at this point. And so I feel like Rudy helped raise me. You all helped raise me. I feel like I'm a member of your family, mainly because we've seen each other at meetings and we've been in struggles together. Because I've not always been at USDA. I've been in and out, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But much love and respect, my friend. You have an amazing organization here, and you're going to do nothing but continue to grow and make impacts all across, not just in this country, but elsewhere. And I'm very confident of that. So it's an honor to be with y'all today. I'm a citizen of the Chickasaw Nation. I grew up in Southeast Oklahoma, and I'm so happy for your words earlier because I grew up in a town that was very small, very rural, and the whole county had about 5,000 people in it. And it was the largest county, still is the largest county in Oklahoma. And we were tucked down into the corner of the state. And I used to tell everybody, all the news people, all the weather people in the state stood over us to give the weather for the rest of the state. So we're like, okay, when are you going to get around to talking about it? But we're agricultural dependent. My grandfather and his father had a farm they sold the year before I was born. And they moved into town and they opened a small little tractor dealership that sold used tractors, and it had a dirt floor. And that's where I grew up, was going to that tractor dealership every Saturday, and talking to farmers and going out with my granddad to deliver tractors that had been repaired for another 10 years at it. So that was what I did. I never intended to go to law school. I never thought it was in my, plan for me. I actually have a degree in social work, which has actually helped me a lot to be a good lawyer, because I think it brings an attitude to the work that not all lawyers have. But I started doing agricultural law and farm advocacy, farm and ranch advocacy in the 1980s during the farm financial crisis. When I was living in Oklahoma at the time, it had the highest suicide rate among farmers in the country. And it has informed my work from the beginning, and it still informs it now. And I told people when I got confirmed in this role, I said, I see the world through the eyes of a farmer and a rancher. I don't know how to do anything else. And so I never apologize for that. I'm very proud of it. I know where I came from, and I know that it informs me every day. I served under Secretary Vilsack in the Obama administration and stood up the Office of Tribal Relations for him. It's still there. It's still doing great work. And got the invitation to be nominated by the president to serve in this position. And I have to tell you, it's a little overwhelming, because to be the general counsel, that means you are you're the chief lawyer for the entire USDA. And that's a thing. Because I know a lot of people out here study the Farm Bill. That's just a part of what we have to do. And when I was there before, I got to know many of the lawyers who work at USDA, and it is quite common for folks to come to the Office of General Counsel and never leave. And we have many lawyers that have been there for 35, 37, 40 years. We have a 50-year person in our office. And I ask these folks as I meet them, why are you here so long? And they tell me that they are committed to the mission. They're committed to what USDA can do, because you don't do Office of General Counsel work day in and day out, because it can be overwhelming and stacked high to the ceiling and very hard at times without loving it. And so, OGC has over the years kind of, and where is Rudy when I need him, has been thrown under the bus. I'll just be frank, for telling folks what the law actually says, as opposed to what people want it to say. And I have a great story that I always tell on my friend David Braun, and he's the principal deputy, he's the second in charge of OGC. He actually left in the previous administration after spending 35 years with OGC, and he just couldn't be there. And Secretary Vilsack wanted him back, and he came back, Brent, on day one. And what a blessing for OGC, but also for the department. That man, we all know him. He knows more about agricultural law and the laws that impact everything we do with you than I don't think we'll have another person like him. I know we've never had anybody like him before. He's a jewel, and he has a great sense of humor, and he runs down the hallway because everything is urgent. But here's my story, and it tells you, I hope, what you will eventually come to know of David. When I was in the Office of Tribal Relations, I called him up one day and I said, David, get up here. I need your help. And I said, we, meaning USDA, have this much discretion in the law. The law says we can be in that space, but you're only giving me this much space to work in. I just need you to kick it up. I'm not asking you to just throw open the door and have us do something illegal. I'm asking you to give me some help here. And he not only kicked it up, he kicked it halfway to full. He found a way. And the fact that he is back with me now gives me great hope. And what I've done in the Office of General Counsel since I got there is tell all of the lawyers, our job right now at this moment is to find every systemic barrier that we can possibly find. Look in places that you've never looked before. I don't want to hear an answer that has always been that way. I want you to dig, and I want you to try to get to a different answer. And if it can't be done because the law is too rigid, because Congress wrote it that way, then I need you to tell me that. But if we can do our best to look high and low, side to side, under every rock, and figure out what those systemic problems are, and if there's another way to land the plane, another way to get home, then that's what I have charged all of the lawyers in the Office of General Counsel to do. And we are responding. We have an Indian law working group now. We have a water law working group now. We have a working group that just looks at the lending programs and how we can achieve a new vision of how those lending programs work with farmers to invest in them long term, as opposed to always looking out for the interests of the government. You know, we have to do that because those are taxpayer dollars. I get it. But there's a way to be in a different place. And that's what all of our lawyers have been charged by me to do. And there's not a day that goes by that I don't remind them. I have a best if used by date. I will expire. I mean, but I also tell them if it was up to me, I would be in this role till I'm 95 and everybody wants me to leave. But I'm trying my best to rebuild the Office of General Counsel so that it can meet everybody halfway and find solutions. We have 12 field offices all over the country, everywhere from DC to Juneau, Alaska to Portland. I mean, we're all over the place, Milwaukee. And we have lots of expertise and work that comes out of our office. We literally support every single agency and office in the whole department. And most of the things coming through the department have to be cleared by our office, which means our lawyers read everything. And if they find something, I've asked them, look through the eyes of a farmer. When you're doing this, look through the eyes of somebody who's trying to build out local food or urban ag or something, whatever it is that we're all doing now. And let's try to find home and let's try to be in a different place. I've been at this work for 37 years. I've never seen a more diverse USDA, and I've never seen a USDA more energized and on mission. And I've never seen us so alive, Ron, don't you think? I've known this man for as long as I've known Rudy. And Linda is a jewel, and we've cried crocodile tears many times together in the corner at meetings because we're just so frustrated, you know, but I think I'm going to shut up for now and turn it over to one of you all. But this work is about love and respect and being vulnerable with each other, because one of your amazing staff, Rudy, said that at the last meeting we were at together. It's about finding a way to succeed but we have to be focused, you all, on investing in farmers and ranchers, period. And maybe it's because I'm getting older, but we have got to get our next generation supported. If we do not do that work right now, they will not be here with us. And we must. And that is, I think, job number one for me. You know, at some point, my son's going to say, it's time to go to the facility, mother. But what is our legacy and what are we leaving for our children and grandchildren? We must pay attention to that. We've got all this work to do in climate issues and soil and, you know, protecting the land and defending the land and all of these things that are so passionate, make you and me so passionate. But I worry that we don't do enough for our young people. And that's the message I want to leave you with today, is if we're not waking up every morning trying to figure out what they need and how we can leave a better place for them, then we've lost our way totally. And so anyway, that's my message for them.
I'd like to start. Am I working?
I don't think so. You want this one? Let's change places.
Dance?
Let's dance.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to start my talk with what I'd like to start my day with, and that's gratitude. I want to thank each of you, the farmers and ranchers, and the people that work out there to support farmers and ranchers. I want to say thank you for the work that you do every day. I want to thank you for having me here today to be able to sit on the stage with these two distinguished, amazing people that are so committed to the work that we do every day. I want to thank Rick, who I work with every day, and Latrice for all the good work and passion that goes. I want to thank the last evening for the history and the art and the dancing and the community, and really the sense of belonging and warmness and welcoming that I felt in that space. It's really moving. I also want to share a little bit about, I'm gonna get a little bureaucratic now, talk about a little bit about our agency. The Farm Service Agency is where I work. It's part of the Department of Agriculture. And we work with farmers and ranchers every day, much like Ron's team at the Natural Resource Conservation Service. And we have loan programs. We work on conservation programs together. We have disaster assistance program and safety net programs to help when either prices or based on economic downturns or disaster assistance and things like that. So that's kind of broadly what our mission is and what we do. We have a network of over 2,000 service center offices across the country, delivering those programs and services every day. So I'm really proud of all the work that gets done every day by our team. I also want to just mention, I work in the outreach office. We have the beginning farmer and rancher team, which Rick is part of, and the outreach team. And we work to do outreach, technical assistance, and education and support our field offices. In addition to that, each state office has a state outreach coordinator, and there's beginning farmer and rancher coordinators as well as that are across USDA. That's a USDA-wide mission that happens to be housed with us. But the really exciting thing is, and I've done outreach with USDA for, I'm a baby compared to everyone else, but for 30 years. And I have never been more excited to get up every day and go to work, because right now we really have an opportunity to really make change and really make a difference. And that's exciting. And I want to take advantage of that window and look to making sure we do that. And through that, we have more resources to do the work that we need to do as well. In addition to administering the programs, we're working on various programs like increasing land access, which is a cooperative agreement or grant program that's been extended till November 18th. So if you're thinking about it, get those applications in. We're looking at urban agriculture. We're looking at farm workers and improving conditions. We're looking at bringing in those people Rick talked about who haven't taken advantage of our programs and services. We are here to help. And I know that's so cliche and it's like, oh, but the truth is we are, and we want to reach the people who haven't been able to take advantage of the programs and services. We want to not say what the dream is and what the future is. What we want to do is give you the resources to help support your goals and objectives to bring your operation forward. I also want to say my gratitude for our grandmothers and grandfathers that worked this land, that taught us how to work this land, for the people that are working on this land to feed and clothe and provide shelter for us. And then our youth who are so instrumental for carrying the baton and carrying this into the next space and into the future for us. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my friend Ron here.
Thank you, Linda. My mic on? Y'all hear me? Well, first of all, thanks to the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Association for inviting me here. It's certainly a pleasure to be here. My dear friend Rudy, who I've known for many, many years, when he reached out, I was certainly honored to be here before. As mentioned, I've known Rudy for years. What I like about Rudy has always been, he's not been afraid to come and tell you what's on his mind. He's not afraid to sit down across the table and try to help figure out solutions to problems. And he doesn't want the first thing to come from one of us USDA employees is no. He wants us to try to find a way, if we can't do everything, let's find a way to do some parts of what he's trying to do. So I've always appreciated that. And also my dear friend, Janie Hip, whom I've known for years. She was another one who was not afraid to come and have those hard discussions. And Janie would beat me up, but once we were through, she'd give me a big hug and tell me she loved me and send me on my way. But we worked great together, at least I think so, on trying to resolve some tribal issues. And that's part of some of my responsibility at NRCS as well, is the tribal piece for NRCS. But a little bit about me. I've been with the agency over 40 years. And it's interesting. When I started with this agency, we were the Soil Conservation Service. We had 0 financial assistance dollars, but we had more technical assistance people in the field than we do now. We had 0 financial assistance dollars with more people. And what we used to do was sell conservation. That was it. And as part of your responsibility was to go out and visit with farmers, knock on doors. They would give you a stack of folders and tell you to go out to the communities and knock on doors and try to sell things. And that a part of your evaluation process was that you were expected to get a certain % of those individuals that you visit with to make some kind of decision. Either they would develop a conservation plan, or they would install some conservation practice, most of the time out of their own pockets, because the only financial assistance available for individual farmers at that time was the old ACP program that was funded by, at that time, the ASCS office, and they paid us 5% of their monies to do the technical assistance piece. Well, anyway, I had been in the position for a while, and it was mid-year review time. And I was kind of concerned because I didn't feel like I was making success with getting people to make decisions. And I was talking to my supervisor and did him. He said, no, you're doing fine. He said, just think about it like this. He said, it takes on the average of 7 visits with a farmer before he or she is ready to make a decision. The average 7 visits, okay? About 3 weeks later, we were riding down gravel road heading out to this farm. And we turned this curve, and down the road, I could see this green John Deere tractor approaching. And at that time, I thought I was the only black person in that county, right? And I'd been there 6 months. I'd not seen another black person. Anyway, as we got closer to this tractor, I could see it was a black man on the tractor. And as we passed, I turned, because I was in the passenger seat, I turned and he said, "Oh, don't waste your time. I stopped by there once." Now, he had just told me it took an average of 7 visits with the farmer before he or she was ready to make a decision. He told me, he said, "Don't waste your time. I stopped by there once." And I thought that was odd. But, you know, the amazing thing about it, I found amazing, but this was the same man that when I went to that town to work, he made sure I could find housing. He took me by the bank. He took me by the police station. He took me by Chamber of Commerce. He wanted everyone to know why I was there, what I was doing. And he did everything he could to make sure I was successful. But that bothered me, that comment he made that day. And I finally got the nerve up one day to talk to him about it. And I said, "Hey, can you tell me why, when you told me that it took the average of 7 visits with the farmer, and you told me you stopped by this guy's place once?" He said, "Ron, I'm gonna be honest with you." He said, I was just not comfortable visiting with that black man. That's what he told me. So, and that really resonated with me, and I never forgot that. There are certain groups of people, for whatever reason, have not received the same level of assistance as others. That's a fact. That is a fact. Whether it's intentional or unintentional, that is a fact. NRCS, we have an array of different programs and services that can assist people. But we want this assistance to be available to everyone. And through my division, the outreach division, there's an emphasis on reaching those historically underserved groups. And we do the majority of my work through partnership agreements. And my granddaughter, at the time she was 5. And we talk every morning. They live in the suburb of Memphis, but we talk every morning, FaceTime. And it was a Saturday. I was happy to be down in Arkansas. And she said, I said, "What are you doing today, Tegan?" She said, "Oh, I'm not real sure." She's a remarkable little girl. But anyway, she said, "What are you doing, Papa?" I said, "I'm going to a meeting to speak to people." She said, "What are you'll be speaking about?" I said, partnerships. She said, "Oh, I know what that is." I said, "Oh, really?" She was 5. I said, "What is it?" She said, "Well, at school, the teachers start pairing us each with a partner to work together." I said, "Oh," I said, "Who's your partner?" She said, "My partner is Amanda." Papa, I didn't like her at first. And I said, "Oh," my granddaughter's a very, very competitive little girl. She likes to be first all the time. And this little girl, Amanda, could beat her throwing the ball, catching the ball, or whatever it was. And then she said, "But Papa, over time, she's really helped me. And you know what, Papa? We're pretty good together." She was 5 years old. And then I said, "Well, now you can go share what you know with others." And she looked and she said, "But Papa, if I told them, they would know as much as I know." I said, "That's the intent of what partners do. And that's what I do, is to make sure that you know as much as I know." And that's what we want to happen. We want you to know as much as we know about these programs and services, how to access them, how to make use of them. If you own land, manage land, rent land, control land, USDA has a program that can assist you, but you need to know about it. You need to trust USDA. And that's something else that through our partnerships out there helps us to establish some trust. As you probably heard, there's still some mistrust within USDA. And it's more for different cultures that you're in. So through these partnerships, you help get our feet in the door in these communities. But then it's up to us to bring back the trust, to do what we say we're going to do. If you can't do it, don't say it. So that certainly helps us with that. I mean, it's a critical part of helping people understand. I was down in Alabama about 6 years ago, speaking at a meeting, talking about our programs, talking about the different ones. And afterwards, this older Black lady, about 85 years old, came up to me and she said, "Those sure were some pretty words." She said, "But why should I trust you? You one of them." And then she went on to explain that she had left Alabama and went to, I believe, Detroit or somewhere. I was teaching school, and they had a family farm in Alabama. And in rural Farmers Home Administration at that time, I believe, had foreclosed on their farm. She quit her job teaching, withdrew her pension. Her husband would not go. She got a divorce, but she was bound and determined to get that land back into her family. So she managed to get 600 of the 1,200 acres back. And that had happened many years ago. But she still had that mistrust. And, you know, people don't mistrust us typically for no reason. There's been a bad experience for some reason or another. And it's up to us to get that trust back, because we work for you. We work for you. We work for the people. You should be able to come to us and tell us what is and is not working. That brings up another very important point I want to cover this morning. They're working on the next farm bill, which at this point is likely completed. But I would strongly recommend you get to your representative to let he or she know what it was you liked in that farm bill. Try to get their support. If there's some things you don't like, identify that too. Just in my opinion, that farm bill, to me, is the most powerful piece of legislation in this country. It touches everyone's lives every day. No matter what you do, that farm bill touches your life. And I guarantee you, before the ink is dry on this farm bill, when the president signed it, there will be people already started on the next farm bill. They don't wait around till a year or so before it's ready. They start that work immediately. One sign, they move on to the next, projecting what's needed, how to best utilize these services for them. So you need to help find out what's best for you. And that needs to come from you. I don't know what it is. Sometimes we as USDA employees may think we do. We don't know. You know what's best for you. You need to help us work with you to help get what you need on your farm. And just talking about some of the outreach efforts that we do, just kind of give you an idea. And I admire Chief Cosby because he has a strong commitment to making sure we're doing the best outreach, making sure all of our programs are equitable. When he came on board, he established an equity division. And he told the rest of the agency who write all these policies, have funding opportunities. He said he does not want a piece of paper to get to his desk without the outreach eyes and the equity eyes look at it, because we have our own unique version. And not defending those policy people, because I've been in those rooms as well, where you only have a limited amount of time to get this policy out the door. So you're doing it with blinders on. So you need someone like from my division, because that's our focus. We can focus on that and to make sure they aren't putting unintentional barriers in these policies that prohibit people from participating in those. And when he told me that, I said, now, hey, Chief, I said, now, what are we going to do about staffing? He said, give me a staffing plan. I put one together, and I've been trying for years to get additional staff. October 10th, I picked up 8 new employees, picking up 2 more in about a month. And I'm still working on 5 other positions, so I have capacity to do more things. Just kind of an example how we've expanded our outreach partnership agreements over the years. In 2016, my office managed 17 national level agreements with an investment of about $9 million. In 20, we issued a funding opportunity for $35 million and picked up 52 new national level partners. In 2021, we issued a funding opportunity for $50 million. Of that $50 million, we received over 250 applications. We're able to select 118 partnership agreements from that. From that 118, we were able to establish 88 new partners and continued partners with 35 existing partners. We're in the process right now of getting a funding notice through the review process. And it hadn't made it to your desk yet, Janie. So when it comes, please give it a quick look over, because we've been trying to get this out for a while, but hopefully within the next month or so. And visiting with the chief, he had initially said another $50 million. But I heard last week it could be $100 million. So there's an opportunities there, and we need existing partners. We need new partners. We're looking at an array of things in these agreements. We're looking, of course, to showcase NRCS practices, helping individuals understand how to apply for them, looking for youth engagement, because one of the things that we are finding within NRCS that we're having a hard time finding people to fill some of our professional series, particularly from those minority communities. So we need to start that early to get people interested, because as the gentleman stated, that if we don't have some new people coming in, and we need that, we need diverse people coming in that looks like the people we serve. Get those individuals trained on understanding that. We're doing that. And, you know, and through those partnership agreements, there are opportunities there for doing things. And I had the staff kind of look up what's happened through some of the agreements from the last time. And one is, if I can find it here, is here in New Mexico, the Agua project, agricultural gains, upskill all. And the purpose is to facilitate access to NRCS technical assistance servers among underserved farmers, Latino farmers and ranchers, to provide education in farm management, develop and implement conservation plans, adaptation of climate market, water conservation practices and technologies, just an array of things. So we have the capacity through these agreements to do an array of things. And what's good about the partnership piece of this is that there's some things that you can do that we can't. There's some things we can do that you can't. So that makes a great partnership, that you bring different things to the table. Something else we're trying to do through partnership agreements is to have that conversation with groups like yours, with other groups, and trying to have groups to talk about how to assist each other and assist all these individuals. NRCS does not have enough staff to get it done. No individual one group out there has the staff or capacity. Couldn't we work together, because we're trying to achieve the same thing? We have a project out there that we have 6 entities working. They have their own entities. They maintain their autonomy, but they're working together as another unit, combining their technical skills, ones who know how to organize groups, sharing that information with the others to build capacity within those groups. These fundings is also an opportunity to help some of these groups build capacity, build capacity for them, build capacity for some of these other leaders out there in the countryside to take that step up in conservation. We just do an array of things. And like I said, you know, I've certainly enjoyed my career with this agency over the years. And I actually got the job by accident. I was in college. And at that time, the state of Kansas came down recruiting, and they were looking for 2 Black students to go on this co-op program. And my roommate said, "Hey man, I'm going to interview. You want to go?" I said, "I don't want to go to Kansas." So I kind of played it off. Did it about a month later, and I was having some girlfriend problems, so it was probably good for me to get out of town anyway. but it ended up being to the lady I'm married to today. So it all worked out for the best. But anyway, my roommate, he said, man, he said, the kids is called. They're still looking for one person. He said, do you want to come? I said, what the heck? So I just kept waiting for him to call me for an interview. Next thing I know, I received the package and they said I'd been hired. They had never seen me, just showed up sight unseen. I hope they have been pleased. 'Cause I certainly have been pleased with what's happened over the years. And again, I'm just certainly happy to be here with you. But I also have to share this. Do we have time? Yeah, I think we do. My granddaughter, what I was talking about, she's a remarkable little girl. I mean, just remarkable, tremendous athlete. She just turned 8 in August, but this summer she went to the Junior Olympics in track in 4 different events and placed 4th in all of them at the Junior Olympics. She just started and she was running against 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. So she's really into that. But she loves tomatoes, just loves tomatoes. And I have 2 other grandkids. These kids love tomatoes. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. They'd rather eat a tomato than an apple or orange or a cookie. They just love tomatoes. And my son-in-law, he was talking one day, he said, man, these kids about to eat me out of house and home with these tomatoes. And I said, you have a 2.5 acre lot. I said, you can grow enough tomatoes to feed Memphis. He said, oh, really? And he's an engineer and he's always trying to show me how smart he is. So I was talking to him about it. And I said, well, you know, you're gonna need some way to water this. I said, you can go down to Lowe's and buy one of those drip irrigation hoses. And I explained to him what it was. He said, oh, I can design that myself because he loved making things. He went and bought him a tiller. And he called me about a month later. And he said, hey, man, he said, I got it all tilled up, irrigation system ready to be put in place. He said, I bought 100 tomato plants. I said, 100? He took that as not enough tomato plants. He said, okay, I bought 200. We bought 200 tomato plants. Then about when they started blooming, my daughter called me. She said, Daddy, what are we gonna do? We have all these tomatoes and they keep coming every day. And then when I talked to my son-in-law, he said, you got me, didn't you? I said, what do you mean? He said, you let me plant all those, you know what, tomatoes. He said, I can't give them away. The kids can't eat them all. So I guess I didn't do a good job of outreach with him. But again, thank you all so very much for being here and looking forward to spending the rest of the time with you.
We're doing a dance. I want to say one more word before we leave the stage. And Rudy knows what I'm going to say. We have a moment in time. Every one of us, including the 3 of us and every one of you out there, are exactly where you're supposed to be at this moment, doing this work. And we have a very important moment in time. And if we do not join hands and start to trust each other, and for many of you, that is going to be a hard thing for you to turn around and trust us. Right, Ron?
Yep.
I'm begging you to trust us. Because we have a period of time that we have very important work to do together. And my fear, Rudy, is that if we don't join hands and actually get the work done, that this moment will pass us by. And I hate to sound so alarmist, but I'm kind of with Rudy. A friend of mine called me an edge walker. And I think I kind of am. I'm afraid that if we don't learn to trust each other by literally holding on to each other right now to get some important changes made at USDA to help us fulfill the vision that the Secretary has charged us to do. This is all coming from him, right? That we will make this moment in time. And all of the organizations that USDA is reaching out to now to pull in close to help us build new bridges and repair old ones. We got to run as fast as we can together. The next farm bill is going to be critical. Absolutely critical. We're either going to keep moving forward or we're going to slide backwards. And quite frankly, agriculture, farming and ranching, the people you work with, we cannot afford to slide back. We've got too many challenges on the horizon, many of them that are with us at this moment. And as I look back on our combined careers, which is about 100 years, but who's counting? I was talking to one of our new lawyers that we just hired in OGC. He literally, this is his first job. And he was so excited. And I said, this is really the most important time that you could join this organization. And I look out on the young people who are here today. This is the most exciting time that you could possibly want to be in this room doing this work. You have folks who've been around the block a million times and can tell you where all the rocks are. Don't stub your toe on that one, please, because it'll set you back. We'll show you the sideways to get around that rock. But wow, if I only wish that I had had the kind of support systems that they're going to have to be, you know, early 20s, late teens, and actually starting this work. And I'm excited. I'm more excited than I ever have been, but I will tell you straight up, we cannot lose this moment. And it is on every single one of us to reach out, hold each other's hands, get this work done, and do everything we can, to Ron's point, to reach folks who have not been served, period, who have either been ignored or brushed aside or deemed unimportant. That's where we all have been working our whole lives. Everybody we work with deserves the right to farm and ranch anywhere and to build their communities and to feed their people. But we're going to have to be in those places together. And if we're not, we're going to fall apart. So I'm just trying to impress upon you that I believe this is the most important time in my career and in my lifetime to be in this space. And I hope that you see that too. And I hope you get energized by the time you have together with each other and with us. And all the way up to the secretary, he has told me, we cannot afford to lose any farmers. We have to build more farmers. We have to do everything we can to come up underneath people and serve them and support them. But we cannot lose any more. That has to be our mantra. And we have to do it together. And Pam, I'm looking at you. How many times have we been in rooms and everybody's fighting and everybody's idea is better than the other ones? And stop it. That's what agriculture is all about, is a gazillion ways to do it. And all of them are working that spot and maybe in that spot alone. And all of them are worthy. They're all worthy. So I don't know. I usually I try to work in the shadows, but sometimes I just can't take it. And I have to get out there and just scream from the rooftops because I get gripped by the moment and how profound it is. And I hope that you feel the same way. You have an incredible leader in Rudy. I've known the man for a long, long time. His leadership is why y'all's organization was one of the first 20 cooperators that was pulled forward and said, okay, get in here. We got to get your help. And now more are coming. More are going to be announced soon. I mean, we had momentum, but y'all's voices have to be on the hill talking to people. Period. So much love. Can we leave now? Y'all got the rest of the program. So have a great meeting.
Thanks. Certainly so happy to be here.
Are we done?
Thank you. Always my pleasure.
Thank you so much, Ron, Janie, Linda. It is such an honor and such humbling experience to have all of these incredible leaders that we've been connected for so many years, struggling to try to work in a sometimes not very accommodating working environment. But these are the individuals that you just heard, or the ones that we have been able to work for the past 30 years to a mutual mission, which is to protect our land and our assets, to preserve our land-based culture in all its aspects, and to serve. To me, the most is to be a servant. Agriculture is the lifeline to humanity. And as farmers, ranchers, and farm workers, that's what we do. You know, and it's an honor for me to pay tribute to all of you of any ethnic, of any size of farming, because farming is not an easy task. It's a 24/7. Agriculture does not sleep. The challenges that Ron, Janie, and Linda have outlined with regard to within their own working environment is double in terms of those of us that work on the external piece. The obstacles are oftentimes seem insurmountable, but guess what? We're seeds, and we will persist. And we are responsible for ourselves and each other in our respective communities. And it's important for you to understand that. What have you done in your own neighborhood? If you're working in agriculture, you work with your neighbor, you make sure that your FSA office, your rural development office, you make sure that, especially for us, if you're working on a farm bill, NAS, essential. We have to get ourselves counted, because that's how we acquire the resources to be able to help one another, in order to be sure that we have staff, that we have, one of the things that was really annoying to me was to hear the closure of agriculture offices in all of the agencies. And then somebody telling me, we're going to do more with less. Don't BS me. Okay? Because I know what that means. That means that you're going to hire external contractors to be able to carry on. And I get a little tug from my deputy here. Mr. Pickett, yes, sir. We're 5 minutes behind, so I'm going to get down. And thank you so much for being here.
Oh, with all these beautiful people up here, it leads us into the segment in which we definitely thought as the host committee was called for, and that's a healing circle. So I just want to tell you a little bit about myself and what brought me here and what basically got me here to this stage. um, where do I start? So my family is from here. Both of my families on my mother and my father's side were cattle ranchers. So we have been in the state, we've been in Moriarty, we've been here in Albuquerque in the Rio Puerco, and Yellowstone is like a thing for us. The whole family watches it, good and bad of Yellowstone. That was very much us. It was our family and all the conflicts that we had. I can also trace our family. We were part of the Etrisco Land Grant, which many of you may or may not know. Yeah, yeah. So for me, as I was growing up, my grandmother was very proud of her culture. And so, pardon me, but we would say, you know, we're the Spaniards. My grandma said we were Spanish. And then those were the wetbacks. And those were the gringos. And those are the Indios. And I was like, okay. So that's how I grew up. We just went about it that way. As I got older and I was like, oh, no, grandma, we're the gringos too, because we're Spanish. And, oh, yeah, we're the Indios too, because we came up. And we're the Mexicans, because that was our culture and we came up through that culture. And my grandmother was like, no, Spanish. I was like, yes, I know. But what it forced me to do, and what I would always start to have these conversations with my family, is saying, you know, we have to come to terms with the fact of what our ancestors did to our ancestors to get here. And Rudy mentioned yesterday, and he said, you know, sometimes we think it's the outer conflict, and a lot of times a lot of us want to point the fingers and say, it's them, they did this to us, and we're the oppressed, but we're all integrated now. At this point in our lives, when you look around this room, you can see that integration. You can see that blending within each of us. We're all here. And so we didn't get here by not being oppressed, and we didn't get here by not being the oppressor. So we have to heal that, because right now we have to ask ourselves, what are we doing? Are we really coming together? Are we really healing? And that's the internal conflict, right? Like, which one am I going to associate with? Do I want to be the woman of power, and do I want to oppress? Do I want to take my opportunity to bully someone because now I'm in a position of power? So I'm with the government and I can be the bully now, and now I got power. Or do you want to say, okay, wait a minute, I'm in the position of power and I want to liberate others. I want to support others. And each of us is making that choice, whether you're making it consciously or not. The abuse of power is within each of us. We can all abuse our power. And so I think collectively, we have to consciously say, how do I want to use my power? Because we're all here in this room, we're all here together, and we are all integrated. And so coming to that space in yourself where you can find the peace, you can come to peace with the terms of how we all got here. You know, were you on the side of the conqueror, or were you on the side of the conquered? And I think everyone in this room recognizes that your ancestors were most likely both. They were most likely both. You came from love stories and you came from tragedies. That's just true. We're in America. If you are here, born in America, that is our story. There is a lot of tragedy and there is a lot of love story. So what I would just want to invite you through, we're going to do a little bit of visualization. We're going to go on a journey. And so my personal background is I'm from sales and marketing, but my Toltec teachers, my grandmother was my first, but my lineage and my spirituality, Tolteca. And so I've had beautiful, I've been blessed with beautiful teachers. And so I'm just I've had to always, again, within the dyads of ourselves, I've been a businesswoman and I can never show my spiritual side, but my coworkers would always come and sit down and have the talk with me, you know, because I was always the spiritual one. I was always the one that wore crystals, you know, 25 years ago and all that fun stuff. So this is really exciting for me to say, yeah, I'm a spiritual businesswoman. I want to run my businesses with consciousness. I want to run my businesses bringing people up. I want people to find their own power and have their own autonomy and not be in those oppressed situations. I want people to know that they can be symbiotic. They don't have to be parasitic. We can come together and be mutually beneficial. And if it doesn't work, it's okay. You can go find another partner. Just like Ron was saying, it's okay. Just find another partner. So this that we're able to do here and do a healing circle at a national conference with the government officials here and state officials here and landowners and workers and everything is really, really a blessing. And for myself, it is a full culmination moment. So I'm very grateful to all of you guys for trusting me and doing this. I had doubt. And so when they first said, oh, we need a healing circle, because last year when we were doing the host committee, it was said, there was conflicts. People were fighting. People were about to throw down. We thought there was going to be physical fights last year. And then they said, we need a healing circle. And I volunteered right away. Oh, I can do that. I got that. No problem. Well, as the conference started getting larger, more people were coming, and I started hearing who was going to be here. And oh my gosh, we have this and we have that. I started to say, am I qualified to do this? We should maybe bring somebody that has deeper roots or more qualified. And then I sat with my beautiful friend, Kathy, and everyone needs a friend like Kathy. And I said, she's like, no, that's you. You trace your lineage back in these roots. Like, what are you thinking? And I was like, oh, okay. So again, like finding those diags, we will challenge ourselves and we are unworthy. And it made me realize that no one in this room, I'm not above anyone in this room, right? I'm not above anyone in this room, but I'm also not under anyone in this room. And neither are all of us. We are here, we are present, we all have our feet on this ground the same way. So in this room and in this space and at this conference that Rudy and Eugene and the committee has brought forth, we all get to come together as equals. And this is what we're healing, that we are unified, we are equal. And, you know, Jamie said it, we all have worth. Every idea in here is worthy of being looked at and being explored and being listened to. Yes? Okay. So if you guys will all stand up with me. Okay. Yes, stretch out, feel your body. So I just want you to make sure your feet are planted and grounded, solid on the ground. Gently close your eyes. We're going to go on a little journey together and explore our unity and our connection and the beauty that is you as individuals. So just imagine as your feet are sitting on this floor, you're going to allow the roots to go deep into Mother Earth. Deep into Mother Earth. And as those roots are going deep into Mother Earth, within the same consciousness, I want you to recognize and feel your heartbeat. Put all of your attention on your heartbeat. And your roots will naturally grow and go deeper into Mother Earth. And as those roots grow into Mother Earth, you can see that Father Sky is supporting you. The heartbeat that beats expands and goes up through the top of your head. And you can be as vast as your imagination can hold as you engage with Father Sky. And the vastness of the stars is above you. And you bring it all to the center of your heartbeat. And you recognize your groundedness through Mother Earth. And you acknowledge the vastness through Father Sky and the infinite source that is universe. In this space, you want to welcome whichever God or goddess or being that serves you on a higher level. Call them in to be present with us in this moment and in this healing circle. Acknowledge them with gratitude and love. As you feel this expansion of yourself, we're going to call in our ancestors, your grandmothers on your left shoulders, standing with their hands on your shoulders, with pride, with excitement, with the wisdom and the nurturing. And then you can see extended from your mother or your grandmother on that left side, all of the female ancestors that have struggled, that have loved, that have brought you here to this space today. All standing behind you. And to the right, on your shoulder, you want to call in your grandfathers, your fathers if they have passed, with their hand on your shoulder, supporting you, knowing that they're always there as they give their strength, their intuitive knowledge, their protection. And behind them begins the line of all the ancestors and grandfathers that have provided, that have protected, that have fought to allow us to stand here today in this room. Just have gratitude and feel the power of your ancestors behind you, knowing that you always have that support. To your left, just maybe stretch your left arm out, your left hand out, and hold the hand of your daughters, your sisters, your friends, all the women in your life that are currently in this life plane, alive in their bodies. And bring them in and squeeze their hand and tell them thank you for going on this journey with you. But bring them into this room and extend them out into your left side. And just use your imagination and extend that left line as long as you can reach. And with your right hand, allow your brothers to come into you, your brothers, your sons, your boyfriends, your whatever is on that male side, the friends that you've walked with. Squeeze their hand and extend that lineage out. Thank them for being on this plane with you and offering the friendship, the experience of having them being on this life plane with you now. And now from your front heart center, I want you to use your imagination and extend yourself out to the generations that have not come yet, to your possible future kids, to your future grandkids, to your future great-great-grandkids, to your future great nieces and nephews. Reach out into the generations and call them in and show them the respect and the gratitude that they will be passing through you just like you passed through your ancestors. And acknowledge that role that you have, respect that role you have, and see how beautiful they are and all the infinite opportunities that they have in front of them. So as you're standing in this starburst, I want you to gently in this starburst, gently open your eyes and look into the room and recognize that we're all interconnected, whether it be through your future generations, your ancestors, the brothers and sisters. Look into the room that is filled with the web that we have created, with the web that we are created. Now, just gently close your eyes again and use your imagination and allow your future generations to intermingle with the ancestors of your brother and sister, to say thank you to their ancestors. Allow the brothers and sisters to touch and to hug and to say, I'm sorry for what we may have caused in the past. And I'm thankful that I have the opportunity to do better now with the information I have now. And just allow yourself the room to be filled with our ancestors, with our brothers and sisters, with our future generations. We, as this unit, as this Congreso, has provided the opportunity for all of these beings and all of these presences to come together and to share love, to share acceptance, and to share respect. and just sit and be witness to this room right now that we've created. Just watch as they bow, as they hug, as they laugh. Watch those ancestors that you never thought would talk come together with an embrace. Now gently bring yourself back to your heart with all of your ancestors and your brothers and sisters and all the future generations expanded through you in this space. Just gently put your hands over your heart and tell yourself, thank you. Thank you for being that channel of forgiveness, that channel of peace, that channel of change, that channel of trust. And then just allow the ancestors, the future generations, the brothers and sisters to gently fall back into you. Like an accordion, they are all within you. There are reflections of beauty. There are reflections of love. There are reflections of what we want to be and what we don't want to be, but they are all us. And with gratitude and respect in your heart, allow them to melt all back into you. You now will walk with the power and the nurturing protection of your ancestors, the excitement of joy of the future generations, the support and the love of your brothers and sisters that are walking on this life plane with you now. It is all within you. It is all within us. We have created this unity, and we are here as a whole. There is no out there. We are here as a whole. So gently just open your eyes, look around at your present brothers and sisters, and just offer gratitude. Just gratitude and generosity with the love that we have, with the time that we'll get to spend here, and with a deep, deep appreciation of what it's brought us all here together. Thank you. Thank you for letting me guide you.
How about a big applause for Raquel? You know, one of the things that you find out when you heal and you're part of a community, and I work with a lot of different communities all over this country, is that you find out that these healing ceremonies, blessings, you know, because we're in a very special spot with the place with the Isleta community, is that we know that love is stronger than hate. We have a lot of hate in this world right now. And that's why we have to center ourselves and know that we belong to each other, we belong to the past, we belong to the future. Some of you don't know me, and that's a shame. My name's Magdaleno Leno Rosavila, and but people call me Leno. And I'm a human rights activist. I've been unemployed for 5 years now, so that's why Rudy could get me here. I do a lot of work on the Tijuana border. I do a lot of work against the death penalty and human rights issues. And right now, you know, Rudy, I hope you don't mind that I bring up a complaint here early on. What else is new? See this picture here? You know what it's missing? Is me. Because I'm a fighter, been a fighter for land for all my life, you know, and it's good that we have these pictures here, because more revolutions are made because the land was taken away from people.
And we know the history of the United States, how we took land away from the indigenous people, from the early Spanish settlers. I lived in Guatemala where they took away land from indigenous people, from poor campesinos. In Nicaragua, where it was the rich families, and they took land away from the poor persons. They would take over. You were a productive farmer in those days when I was there. Somoza took your land away from you to take it. You either had to sell it for $1. I work for an organic soap company. I work with them and they donate soaps for me for Mexico. Dr. Bronner's Magic Soap, they're an organic company. And they had their business taken away from them from Hitler. Hitler took it and made them sell it for $1. And that's how they came to the United States. So land, and one of the things we talk about is generational wealth, both for Black, Mexicans, and other immigrant communities, because once you have your first house, your first piece of property, that changes everything. And, one of the things that we have to be cognizant about, and I'm working the elections this year, and that's part of our revolution. We have to get everybody to vote. You know what? I haven't heard any national candidate talking about farmers or ranchers or farm workers. We don't exist. But if we start voting, they're going to make a difference. I was at a conference of recently people who served their sentences in prison. And they're about 600,000 people come out of prison every year, and they're starting to register and vote. They're going to become a powerful partner for us, because most of them are people of color and poor white folks. You know what? I'm involved in a community called Uvalde, Texas, where there were 19 children killed and 2 teachers. And I had heard about the tragedy, but since I don't work, I don't have any money. So Rudy sent me money, gas money, and said, you need to go. And I've spent most of August and September, and I'm going right after Dia de los Muertos back there, and to be with these communities and to help them, because I'm learning. It was a great experience because nobody knew who I was. Nobody wanted to talk to me. So that's why I'm talking now. But it's important. And one of the fathers of Jacqueline, a 10-year-old girl, he's decided to run for office as county commissioner. And he's a humble parent. And, he decided that he was going to try to make a difference. So I'm going to go spend the last 5 days on his campaign. But, amongst the ranchers and the farmers, we have to start grooming candidates, more candidates for school boards, for city halls, for county commissioners, for state representatives. If people aren't going to listen to our voice, then we need to become the voice for them. So our revolution is to educate people about farmers and ranchers, to educate them about the right to vote, and make sure that they get out and vote. If we start voting on agricultural issues, people are going to listen to us. I was never a farmer or a rancher, but I was a farm worker. My father told me at the age of 18 that I should go to college because I wasn't a very good farm worker. So that's how I ended up in college. So we're going to have a number of resolution groups who will come up here. We're going to have about 15 minutes apiece. So we're going to need to, if somebody who has muscles, bring up 2 chairs, because on a couple of panels, we're going to have 4 people up here. And I want to sit up here so I don't have to do the stairs up and down. When you get my age, everything starts falling apart. Your elbows, your shoulders, your knees, your memory. That's why, I've always wanted to say something nice about Rudy, but because I have a touch of Alzheimer's, I can't remember if he did anything. But somebody told me he's as old as dirt, whatever that means. Just bring him on up, bro. And but I think one of the things we have to recognize. But what is really impressive about here are the voices that we've been hearing from agriculture and from the farms. That's the strength of what this conference is about. So you've come to a revolution where we're going to tell people about our issues on the ranch and on the farm and with farm workers, and we're going to make a difference. For the first panel on the other complaint I have, I'm tired of Eugene Pickett telling me what to do. He's wearing the blue shirt. I'm a free man, Eugene. I'll do whatever I want to do. So the first panel is going to be on PC, is that an RCPP? And the speakers are Debbie Hughes and Christian and Graham Chavez. Are y'all here? Yeah, come on up. Grab a seat and y'all, each panel is going to have about 15 minutes because Rudy talked too long earlier. So I'll give you a signal when your time is up and then we'll get the next panel up. Are we missing somebody or no? So I had Debbie Hughes and Christian Graham Chavez. Yes, so the two of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Debbie Hughes and I'm the Executive Director for the New Mexico Association of Conservation Districts, which basically means I work with the soil and water conservation districts here in New Mexico. I've been working with them for like 27 years, so quite a while, and I work on state and federal policy, but so we're always working on trying to also get things in the Farm Bill and help improve things that'll help farmers and ranchers. And just to go back a little bit, I live on a ranch. My husband and I, we have 3 sons. All of our sons are involved and own farms and ranches. And so I kind of live and breathe agriculture and conservation. But I believe the reason I'm here, I participate with a lot of coalitions of other groups here in New Mexico that are working on, farm issues, agricultural issues, all kinds of things. And Eugene and Jaime both participate in some of these groups that Pam Roy convenes called the Food and Ag Policy Council. And as we were all reporting, one of the things that I brought to those groups is the fact that we've been bringing a lot of RCPPs to New Mexico, which is a fairly new program in the Farm Bill called Regional Conservation Partnership Program. And Chris is going to talk more about it. But this program is not the normal one where the money just comes to all the states. This program is one where you have to go out and apply for the money, but you have to have a match or a leverage of at least 1-to-1. So we've been my state association has a large group of our staff is basically contractors, and big percentage of them are retired NRCS. So we've been able to hire experienced, trained folks who still have a passion for agriculture, who still have a lot of contacts and knowledge, and they've been able to help not only apply for these RCPPs, but then help manage them and do some of the technical assistance. So since 2014, we've brought over $40 million additional money to New Mexico. One of the ones we're real proud of, it's actually 3 RCPPs, but we brought money for acequias. $7.2 million we brought to New Mexico just for acequias. And that was prior to the Farm Bill being changed where acequias could actually apply for EQIP. The other big one that affects a lot of New Mexicans, especially if you're a rancher and you ranch on federal land, a lot of ranchers had not been participating in Farm Bill programs because they primarily had federal land, whether it be Forest Service or BLM, and small amounts of private land. So they weren't getting that. We've been able to get RCPPs. We just got the 3rd one that equals $15 million total for ranches with federal lands. I'm really excited that that one has just opened. The sign up is open now. It's almost $4 million. So if you are a rancher, or if you know a rancher with public lands, you might go in and talk to your local NRCS office. There's also another one that we just got signed, and it is for the eastern grasslands for farmers and ranchers over there. But the reason I'm here is on these calls with Pam and Eugene and all these folks, they would ask what's going on, and I would report, oh, we've applied for these RCPPs and we got awarded. And then I'd say, but the paperwork's not all final. And so Eugene got where he would say, Debbie, I have one question for you. I'd say, what? He said, you got the money yet? I'd say no. And this went on for over a year. And so I think last year at your conference, you passed a resolution
to support trying to get the RCPPs and the Farm Bill money to the states where we're signing up for it in hopefully less than a year, because two of these took nearly 3 years. We just got them signed within the last couple of months. So we appreciate this organization doing that. One other thing I'll say real quick is that we're working with a lot of organizations here in New Mexico to establish a trust fund at the state level. This trust fund would be available for folks to apply for as a match for something like RCPP, or if you're applying for grants from Forest Service or State Forestry or anything. A lot of these, most of them require some kind of non-federal match, and this state has not had that. So we're actually looking at a fund of right at $300 million possibly in this next state legislature. So hopefully you'll follow that and you can support that. And with that, I'm going to stop, maybe catch up a little time and let Chris talk about RCPPs, because she's actually the one that totally manages them here for the New Mexico, all of the RCPPs. So she has a big job. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Better? Okay. Good morning. My name is Christine Graham Chavez. I'm originally from Taos, New Mexico. I grew up on a ranch up there, helping my dad and my uncles and the whole family. We were all involved in ranching in some way. And I went to school at New Mexico State University. Go Aggies. And I work for the Natural Resources Conservation Service here in Albuquerque. I'm an assistant state conservationist for field development, meaning that I kind of take on roles of a bunch of different duties. And one of them is the Regional Conservation Partnership Program. I am the point of contact for the state. And so what I do is kind of work with our partners to get these programs kind of off the ground and established and everything else. The first years was 2014, the Farm Bill, which authorized RCPP. And with that, we were able to get the program off the ground. It has evolved each time, each year. It kind of changed a little bit, kind of morphed, kind of changed a little bit. So when we got to the 2018 Farm Bill, it was completely different from when we had started doing this in 2014, or 2015 was the first actual year. So it kind of morphed and it's changed. We've had a portal. Everything has to go through this portal now where our partners go in and apply through there and, go through that software. So it has changed quite a bit. But we're trying to make things a little bit smoother throughout the process. We're trying to make it a little bit easier, and then also the time frame. We understand that the time frame is a big issue because of the match. Our partners have to have a match up front, and then as we go through the process, other partners commit to it. So really, what RCPP is a program where partners come in and they say that there is a need for something out there. We have, like she was talking about the farmers or the ranchers that had federal land. We kind of were able to assist through EQIP, our Environmental Quality Incentives Program, but we really, there was not a whole lot of money that was allocated just specifically for that. So with RCPP, we're able to do that. The acequia program, that really took off, and that one really has helped a lot of our acequias in New Mexico. We're working possibly with land grants to be able to do the same. They're thinking about putting in some programs there. We're also, we've had a whole bunch of different soil and water conservation districts also apply and be successful. And so we've gotten some of those through the process. This year, this last go around, it kind of took us a little while. We did have some snafus, but we're working through it. We're getting it done. We signed the last one yesterday, And we are able to put out what we call it's a news release basically, and it's timelines of when people can apply. We in the past, we've had like the first year, we had 4 successful projects. And that was in 2015. 2016, we had 2. 2017, we had 5. 2018, we had 2. And then we kind of were in a lull for a little bit, but now we have 4. So if you know of any farmers or ranchers in New Mexico who are interested, please have them contact their local field offices. They can go in, start working with with that office. Our overall goal is to get a conservation plan. That is what we want to do. We want to go out there, figure out what are the issues, the resource concerns on that farm or ranch. We want to be able to help in any way technical. This way we can start getting ideas. Okay, we will go out and do an assessment. We'll do a complete resource inventory of what that land, the issues that are there. Excuse me. And then also any ways, recommendations that we can help alleviate what are those situations. So we do that through our conservation practices, and we make recommendations, and then we have some programs that will help pay for that. And that's where some of the EQIP, the CSP, the Conservation Stewardship Program, easement programs, there's a big one that we have, which is if you have a piece of property that's, say for instance, been in your family for generations, and you want to keep it in agriculture and you want to keep it farming for your kids and your grandkids, that's an option. There is one program that one of the RCPPs that we're working on right now, and that's in the Ogallala Aquifer area. That's Clovis area. And so that one is going to entail nothing but easements. That's well, and land management. So we're able to do some conservation practices on that too. So we will be here the rest of the meeting, and we're going to have a booth. So please, if you have any questions whatsoever, if you want us to come and speak to any of your organizations anywhere, just let us know. If you're from out of town, please remember that we do have offices throughout the nation. So you can contact your local folks, and they'll be able to help you. If they need help from any of the state offices or whatever, they can contact their counterparts also. So please, let us know if there's anything that we can help you with. If you have any questions, we can go speak. We can, meet here, whatever.
We're in trade again. I want to add one last thing, and I can't stay for the day. I'm actually going to Santa Fe for a legislative committee meeting. But as you move forward, and if you're doing any other resolutions, I know you talked about the Farm Bill. The RCPP program does not allow any kind of admin or indirect. So whoever the entity, whether it's a state association like mine, a nonprofit, or a local conservation district, you get 0 to actually apply for that, to do all the reporting, all the things that are required. And there's a lot of requirements just to get them here. So we'd really like to see in the next Farm Bill, the ability to have indirect in the RCPP program. We don't think it's going to continue to be successful if we don't. And every other federal grant, you can get at least 10%. And the RCPP, you get 0. So if we want to keep that kind of thing coming, which is great because it's, it can be for just a certain part of the state or a certain problem or certain whatever, it's a great tool. But one of the things that really needs changed in the Farm Bill is to do that. And like I said, I want to say thank you to this organization. Thank you to Eugene and you guys for having this resolution. I actually ran into Eugene at another national meeting, I think in July. We had the chief of NRCS there, and I was pretty much letting him have it about not having the RCPP sign from 2020. And Eugene ganged up with me, and we got a hold of Astor Boozer, the regional guy. And anyways, when I got home within a few days, we had that signed. And I really appreciate this organization for helping us push and recognize that you can't keep those partners hanging there with their matching dollars, especially more than a year. So thank you very much. That's
Our next panel, and it's really great to hear these stories about people who are trying to match up resources with people who are doing the work out in the community, and why we need to be informed and work with these partnerships. Right now, we're going to be talking more about partnerships and mentoring and seed sovereignty. One of the big issues that we forget about is the importance of maintaining our seeds, and there's seed banks all over the world, and we got to have them so that they're good and strong and that they can deliver. Our next panel includes Devin Pena with his good goatee, Doug Crabtree, Shirley Romero, and Jeffrey Mora. You guys want to come up? This should be a good panel with all this experience. Hi, good to see you. Why'd you bring Devin? Nice. Devin, do you want to start first, brother?
Mocto, gracias. Thank you for this invitation. Buenos dias, raza, colegas, all our allies and accomplices. We're very happy to be here again, second year in a row. You know, I want to start by telling you a couple of stories, because we talk a lot about building a trust between farmers and the USDA and other government agencies. I want to remind the USDA colleagues here, you have to earn our trust, and you haven't. Don't forget this. This is really an important issue. In 1995, after Clinton had signed the executive order on 12898 on environmental justice, Vice President Gore organized a conference on sustainable agriculture that was held in Kansas City. And I sat right next to, I was invited, I was there. And I sat next to the founder of a company known as Calgene. Anyone ever hear of Calgene? They're famous because they invented the Flavor Saver tomato, which combined tomato genetics with flounder, the fish, to increase the shelf life. And it was totally rejected by consumers. It was a failed corporation. But they were successful because Monsanto bought them. Monsanto bought Calgene within months after that meeting. And they bought them for one reason. Our DNA technology, recombinant DNA technology, gene splicing, if you want to call it that. Now we're up to gene editing. That's a separate issue. Maybe we can address that next year. But Monsanto acquired Calgene so it could genetically engineer corn, soybean, cotton, a few other crops for herbicide resistance to glyphosate. The brand that they use out of Monsanto, now Bayer now controls Monsanto. It's a herbicide known as Roundup. And so you have Roundup Ready corn, Roundup Ready soybeans. I remember sitting next to this gentleman in Kansas City, and he repeated a saying that later became a mantra for Monsanto: who controls the seed controls the food. And then let me move forward 20 years from that meeting, because I mean, Gore was saying, hey, biotech is sustainable ag. It's part of the future of sustainable agriculture. And then under the Obama administration, you all may recall this, they called for a coexistence policy. Do you all remember that, the coexistence debate? And we submitted proposals, commentaries on the coexistence proposal, saying that we should be able to create, especially in centers of origin and diversification of native crops like corn, beans, and so on, GMO exclusion zones where no GMOs are allowed. And there really can't be any coexistence when you've got issues of contamination with transgenic material. And I remember in 2016, in Costilla County, Colorado, we worked with the Costilla County Planning Commission and the Center for Food Safety out of Portland. And we got an incredible, unprecedented 8-0 vote. That never happens in the Planning Commission in San Luis. 8-0 endorsing a proposed ordinance that we had developed at the Acequia Institute with the help of the Move Mountains Youth and with the Center for Food Safety in Portland to ban GMO corn and alfalfa. And what happened is the county commissioners tabled the ordinance, even though it had 8-0 support in the Planning Commission, because the American Farm Bureau threatened to sue them. And it was shortly after that, that state of Colorado passed a new law prohibiting counties from trying to regulate GMO crops. In the meantime, the USDA was silent. They keep promoting biotech. And indeed, if you do research like I have, one of the things that you learn is that we get about $1 for regenerative agriculture at the USDA for every $150 that goes to support biotech. You want to trust? Flip those numbers around. Stop funding biotech and start funding regenerative, traditional, indigenous agriculture. And so one of the things that I always point out to people is that everything you want to do with biotechnology, with agricultural biotech, you can do with agroecology, but without the environmental, social, cultural, and ecological impacts. The only difference is you don't make a profit from agroecology the way you would selling patents on life to support biotechnology. When I was 10 years old, and I'm going to finish with this comment. When I was 10, I became aware of seeds because my grandmother was a gardener. Mi abuelita Margarita Kinner Peña was a gardener and a seed saver. And I finally noticed one year, I was 10 years old, it was 1964. And I noticed that she was putting the corn and the cilantro and other seeds in little coffee cans next in the cupboard next to the stovetop. And I was like, why are you, porque, we were talking in Spanish. My grandmother only spoke Yiddish, German, and Spanish. She never learned English. She was married to a Mexican, so she learned Spanish. And I asked her, well, why do you do this? She said, in Spanish, a very profound statement that I didn't understand the meaning of until like 20, 30 years later. Dijo, porque la semilla es la memoria de la planta de cómo vivir bien en este lugar. And she was really, that's just a profound truth. What is the seed? It's the memory. It's the plant's memory of how to live well in this place, how to grow in this place. She was right. That's why we need to protect our seed, not only from the patent on life movement that corporations use. There's 3 corporations now that control the seed supply in the world, down from the big 5 that we call the gene giants. And we have to not only protect them from the patenting regime that would patent our seed and then prohibit us from using it freely, we have to protect it from contamination, from integration, horizontal gene transfer, all kinds of possibilities that have been researched and demonstrated since the 1990s. We have known that GMOs are a threat to the genetic integrity of our traditional landrace crops. And why should we be worried about that? Because we already have drought resistance in traditional crops, because we already have crops that can grow next to Quelites, next to one of Monsanto's nemesis, Amaranth, Palmeri. We call it Quelites. And so we have to organize ourselves, and we have been doing this here in our own area in the Upper Rio Grande, to not just protect ourselves from these integration events, these contamination events that can happen, but also to protect ourselves from those who would steal our seed in order to commercialize it and to patent it. Do you all remember the Enola bean case? The Enola bean is very instructive because what happened there was a Texan corporation called Pod Nurse, P-O-D, Pod Nurse. They went to Mexico and collected the traditional scarlet runner bean from about 100 different peasant farmers in Mexico in order to, without genetic engineering, but through conventional breeding, to develop consistency in terms of maximum size, uniform color, and so on. Then they patented that and then filed a lawsuit under NAFTA to prevent the Mexicans who were producing this bean, the scarlet runner, from exporting it to the US. That's called biopiracy. It's theft. And it's time for the USDA to stop aiding and abetting the theft of indigenous germplasm, which is the key to regenerative and sustainable agriculture. So I invite you all to join us in working together to protect seed sovereignty. I know that Clayton Brascu from Tesuque is here. I don't know, I don't see Clayton yet, but he's going to be joining us later tomorrow. And they're very active along with Emigdio and all the other wonderful folks of Tesuque and the Northern Pueblos that we collaborate with in order to protect our genetic heritage. And by the way, one final comment. The bolita beans that we grow they're adapted to 8,000 feet elevation. They're short season, drought resistant, can withstand the high UV radiation you get at 8,000 feet above sea level, but they're not the same as Dove Creek. Now, Dove Creek has commercialized the bolita, and the difference is the culinary value. So when you get those big Dove, Adobe Mills, Dove Creek bolitas, they taste like pintos to me. You know, you have to add crema or something. Our beans, they have a natural built-in starch that makes it a beautiful cremita, but I'll stop there.
Buenos dias. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. My name is Shirley Romero Otero. We came from San Luis in Colorado. We came last year for the first time to this conference, really to learn, because we had a project that we were going to do over the summer. Este año, this year, we come with a story. So I know we're short on time. Very quickly, we'll be around if you have any questions. So I'm a 30-year veteran teacher. I've taught from K through college, and most of my career has been at the high school level. My area of teaching has been in social studies and in particularly ethnic studies. So I've taught Chicano studies, Mexican-American studies, African-American studies, indigenous studies. I am by no way an expert in any of that. This is my 30th year, and Mr. Avila, as he mentioned, because of the Uvalde, I just finally decided I had it with politics and all of the bullshit that we as teachers have to put in the classroom. I want to be able to teach, and I want to be able to teach with truth in education. So I work with the students in my community, one who is sitting in the back, Jasmine Salcido. We have 18 students who are part of what we call the Move Mountains Youth Project. We are in our 10th year of programming, and we have done everything under the sun that deals with social justice. The last 2 years, we were able to partner with the Acequia Institute, and I really want my message to resonate with the young people in this room. It's great to see young people here this year. Thank you for bringing them. Young people, thank your sponsors. However you got here, we're glad you're in this space. So what we've done the last 2 years is partner with the Acequia Institute to be able to teach the next generation of Chicanos and Mexicanos that are coming up in my community to understand about our land grant, our access to the land grant, our Acequia Institute, but more importantly, being able to grow food for our own community. One of the reasons we started growing food and paying attention to what grows in our community is because in Costilla County, not only are we the poorest county in the state, and I hate that label, but everybody identifies us that way. We might be poor in cash, but we're rich in history, language, tradition, everything that makes us the unique community that we are in El Valle de San Luis, in el estado de Colorado, and in this country. Let me remind you all that we were here long before Columbus ever came. It's an important point to make. We didn't cross no rivers. The border crossed me. I never crossed the border. It's the kind of education that we teach kids. Also want to let you know that we've traced our ancestry. I have traced my ancestry both on my mother and my father's side back to 1532, 22 generations. So no one ever better tell me or dare to tell me to go back where I came from. I am from where I belong, and I am indigenous. When I trace my lineage, I know that I'm part Spaniard, but I am 67% Jacarea Apache, and I wear it on my sleeve. So proud to say that and to mention that because we're often treated as immigrants and we're not. So young people, know your history. We started growing food because the obesity and the rampant growth of diabetes in our community, to the point where I saw that impacting my middle school students. When we were growing up, that didn't exist, and we all know why. Because we weren't eating the dollar store diet. We weren't eating the frozen foods. Everything was grown in our community. And to see what happened over a period of about maybe 6-7 decades is very frightening to me, both as a mother, as a grandmother, as a community organizer, of which I have organized. I'm a land grant, an heir to the land grant, and a plaintiff in the 37-year-old battle that it took to regain our rights. So we started growing food, and we're working with young people because we're losing those young people. They don't want to become ranchers or farmers, and we can understand that. They want to leave our community, but what we see, just like I did, I left in 1981 after we filed the lawsuit, had a 32-year career of teaching in the Western Slope and Grand Junction, and with the enthusiasm that I left my community, I came back. So I'm back in San Luis in our 10th year of working with young people. And one of the, we've mentored, we've hired a lead farmer who would have been here today, but it was his anniversary. So we excused him. Otherwise he would have been here. But our kids have learned how to grow food. Well, we start in April by cleaning the ditches. We work with the farmers that we partner with to be able to clear the spaces where we're going to plant. Then we plant the seed. We talk about we do 4 or 5 workshops before we get out into the field to understand why is it that we're doing what we're doing? How do we do what we do indigenously? And what's the meaning? Why should young people be involved? We've got 17 to 8 to 20 kids at any one time that have worked. Like I said, we started, we grew. It was a challenge because this year we had drought. And then at the end of July, we had Grupo Talok, the Aztec god of rain, who came in and they did a ceremony for us. And then we got a whole bunch of rain. So it was not the best time to grow food. However, we have all of that food that we grew. The kids were able to see that it doesn't come from Walmart. It doesn't come from Safeway. It doesn't come from City Market. You can grow, and we can only do so much living at 8,000 feet. So they were able to see that. The other thing we were really fortunate to get in January, February, through the Acequia Institute, of which Dr. Pena is the executive director. I am one of the members on that board. We applied for a $2.5 million grant from the Colorado Health Foundation to be able to purchase the only grocery store in my community. It was known as Romero's, and it's the longest continuous business in the state of Colorado. It goes back to 57. We were awarded a $1.5 million grant to be able to purchase that. We purchased that at the end of February, beginning of March, turning it into a worker co-op. It's been a challenge because I'm an educator and an organizer. I don't run a grocery store. So, the point of all of this is the food that we're growing, we are now selling at that store. Long story. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to tell you, young people, understand what this means, because I realize we're going to be in a food shortage. Young people, whether you live in the city or in a rural community, you can all grow food. We'll be around. Talk to us if you have any questions later on.
Me? Fire away, my friend.
Thank you. Well, it's an honor to be part of a panel of folks with such passion. And I want to thank the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers for inviting myself and inviting the Organic Trade Association, an affiliate which I'm here to represent. So my name's Doug Crabtree. I'm an organic farmer. My wife and I have a dryland crop farm in north central Montana up on the Canadian border. So I came a long way. I guess that makes me an expert. But the topic here that I'm going to address are partnerships, and the Organic Trade Association is very proud to have established a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with the Latino farmers and ranchers. We're working together to promote our shared values. And it's just great to be here. You know, I remarked to Eugene yesterday evening, it's wonderful and refreshing to be at an agricultural conference where I am the apparent minority. And that's refreshing, because far too many of our agricultural organizations and groups, there are just too many people that look a lot like me. And I want to really reach out and support all of you, because what we need in agriculture is greater participation, more boots on the ground, and more diversity that strengthens it. So thank you. I want to talk a little bit about organic agriculture and about the Organic Trade Association as a representative of that agriculture. My wife and I started our farm in 2009. I had been a farmer for, trace that, more generations than I can count, but we were separated from the land in the 1980s, and then in 2009, we're able to purchase some land and restart a farm. Used some USDA programs for beginning farmers at the age of 40, and started an operation which we've since grown substantially. But point being, I guess, you know, there's been some just criticism lobbied, but there's also a lot of good that comes out of the USDA and your program. So I want to recognize that. Thank you. But my point in all of that background is, when we were thinking about how to start farming as beginning farmers with limited resources, I really didn't see any way to do it other than organically. Organic agriculture represents, I believe, the best opportunity for anyone to enter into farming, particularly if you need to do it, as most of us do, at a smaller scale initially, because it brings a value from the marketplace. You know, not fair yet. We still have work to do, but you can earn more from your products than what you can in any other way of agriculture. And the other part, and this, you know, I'm going to paraphrase from the definition, the Organic Foods Production Act and the National Organic Program regulation, but we named our farm Vilicus, which is a Latin word that means steward of the land, and we try to live that aspiration every day. The definition of organic in a word is stewardship, and it is a production system that recognizes the value of ecology, of biology, and of maintaining or improving those resources in all of the practices employed. And that's unique. You know, nowhere else is a system of agriculture codified that recognizes and is built on stewardship. So that's very important. And I encourage any and all of you as you pursue agriculture, certainly as you start the young folks into agriculture. I think organic is I think it's the only way to go. And you know, I look forward to the day where we no longer have to label organic, because that has become the normal, and that we have to label the poison agriculture that is now too common. So the Organic Trade Association represents the entirety of organic trade. And what does that mean? I still ask myself, but I like to think of organic as a community, and starts with farmers, processors, handlers, retailers, and eaters. I don't like the word consumer either, but we try to avoid that. But across the spectrum, and we have members represented from all of those, as well as certifiers, support, and we're so glad to have welcomed this organization in as a member of the Organic Trade Association. One of our core values at the OTA that we really emphasize is that farmers are the foundation of organic agriculture. There could not be agriculture, period, without farmers. And that's just in our DNA, if you will. Thank you. So part of our mission to promote the growth of organic agriculture, we need more farmers. And what better place to find them, to support them, and to partner with them than here. So, you know, I could ramble on at length, but we'll have a booth. And if you have any questions about organic, about certification, about how to get into organic world and to help us in our policy endeavors, we look forward to working together. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chef Jeffrey Mora. I was invited here today, but is that a little better? There we go. I was invited today by Jaime Chavez. We met a few years ago when I was doing disaster relief work in the Pacific Northwest. As I said, I am a chef by trade, and I've been in the business for 40 years. And the relationship between farmers, ranchers, and chefs is a long one. When I was an apprentice and starting out my career, the first thing my chef taught me was, when the food came in the back door, your job is to honor and respect the work that it took to get that food to you, and show the same love and passion for the food, for cooking it, as was provided before you. So the relationship between farmers, chefs, ranchers, and the industry as a whole is just that. So I'll jump ahead very quickly. I've cooked in 22 countries around the world. I started a number of businesses. 2011, I started a food truck business to help small mom and pops navigate the corporate environment. And what I mean by that is supplying food trucks for convention centers, universities, schools, arenas, large scale events. Most of these small mom and pops bought themselves a job by buying a truck and didn't really understand how to work in that environment. So my team and myself have a good understanding of that and helped providing them with insurance, with permits, with licensing, with HACCP plans, with food safety plans, with the ability for them to make a living. And on top of it, allowing and telling the corporations, you know what, you need to guarantee these guys money for showing up. Can't just show up and hope that they make money. So it's been a really good symbiotic relationship. I'll get to the point quickly, my friend. During the pandemic, my business, along with most of the food service industry, and a lot of it went completely gone. We were down by 95%. I'm a founding member of the WAVE Foundation out of Portland, Oregon, which mission is to help businesses deal with climate change, equity, and inclusion in general. And we were asked at that point to help starting feeding people in rural areas that were not being able to be served. So I applied the same principles of my company to working with diverse suppliers, local suppliers. To me, local from Portland was a 3-state radius. And it really wasn't really looking wherever I could find small local guys that needed help. It became a great relationship. So long story short, to date, we've done over 4 million meals in Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and all the way up into Alaska. So the reason for me being here today is we're looking to create a partnership, a relationship to do the same thing in supply chain, to bring together small farmers, ranchers, and bring them to these large corporations. Food service industry, forget about restaurants or caterers or that in general, accounts for $180 billion a year in food service. Not a small number. What they need is the same help that my small vendors needed, is to have an understanding and want a turnkey solution to have access to farmers, ranchers, fishermen, and people that have been left out. They usually go to the large suppliers and it doesn't always work out. My goal is to get guaranteed purchase contracts for all of you to be able to supply, to create a symbiotic relationship where everybody has a sustainable means for a future, to help create new farming techniques from regenerative farming. With guaranteed purchase contracts, you have the ability to invest and increase the size of your farm or your ranch. Without that, it's a crapshoot. And I don't blame people for not taking the risk. But we have that ability now, and all these suppliers and all these companies from Compass, Sodexo, Delaware North, and the others have come to me to provide this. So Jaime and myself and a number of others are looking to put this together. We've proven the model in the Northwest for the last 2.5 years, and we're looking to grow and expand it. So that's it.
Panel. Thank you very much.
Want to hear about your family?
I want to thank the panel. That was very interesting. In 2014, I was out of work and I was living in a place called Seattle, Washington. And they had a number of efforts in different states to get labeling on GMO products. And there was a small group of farmers were organizing in Jackson County, Oregon. And I went down there and myself, Devin, and other people supported an organization that's still going, which is called Our Family Farms Coalition. So you should look them up and see about the work that they did. Because not only were they talking about how to protect the seeds, how to protect the farmers, and it was important that we get that process going. And one of the issues that happens is that you have great leaders. Our Family Farms Coalition, when they had the big fires in Oregon, they swept through an area, burned all the trailers, all the housing for the farm workers. They raised money to get the people back into trailers, to give them transition money, because many of them were undocumented and could not go to the federal sources to get monies. So the next panel that we're going to have is, I'm trying to find my place here, is regional climate crisis. And we have Mike Harmon, Ron Ortega, Rigoberta Lopez, and Alicia Rodriguez. Am I missing anybody? Pardon? Oh, youth agriculture. Oh, I'm being corrected. It's the youth agriculture is the next one. So Travis McKenzie, Paulina, and Ariano Zapata. Do I just have 2 speakers on that? Yes, thanks. Somebody's got to control me up here. Do you want to come on up? Come on up. So glad that we have youth here. Introduce yourself. ¿Cómo estamos?
How we go? Hello, hello. Should we kick it off or?
Yeah, kick it off. Just say who you are and if
Okay,
you
well,
remember.
running on fumes. Well, buenos dias, everybody. Good morning. My name is Travis McKenzie. I'm a teacher at Polk Middle School with the Albuquerque Public Schools and a food justice and community organizer with the Southwest Organizing Project, co-founder of Project Feed the Hood. And I'm also a member of the Leadership Council with the Rooted in Community National Youth Food Justice Network. How do you want to do it?
Hi, my name is Paulina Villano Zapata. I'm from the writing corps at the Chicago High School Agricultural Science. Sally, I'm not a teacher, but I am an instructor there. I do teach students how to be around horses and talk about the equine industry. And we do have an equine management team. So I try to pass down that information to them and everything that I know.
So I wrote some stuff down just because I'm probably gonna get the hook and you don't want me freestyling. I can go all night too. But bienvenidos, welcome to Nuevo Mexico. We want to first acknowledge that we are all here on ancestral Tiwa territory. We want to honor Isleta Pueblo, Sandia Pueblo, all of our 19 Pueblo nations in New Mexico, our Apache tribes, Navajo Nation, and Hopi. We also want to acknowledge and honor the Atrisco land grant community and all the land grant communities in Nuevo Mexico, all our acequias, acequeros, and acequeras, and all our Chicano communities who have also been stewarding the land, water, and our community for many generations. First, we want to thank all the NLFR staff, the local organizing committee, volunteers, and community members that have made this Congreso and gathering possible. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. Also, if we just keep it going, we want to make some noise for all the hotel staff taking care of us and working hard to make this event possible. So thank you guys. We appreciate you all. And here in New Mexico, we love our shout outs. So I want to take this special moment to shout out our youth agricultural leadership crew from the International District and the South Valley of Albuquerque right over on that table. If you guys could please stand up. Thank you very much. I want to honor and acknowledge my mentor, Miguel Santisteban and Margarita Garcia and the Garcia Gonzalez family from Chamizal, who helped germinate me and nurtured me in our New Mexico culture and traditions. I also want to honor my mentors, Joaquin Lujan, Rudy Arredondo, Eugene Pickett, Louis Hina, Clayton Broscopy, Lorenzo Candelaria, and all the elders that have helped guide me and support me and help me along my way. So thank you. Lastly, I want to thank all our farmers, ranchers, earth stewards, our amazing migrant farm worker community who need our help and need us to join the fight in fighting for justice and equity for the people that grow our food and give us life. So can we make a round of applause for all the people that aren't here, that are on their rancho in their community here. So we wanted to just read last year's resolution. I don't know if I think it's just us up there. So I'm going to read it and just to kind of set context, and it really kind of frames what we're all about with youth and agriculture. We believe that youth are foundational and paramount in the future of sustainable agricultural development in our community, country, and across the world. We want to prioritize youth development and engagement in agriculture and harness resources and develop programs that will create the next generation of earth stewards, farmers, and ranchers, and help support our elder farmers and ranchers during this challenging time. We believe that we need to support youth internships and programs during the summer and the fall and the spring and all year round related to agriculture, food justice, community health, entrepreneurship, and earth stewardship. Internships can be for various ages and across grade levels P through 12 plus, and can be run through schools, nonprofits, and community organizations. Internships can help support local family farms. We also believe that it's important to have next level opportunities where a youth might enter into an internship, and if they continue working and join again, that there are promotions and more positions of leadership available. That way we can work with our young people as they grow and acquire new skills and a select few will be able to fill the jobs of tomorrow. We also believe that we need to create programs and internships throughout the year so youth aren't just working in the summer, but can continue to stay engaged and working throughout the year. Meaningful employment is so important, and a lot of our young people want jobs, but we need to create jobs in agriculture, ranching, and in food systems and community health related work to compete with other jobs that youth are receiving. We believe it is important to cultivate resources for intercultural exchanges where youth from different towns, cities, and regions can travel and work with other youth and adult allies in other areas to learn, grow, and professionally develop, as well as serve and learn from each other. One of the most influential experiences for our young people is to travel to another place and see people that are doing similar work and can learn and work together. We believe we need to partner with universities and community colleges to connect curriculum and courses to assisting and supporting local farmers and ranchers and community health organizations. Universities and community colleges have so many students and classes that we need coordination and organizing to ensure faculty and students are able to connect and either volunteer, get course credit, or eventually get degrees and certifications connected to farming and ranching, especially at universities and community colleges that don't typically work in agricultural related fields. I'm a UNM alum, so let's go UNM. Also, students and faculty could be conducting beneficial research to help assist farmers and ranchers in their work and development. We believe we need to support the creation of gardens, edible landscapes, and outdoor learning spaces in schools and in the community. School gardens can help lead the way in creating edible landscapes, producing food for families in need, growing and producing seeds, and helping train the next generation of farmers and ranchers. Schools can have a garden on their campus utilized by whomever is interested. They can have specific classes and curriculum connected to the garden, develop school garden resource teacher positions and garden elective and after-school programs, or even become STEAM agricultural science magnet schools. We need to work with schools, school boards, districts, and state legislatures to prioritize agricultural education in schools and in partnership with community and create and implement statewide acequia and land grant curriculum, which we're happy to report is happening. We believe we need to work with our state, county, and local entities and departments to create job positions and career pathways related to agriculture, farming, ranching, and creating edible landscapes. We'd like to see positions such as a community garden coordinator at our city parks and with the Parks and Rec Department, or county positions that focus on youth and agriculture, or statewide positions that could be coordinating and providing resources all across our state. This would allow for more career development and not just traditional farming and ranching occupations, but mixed in with our local, county, and state governments. So that was the resolution we wrote last year, and we're happy to report that we're pushing forward on all that. You know, there's so much to say. I kind of jotted down a couple things, but you know, I got 1 minute. So what do we need? We need help navigating USDA grants and federal resources with support staff that can help manage the grants while we do the work. We want to support the national movement in the creation of agricultural sciences magnet schools across our country and in our states and local communities. We want to return to our indigenous foodways and have that be the foundation for our public education that we provide our children, families, and community. How do we support our youth agricultural and ranching programs in the upcoming Farm Bill, in the next Farm Bill? How do we utilize public education to help incubate and create edible landscapes and agricultural ecological spaces within our communities and on our school campuses? We need to create youth agricultural leadership programs where we value youth to engage in farming and ranching, learn skilled labor, and give them opportunities to grow, to thrive, and to progress as they get older and continue to be involved and get promoted and given more leadership opportunities. Youth agricultural summer camps. I mean, youth creating edible landscapes at schools, libraries, senior centers, affordable housing spaces, homeless shelters, clinics, hospitals, city parks, city and county open spaces. And last, I wanted to emphasize, even though I already said it, we need intercultural youth exchanges where youth and adult allies are able to travel in their states, regionally, nationally, and internationally to build solidarity, learn from one another, and get ideas and inspiration that can strengthen our work. So, que viva los jóvenes y que viva la familia.
I don't think I could beat that. So, basically we talk about all day about supporting the youth and helping them in every way, but as you can see, I'm from the Chicago High School Agricultural Science. So I see these young students every day and they talk about agriculture, but they look kind of clueless. So instead of supporting them, let's start off by teaching them, planting the seed first. And then that way they know where to get the help, where we can get support them, where they need more support. So I think that as me and as an instructor, as the writing instructor here, I have my volunteers over there, my beautiful, beautiful students out there. They come out every day during their lunchtime and during the weekends. So they spend their time with me. Can you guys hear me now? Okay. So they come out helping me out and I learn them everything that I know. Because what I know is from my past instructors, and they pass their legacy to me. So I'm passing my legacy along with my instructors and legacy back to them. And that's how the young people of agriculture will pass along to the future. And it goes on and on and on. Because without us, they cannot move forward. So it's our job to teach them where they can get the support, how they can get the support, and teaching them what they're more interested in. Because once a young person finds their interest, the sky is not even the limit. They go out of space with that. So it's my job as an instructor for them is to teach them everything that I know. And not only that, finding even more information to help them in the future. So that way, overall, they could be the best agriculturalists they could be. So that's what makes our school so special, because we have so many opportunities for these kids, and it's kind of like pushing them to move out of their comfort zone. So just what Travis says, that we need to keep on pushing and finding more partnerships to help our youth get more interested in. And not only that, but like everybody, we have a lot of talented people in here. You guys are role models for these people, for these young people. They want to be you one day. I want to be you one day. So like you are a role model. So you think that you're doing something right, you probably are doing something right, because there's always a young person looking at you, always. So I just want to make a really big shout out to our principal and to Rudy and to Eugene for having a really amazing partnership with us. And thank you, everybody. I can't thank anybody enough for this great opportunity. And also with Travis, we'll be working really close together on making the youth even more powerful than it is today.
I want you to stand up after you say your last comment.
Oh, yeah. Could we get the Chicago School of Agricultural Sciences to just stand up so we could give them a round of applause? Let's make some noise. Chicago's in the house. And I just wanted to thank Rudy Arredondo and Eugene Pickett for their vision of really focusing in on youth for this Congreso. Tomorrow, we will be bringing 195 youth from across Albuquerque Public School District, including 45 middle school students from the middle school I teach at, to celebrate with us next door in Ballroom B. And so I hope that this is a seed that germinates and blooms and fruits, where we're bringing in youth every year as a part of this Congreso, and we bring in more and more youth, and just keep building these spaces for our young people to experience. And for us, youth work has always been intergenerational. And so this is the kind of youth work that we want to support, where our young people can grow and thrive with the mentorship of their elders. And it's a reciprocal relationship where we share medicine, we give each other strength, and we're here for the long haul. So viva la lucha y hasta la victoria.
Okay, don't go away. Don't go away, student. We want the Chicago people to come up quickly to the stage for a photo. The youth, New Mexico youth, all the youth up here.
Orale, New Mexico, here we go.
Just youth. Anybody over 65 is not youth. Come on up here, youth. Bring the youth up. We're gonna take a picture with Rudy. Bring the youth. And if somebody can find Mr. Pickett for me, I see him out in the hall. Kissy, can you spread out? Yeah, get the tall ones in the back and, I was never the tall one. I was the ugly one. Rudy, we need to get Rudy in here.
Rudy, you gotta get in here.
Get in the middle, Rudy.
Rudy, get in the middle.
This is not the middle, it's over there.
I just want to say, thank you so much to, the Albuquerque Public Schools as well as the Chicago Public School System for permitting these young people to be a part of this Congreso and to provide us with the eventual leadership that they're going to undertake. Principal Hook, thank you so much, sir. Lucille, thank you. And all the
Yeah, Ben Busso, okay, this is Allison, all the principals.
All the principals.
You want to get in the middle here, Rudy?
Get in the middle, Rudy.
And
I'm gonna
one
sneak
other
him over
thing,
here on the side.
You notice this is a charro outfit. And the reason that I'm wearing today is to pay tribute to those that come before us in terms of our ancestors. Emiliano Zapata, Pancho Villa, who started this land reform movement of which we are a part of from the get-go. And to let you know that the youth core that we're putting together, this is going to be your outfits to go and do the lobbying on Capitol Hill. Okay? So.
Okay, so I'm gonna say, the youth, and you say Viva. We're gonna do this 3 times. You ready? Okay, the youth.
Yeah.
The
Hey,
youth.
Mr. Pickett, come on.
The
Hey,
youth.
Mr.
Viva. Wait,
Mr.
Mr. Pickett.
Come on.
Okay, but,
Have to do the Viva otra vez.
get in the picture here.
Eugene. Come on, Eugene.
Get over here. Okay, one more time. A picture with Mr. Pickett.
Órale.
I may get this one. Father Loco.
Que viva! Que viva!
¡Viva!
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Program where we are.
Hey, Rudy, gracias.
I don't know about that.
Exit this way, because we're gonna exit that way.
Around these people on this panel, we go at least,
Okay.
Adele on this.
Are you staying up?
No, I'm good now. Thank you so much. Hey.
Oh,
no. Hey,
Arnold, yeah, but
Thank
all
you.
of these other ones,
Yeah, I'll have them over there. But
Okay.
Arnold got a piece right now.
all right,
okay.
thank you. All right, that was great. How about another applause for you? Want to thank the sister for doing the applause in Spanish. So we can be bilingual, trilingual, learn indigenous languages. Now for the documentary MOU development, I'd like to ask Arnold to come up. Arnold Trujillo, where are you, brother? Oh, he's there? Here he comes.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check.
Hey, Arnold. Do you want to talk from the chair? You want us to be up here? Okay. Don't stay there too long. No.
Good morning, good morning. They wanted me to talk about the MOU, so I have an MOU with National Ranchers and Farmers. And it's, I'm just so happy to have that because it formalizes my relationship as a documentarian. with the National Latinos. It's given me the opportunity to do a lot of really good documentary stuff through this past year since I've been associated with the National Latino Farmers. I'm from Taos. I've been a photographer for probably over 50 years and done all kinds of documentaries, but mainly documentaries about my culture, Mi Mundo, I call it. And one of the last documentaries I did, which I get the opportunity to do documentaries like this with National Latinos because it gives me the opportunity to focus in on some of the issues that impact the National Latino Farmers. And Rudy is the leader of that. He gives me ideas. We did a nice documentary on an issue that was recently happened last year here in New Mexico to dealing with feral cattle. And so that it spotlights issues that the people have related to the Forest Service. So the last documentary we just finished doing, which we're going to present today, is about the largest fire in New Mexico history. We call it La Lumbre, because when people talk about it up north, they call it the fire. So without any further ado, I'd like to present this video. It was done by me and Lawrence Gallegos, and of course with the help and support by the National Latino Farmers, the Western Landowners Association, and the Rural Coalition. So this video is going to hold it a second. This video will
New Mexico's worst forest fire in history.
This video will put a spotlight on the issues with FEMA and with the United States Forest Service. That's what I wanted to say.
The United States Forest Service has a prescribed burn. It burned over 341,000 pristine acres and hundreds of homes, displacing traditional land-based communities who have lived on the land for generations.
You have them close the
The
lights.
governor and the
auditorium lights,
entire
et cetera.
New Mexico congressional delegation are united in demanding that the federal government take responsibility and fully compensate those who have suffered losses through no fault of their own. And have introduced the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon Fire Assistance Act in Congress to that effect. Promises have been made at all levels of government, and real solutions are still lacking. The reality is that bureaucratic rules and regulations are inflexible and cannot deal with disasters in a meaningful and holistic way.
And we just loved it out here and so peaceful, and the fire started and we watched it burn a month before it actually got close enough to worry us that we're too close. We couldn't sleep. Decided it was time to leave. So we tried to pack up all our heavy equipment, our most expensive things that we need in order to live in this area, our tractors, our trailers, our vehicles. All the memorable stuff we put in a container that burned and lost everything that meant to us, our memories, our documents. We'll never get that back. Things that just meant to us. And when you have to go buy those things that you need, you always run short. So with that, you try to go to FEMA with the federal government who has claim responsibility for this. And they tell you that they will only help you to repair your home so that it's livable. And that's like the minimum, bare minimum that they will help you with, the barest. Anybody who's robbed and worked hard for what they have knows what it feels like for somebody to just come and take it from you in a snap without anything. You just feel violated and just like, you know, why did this happen to me? You took something of me that I worked hard for that was valuable and now it's just gone.
Because it is rough, let me tell you. I never had a mortgage in my life. We built that home 1971 with adobes. Every day we would make adobes to build our home, go to work, come back, do the same thing, just sleep there without even a shower, nothing. And it was like, it was so simple. It was so great, wonderful.
No, todo. I lost the vehicles, 2 vehicles, the house, big house, pretty house, trees in front of the house, red first and white first, everything, my well, everything. And we're homeless.
Because I'm not asking for, you know, overly, you know, I'm asking what's fair. What's fair for us? That's all I'm asking.
Yes, absolutely. Climate change does have a huge effect on the result of the fire and the aggression of the fire. You know, and I think people need to realize that things have changed so much over the years that our forests are not healthy. And so the forest fire was completely devastating to our forests that were not healthy to begin with at the beginning of the fire. And it roared through, making this fire the largest in New Mexico's history. So it roared through the northern mountains up near Las Vegas and Mora and Rosiella and those areas was completely devastating.
The largest burn, the largest forest burn, forest fire in New Mexico history. 350,000, almost 350,000 acres. My father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, and my great-grandfather all lived here. And my great-great-grandfather was one of the original recipients of the Las Vegas land grant. So there are still families and individuals in the burn area. And when I say the burn area, I'm talking about Mora land grant and area, Las Vegas land grant and area, Tecolote land grant and area. And then there are those land grants outside the area that didn't suffer from the burn, but suffered from the afterburn. And what is the afterburn? That's all the stuff that gets flushed down from the monsoons and basically decimates the watersheds. And that's exactly what's happened. So the other thing that I found out from a lot of people that went forward and met with FEMA is that I found out that initially they could not receive any funds because they didn't have an EIN number. They weren't registered with the county. Okay, so they helped them register with the county, but there was some problems for some of them because the houses that they lived in were on the land grant. They had been on the land grant since their great-grandparents, and they were adobe, and they hadn't been registered. And so in many cases, some of them had only recently started paying taxes on them. Like Miguel Martinez of Mineral Hill, you know, he was a lifetime rancher. Lifetime rancher, you can only put so much into Social Security. So in the end, you know, he's probably surviving on about $900 a month. It was his ranch that kept him fed and kept him going. Well, he escaped with the clothes on his back in his truck. And he had to open his chicken coop and his corrales and let all his animals out. And they're all gone. He went back, he couldn't find them. And now here we are, you know, another burn, this one tremendous. Because what was destroyed here is not only homes, ranches, barns, corrales, animals, the forest, trees, but the culture. The culture burned. And to bring everybody back in the same mode with the same vision of the future, and other generations to follow is probably going to be the most difficult thing, because culture died with this fire in this area. And it's very important to bring it back.
The timber here, it was
pristine and beautiful, and we use it for firewood and for building our structures, you know, whatever we need. That's where I cut my timber on both sides of the valley. But as you can see, all gone now. Here, the flames were so high, like all of that was about, all the flames were about 50, 100 feet high. Close to 70-mile-an-hour wind. The government has admitted that they did wrong. So I'm hoping that what was wrong is made into a right. Y esperamos que todo salga, todo salga bien y completo y que nos ayuden. Nosotros estamos teniendo un tiempo muy difícil y quisiéramos que necesitamos la ayuda malamente. Tenemos que estamos regándole a los que que están en poder de ayudarnos, que nos ayuden y le rogamos siempre a nuestro Padre Jesús Nazareno que nos ayude. No tenían title para el lugar, so FEMA won't pay anything. That's and then the next one down is el Darren Nolan. También se le quemó la casa. Ahí están con dos RVs, pero I think they had, se me hace que tenían insurance. Y so but they're living in 2 RVs. Then the next one down no se quemó, pero the next one was Sam Arthur. También a él se le quemó ahí, la miras ahí en la esquinita hasta el trailer. Y luego se le quemó a los Gómez, la homestead de los Gómez up on top of the hill, Terremote, and then Jerry Gomez burnt down. And then from there, almost all those houses, all the way to Manuelitas, almost, I'd say 80% of them, all of them burnt down. Oh, es una tristeza, dile. Es un desmadre y un infierno. 3 other smaller barns. And then the greenhouse, and of course the garden, which we had it set up with a hail screen, all of that melted. And then of course you can see my rototiller. And then as far as equipment, stock trailer, 3 flatbed equipment trailers, the John Deere rototiller, 3 other John Deere sickle bar mowers. Of course, I think I mentioned my stock trailer and my grain drill, my wood splitter, and the 8 by 30 walk-in cooler that we used for storing our produce and meat, and all of that burnt. And as you can tell, and then my 3 wells and 1 solar well, which is up, all the panels broke. So all of that, we're gonna have to start from scratch. Es un desmadre, pardon the word, pero nos ha metido buena chinga. Pardon the word again, but that's exactly how I feel. You can see the surrounding landscape. This is all pristine, beautiful. All this area had been thinned to comply with USDA standards as far as tree health and everything. And you can see that they were pruned on bottom end, and everything gone. Everything is gone. Over 100 acres of timber and woodland, all gone. It's a good thing I had a 20-gallon little tank with a pump that runs off of the cigarette lighter, and I was able to save my house and my garage. The folks here are very resilient, and you have to be of all trades, and the people are very accommodating and helpful. In this area, in the norte de Nuevo Mexico, we're just a small clan of race that's Spanish and Native American, and we all know how to sustain ourselves and each other and help each other out. We practice self-sustainability, and part of that we like to share. Imagine in donations from the community, And to me, all my firewood burnt down. All my firewood burnt down, and they brought me a half a truckload of wood. Can you imagine the generosity? That's why I say all the people in this area have really pulled together to sustain and help each other out, because we're all in the same boat.
One thing I see is they're pushing a lot. Yeah. For us to get the help with the resources and everything to get out here. So I commend her on that, you know. It's just FEMA and all these other ones are like real slow, man. It's like, and I'm not. You could ask. I'm not a type of guy to say, well, we need to do this, and I'm going to sit here and wait for them to come and do it. I got to get it done, and that's it. And we were here till April 22nd. I evacuated my family, and we evacuated the cattle 2 weeks before, and then we evacuated. I evacuated my kids and the pets and my wife out of here about 6 o'clock in the morning Friday, and I went and set them up at Story Lake, and I came back over here and I stayed ripping everything out that I could with the tractor, and I left no grass. I ripped everything out. I was trying to save my house, and I left here about 15 after 5, and I believe by 6:30 or so, my house was done. It burned. Just went. The fire came down to here. As far as I'm understood, the fire was 92 miles an hour that day. And the wind, and it was coming down to right here. It didn't matter how, look at where the closest tree is, you know? And just the heat itself ignited my house. And we lost it all. We lost everything. We left with the clothes on our back. That's other than with a little bit of stuff we saved in here, the family, the travel trailer. We pretty much lost everything. The Suburban I used, the black one, that one melted all on one side. So we just have it covered with a tarp seat. Hopefully we find another one so we can maybe pull out the engine and tranny and put into another one to keep that. So, but yeah, we lost everything. So it was good. Life was good. It was all right. We had everything. We had everything we needed. Yeah, now I have nothing. So I'm back to where I was 35 years ago.
Cañón de Manelitas is more commonly known. And yeah, we don't even know what date it happened because we were evacuated and couldn't get in there. So when we finally got in, well, it was burnt to the ground. And basically came through the grass because the trees are just wide enough away from it. But our biggest concern was when we found out that the Forest Service was doing tonteadas there in the springtime. You get wind to distribute the seed, and that's when they turned on these fires. There was even an extra fire that had been smoldering for probably 2 or 3 months, and it was under some cover. But anyway, the two were the serious ones, and we'd be watching the winds because 10 minutes would be going north, another 10 minutes would be coming toward us, another 10 minutes it turned, the wind. They were that variable, and you'd think these guys would have known that, considering the fact that that's their job, and they're usually out there. They shouldn't spend too much time in the office. But the saddest part of all was FEMA has a place here at one of the local schools, And when I went there for an interview, I'm listening, it's a pretty large room. And they were interviewing viejitos all around the place. And they kept, what I kept hearing from them was, okay, you don't qualify, but if you go down the hall, you can go see SBA and get a loan. And what do you secure it with? You know, I mean, the irony of the thing is we burned it down. Now we're telling you to use that as security. It got kind of frustrating. And I finally says, you know, the money that you guys spent to come down here, you could have stayed in your cushy offices and just turned us down from up there by phone and saved the taxpayer a lot of money.
And it just got totally out of control, man. It's one of the biggest fires in the state of New Mexico, and this is just part of it. We still have another 50 miles down that way that burned. Here and there, not everything got burned, but most of it. And everything is like gone to waste. Now, I don't know what I'm going to do with this property now. I hope they give me a break on my taxes because I don't think it's worth what it was. So maybe they'll cut me a little slack there, but.
So is this a piece of property that's been in your family for years or?
Yeah, well, it was bought. My dad owned part of it. Then he bought a few pieces here and a section there, kind of just put one big piece together here. And that's how it got to be the Nolan Ranch. Yeah. Well, of that burnt, I'd say it's about 300 acres there of timber there that went down. And a lot of it doesn't look burnt, but if you go walk in there, well, you know,
Yeah.
not only that, but a lot of game, like I saw a herd of turkeys that was just toasted in there.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, coyotes, a lot of dead birds in there, rabbits. I never expected that to happen here. See, you read about it elsewhere, you hear about it, but then one day it just happened here, you know, earthquakes or tornadoes or fires elsewhere, but I never expected that to happen here. I mean, man. And worst of it is the government started this fire.
Yeah.
I just hope that they can compensate me for it one day. They're responsible for it. They admit it. They take total responsibility, but they're not really helping us out very much, that they take full responsibility.
Well, personally, it affected me in my property because most of my property is forest land. Okay. So really, most of my timber got burned, and then came the floods, you know, because I live on the east side of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, right at the foot of the mountains, and the fire went up, you know, down all the way down. So when the rain started coming down, all the area on the east side of the mountain, you know, just came down, bringing all kinds of debris all the way down to my property. So I'm really expecting some kind of compensation for the losses of my natural resources that I have there. We had just finished harvesting the wood for the winter. I had 8 cords of wood that it doesn't even seem that they were there. They were already locked, split, and everything, ready for the winter. They're going to make recommendations, you know, so that people can get compensated, because really the fire wasn't really caused by nature. It was really actually caused by man. And also the governor also said that she was going to follow up on, you know, and see if maybe she can also provide some kind of monies, you know, for the people. Because the fire also came up from the top, way up the top up there. You know, it keep going and going up and down and whatever. And then it started going to the other side. Okay. And that fire also, you know, it lasted for over a month burning.
To me, it's
priceless, you know. They asked me to sell some or to whatever. I said, no, it's not for sale. Because right here, I said, this is land grant. And when you're inside property, the land grant, you're not supposed to sell it. I just will handed it down to my kids and it will be going on generation after generation. Telling them, no, you can't sell it. You have to give it to your, you know, relatives or whatever. And if you run out of relatives, you just give it back to the land grant. Let the land grant not sell it, but give it to somebody. Yeah. For beneficial use, you know, big here, whatever.
And we lost, I lost a lot, like 24 acres of my property, and I lost a lot of belongings and stuff, you know, my husband lost a lot of cars, flatbed trailers, you know, stuff like that. And just fighting with the insurance.
Yeah, I'm so glad.
And we shouldn't have to be even going to our insurance. Because
You should come to us to offer.
you know, the government should be the ones compensating us for that. I fought quite a bit with my insurance. I just settled with them last month and I still didn't, they depreciated everything that I lost. Like, now I just found out a little bit more. So,
I mean, there are some resources, but if you don't know about stuff like this happening, I'm sure a lot of a lot of our neighbors have no idea. We found out because we work together and I saw it on the internet and I let her know about it. But like I said, a lot of our neighbors that were affected probably wouldn't even know about it. No, I've never been reimbursed for, you know, having to evacuate and, you know, be away from my home. I only stayed in town for 2 days because I was away from my home and I went back. I live in Cañoncito.
Coming all the way up here from
Santiago.
Yeah, well, you head back there.
And we never,
we
I mean,
went back and
I
they were
always
late
brought up the
October.
point to Dorothy that our little community is never brought up in anything. It's always Las Vegas and Mora. But our community that was affected has, it's really just kind of been forgotten about.
We have property up there by Morphe Lake. Fortunately, ours was the house that survived. We were on the front page, the house was on the front page of the Albuquerque Journal. Unfortunately, 186 acres of timberland burned. And my biggest concern is that timber has a value. And we are told by multiple agencies that yes, they can come in and knock down the timber, but they're gonna leave it lay, which is absolutely ridiculous, because if it has a value and it's just gonna waste, that makes no sense to me at all. And we've contacted several agencies, and it's been very overwhelming and kind of confusing. And this agency can do this, but it can't do that. They send you to another agency. It's overwhelming, and I think that there could be a better process, more streamlined process to do this. They are trying to help, and we have had some help. We did get help from, I believe it was the Forest Department. They did put our gates back up, but there's so many other things that need to be taken care of, the little details. And it's like I told them, yeah, the fire's over. Yeah. But now the big problem starts. And the big problems are the fencing, the sequoia, the debris, the timber that's burned, those sorts of things and minute details that need to be taken care of. And it's mind boggling. So no, it's not over. It just started. So yeah, those are our concerns.
That we're fifth generation here. Again, repeated, my great, somebody count, grandfather, father and son team, Blas and Juvencio, came here as workers with teams of oxen to log the place. They built a house, which is actually our bunkhouse down below. I'll show you that in a little while. As a result of that, the house compound started in this area here. My grandfather, Fidel Ortega, had this house built the cornerstone was set May 20th of 1911. Not a lot, but several organizations have stepped forward in an attempt to help us that have been impacted by this fire. FEMA, I think a lot of people hear about FEMA and how they address disasters, things like that. USDA, Department of Agriculture Farm Service Agency has programs, but this event doesn't fit any of their models. It seems like it's not there. As a former employee of the Department of Agriculture Farm Service Agency, I can clearly tell you that a couple of the programs they're talking about just don't fit. I'm not saying that they're bad programs. It's just was never designed for what we're dealing with. So people have to be aware of that. Our experience with FEMA here was a very interesting experience, and Kara had a lot of dealings with it. I gave up on FEMA about third time in with them, and you stayed a little longer. So what did they? It was funny what they did.
We went to Ron went to the Memorial Middle School and he signed up with FEMA, and
they couldn't come online. None of their equipment worked. They were totally disorganized. So I punted it to Carol.
Well, but during that time, they told you, they asked you, what was the damage of your place? And we're still like, well, we don't know. You know, we hadn't come up here. We were still, it was like the day after that day. And so Ron signed up with them. And then like 3 days later, we got a letter in the mail saying you're rejected. You don't qualify for anything. Goodbye. And he's like, well, what the heck? I thought they're supposed to be here to help. And I said, I bet you somebody checked the box someplace on a computer or didn't check a box. That's usually what happens. So then they came up to our local fire station and I went and I dealt with them. And I asked the lady, I explained what happened. And I said, did somebody check a box or didn't check a box? She goes, no, they checked the box. And I said, well, we have fire damage or we have smoke damage and there's ash in the house and there's this and that. And I'm not sure about, structure of roof or anything was affected. And so she unchecked the box, and about 3 days later, a man from FEMA showed up out of Dallas and was started doing assessment, but he would never come in the house. He says, well, I can't go in the house because of COVID. But he started saying, well, what rooms do you have in the house? He said, okay, well, you'd be allotted like a refrigerator, your freezer, and, your washing machine, electronics, because we didn't know if the electronics were going to work or, give us problems after being without power for so long. So anyway, lo and behold, he just stayed out with his little iPad, just kind of scratching around and doing his assessment. And then he left. And probably about 2 weeks later,
something about that time,
Ron saw a payment of $300 hit his bank account from FEMA. They gave it to us for cleaning supplies. And then the letter of explanation came in saying we had $300 for cleaning supplies. That was it.
And you just eventually just walk away and you just say, this is not help. This is not what we need now. And I think they'd be a little better organized, but why would a person think that? I don't know. It's true. That's true. Of course, you think the Forest Service would have learned something when they almost burned down Los Alamos in 2000 with Cerro Grande for a prescribed burn. You'd think that they would have learned one simple thing. If winds are predicted at over 40 miles an hour, and if your moisture content in your materials is below a certain percentage, and you'd think that they'd have the right number of crew on hand to address a fire, they'd learn something, but apparently they didn't.
I would like to see some type of restoration, cleanup. I don't know about the trees, maybe. You think about a lot of possibilities, maybe they can come and bring one of those machines, where they debark. Just get a debarker and cut these trees and debark them now that they're kind of like green or whatever, and use them for something, maybe lumber, maybe taking them out and mulching them or whatever. There's some possibilities, that you can probably do something with them. Because it's a shame if you're just gonna let them there dry up and I don't know. The place will look bare for sure.
You thin it, you clear the dead end down, you get a program, a Civilian Conservation Corps program, and you go in there and you plan it 5 years in advance. All the money that went to putting out this fire, over $1 billion, could have taken care of 5 years of 2,500 workers in that same forest, and they would have been able to clear it and thin it. And then there could have been a fire, because then it's a healthy fire. It's not a healthy fire when the forest is dead. It's not a healthy fire when it's too dense and it's got dead and down all over it. So if they didn't learn anything from it, I don't know what to say.
Fire and its ally wind are unstoppable. Climate change ignored. A people intimate with the land denied. Cultural knowledge unheard. That which has sustained for generations is gone. Homeless, landless. Resilience remains.
You gotta be short because we're running over time.
I just want to say that this can be accessed on YouTube. Just search La Lumbre en Nuestra Floresta.
There's a difficult documentation of government programs and cultural existence that don't match up. So you can't put a price on all the equipment people bought over the years and haven't burned, their wells destroyed. An adobe house, which culturally there is no price, and the people who priced it on the market don't know, because it was a labor of love. It wasn't a contractor come in and did that. So that's why we have to talk to people so they quit sending $300 checks. Most of us don't have insurance to do that. And I had my house burned, and I was lucky that I had, in hindsight, bought the premium package, but I've seen so many other houses burned where people didn't have insurance in it. You never recover from that. So thank you, Arnold, for doing the film. It was good. It's painful to hear from the hearts of, people even having to go back and repair the sequias. So our next panel is, this is a good one to follow up as, which is climate change. So we have Jaime Chavez, Ron Ortega, Rigo Lopez, Alicia Rodriguez, and Eric Zamora. Are y'all in the house? Who's ever in the house, come on and up so we can get started. This is an important one. As people say, climate has nothing to do with the existence of stuff, but we've seen it all over the United States and internationally. Is that all of us? Okay, whoever wants to start, and we're on a time limit, so.
How much time do we have? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, you have 1 minute.
1 minute, okay.
Because of your personality.
I'll-
No, you've got about 4 minutes each.
I'll do a quick introduction. My name is Rigo Lopez. Full name is Rigoberto. I work for USDA and RCS. I'm the acting state conservationist for New Mexico, substituting for Javier Montoya, who is the actual state con, who is on a detail for in Washington as the regional conservationist. So do we just introduce everybody?
No,
So this is kind of the section for us is climate, regional climate crisis. It's actually kind of ideal as I took this on as a substitute, I will say. But it really ties into what I was gonna kind of speak about is my part. And it was unfortunate again to have a fire, the largest fire in New Mexico's history, go through that area. Obviously, as it's been mentioned several times, our department has assumed responsibility for it. So one of the things that we've tried to do is to try to assist local folks in that area to try to address obviously the devastation that's occurred in that area. Obviously, there's no way that we can ever pretend or try to address all that's been lost there. Again, our agency is a conservation agency. So one of the things that we like to address is our resources. And obviously the folks in that area are dealing with a lot. The last thing they want to have to deal with is the flooding that's occurring afterwards and the devastation that the fire caused. So what our agency has done as part of some of the work that we're trying to do to help folks in that area is to come in and work with those local folks to address those issues that have occurred, namely the flooding and some of the issues with the fires. We have some programs within the agency that we administer. The emergency watershed protection program is what we've been using in that area. We've been out there since the fire stopped and we were allowed to get in that area, do our assessments and to begin to work with those folks to try to address those issues. We did request some funds from our agency. We requested what we call through a DSR damage survey report, 133 million for that area to address some conservation measures to try to help and mediate some of the problems we're having in that area. Through the program, what we've been doing in that area right now, working with landowners, obtaining permission to be able to do, we've taken some of the issues that were brought up, the timber that's sitting there. We've worked with local landowners to come in and mulch those trees, and that mulch is being flown onto private property once we obtain permission to put on those areas that were severely and moderately burned. We then are going to seed those areas, are seeding those areas right now currently. We started back in the first part of September. We'll continue through the end of this month. Then snows will probably stop that. But all of that is being done to control some of the erosion, to control the flooding issues that we're having downstream. That's all being done on private land. Obviously, our sister agency, the Forest Service, did a lot of work on their areas, their forest land, which they control. We've also worked with local landowners. We harvested local seed to use in that area that's adapted to that climate, adapted to the soils, adapted to that rainfall or precip zones. And that's what we're flying on also as part of the program to try to alleviate some of the erosion and flooding problems that we're having in that area. We also have a second DSR that we've submitted. We're waiting for funding for that, approximately 220 million. Those monies will be used to install structural practices, point source protection structures to protect homes where we have homes still standing and homes that have been built and rebuilt to protect those areas. We'll have structures similar to diversion. We're installing HESCO baskets that control a lot of the erosion and flooding that occurs there. This is going to be a long-term program. It's not going to address it immediately, but we have plans to have some work continue in the spring to install those practices. We'll have some trash racks, some sediment basins that will be installed, again, to control some of that sediment that's coming down that we'll continue to have every year for the next 2-3 years, or maybe more, depending on the intensity of those rainfall events. We also have are in the works of working with our sister agency, the Forest Service, to install some watershed structures to again prevent some flooding. Those are going to be big sediment basins, basically, that will help alleviate the issues with sedimentation. 1 minute, I'm sorry. Hopefully, yes. So hopefully we have that in place and we hope to work with our sister agency on this and try to install those measures. Again, those are long-range plans that we hope will address some of the concerns that will be there for a good while in the Las Vegas and Mora and Sapeo and Rosiada area. Hopefully, we can continue to work with our landowners. That's usually where we run into issues, is trying to get permission to install these measures. If we don't have permission, we just can't get in there. So hopefully, those are the plans that we have in place. That's what we're doing right now. It ties in with a lot of the climate, regional climate crisis that we're in. Obviously, this fire, as I said before, our agency has admitted to having started this. But again, there's a bigger picture here with the climate issues and concerns that producers are going to have to deal with. The agency and our secretary are committed to that. We have some programs that are coming. I want to steal the thunder for our speaker at lunch, but we do have some programs that are going to be available to producers and to groups. Sorry. Thank you.
I'll make it short as my name is Alicia Rodriguez and I'm with the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service. I work for Rigoberto Lopez here. I'm here out of the Albuquerque State Office and I work with I'm the Assistant State Conservationist for Partnerships. And I just want to echo what Rigo said in terms of the things that we're doing, but want to say that within USDA and RCS, we have a lot of passionate people that are working on this. I know that we get a lot of criticism, but we also do have people that are very passionate helping people. And the folks that are working up in the area are from that area, are employees, and so they too have been affected. But they are very knowledgeable, very compassionate, and very hardworking. They've worked many hours, so we are doing our best. And I know that there is a lot more to do, but we do have people that care. And I want to say that I've been with NRCS 6 years, but I've been with USDA 33 years, and the passion that I see here in New Mexico about the land and the help that they can provide, and making sure that folks are aware of the resources that we can provide, just makes me proud to work for NRCS. And we're here, and if you have any questions, we have offices in Las Vegas that covers the Cañoncito, Guadalupita, Gallinas, those areas. While we might not mention some of the towns specifically, we are in those areas. And I'm very proud that we have the folks that are working there that are very passionate for the cause.
Testing, there it is. Okay, buenos dias. My name is Eric Zamora. I am the Chief Operations Officer with the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District here in Albuquerque. Quick show of hands, how many Middle Rio Grande farmers do we have in the room? We saw Wagner Farms here earlier. See a few others here. Okay. A little bit about myself. I'm an engineer by profession. I'm a farmer and rancher by passion, and I am a husband and father by purpose. I've been with the district since this summer. I just started with the district this summer, so I'm still learning a lot. And wanted to thank Mr. Pickett for giving me the opportunity to speak today at about 8 o'clock this morning. So I've got my notes here. I'll go through those real quick. In 2022, this irrigation season, the district started its irrigation season in a deficit within our compact with Texas. We owe Texas 127,000 acre feet of water. And to give you some perspective on what that number means, the district will use, on average, rough numbers, about 150,000 acre feet of water in one irrigation season. So we roughly owe Texas one season of irrigation water. And we haven't even compiled this year's deficit. We were in a deficit as of September of this year. We had a very good September, very good October when it comes to monsoon, the 10th wettest monsoon on record, which is going to help us out a little bit, but it's not going to help us out that much. We need the snowpack. And when we talk about snowpack, one important factor to consider is when we say average snowpack, what does that mean? Depending on which data set you use, you're looking at a 30 to 40-year average of snowfall records. And so as we are looking at this new average, those wet periods from the 80s, that average is starting to drop off. What we're seeing is those wet years in the 80s are falling off of the data set. And so our new average is starting to drop. So when we talk about 80% of snowpack average, we're not talking about this number. We're now talking about 80% of this number. So we're down here now. And so that's an important thing to consider when we talk about snowpack averages. And we did start with less than average snowpack this year. Knowing that, the district committed to the compact and to our biological opinion requirements for providing water and to the silvery minnow and other species. The district committed to diverting less than 50% of the water in the river that was available to us. And so that's as our farmers know, we had a really rough May and June. Again, the 10th wettest monsoon on record. That was a godsend, and it got us through the year. It's getting us through the year. We will continue operations through this weekend, which we haven't done in a while. That's the October 31st cutoff for us. So with that, I will jump into some of the programs looking forward when it comes to drought resiliency. Gabby Coughlin is sitting in the back corner. She's waving her hand. She's an agronomist and soil scientist with the Conservancy District. This is an investment the district has made in drought resiliency. Gabby's got programs that can help you out. Catch her after the meeting or during the meeting, and she can get you information. We're also making an investment in infrastructure. As they say, you can't manage what you can't measure. Through Water Smart grants and through other funding sources, we're building new levels of instrumentation, measuring devices, metering devices, as well as participating in the reconstruction of the El Lado Dam. El Lado Dam is where the district stores its irrigation water, and we have not been able to store water this year because of the construction. We won't be able to store next year, and we may not be able to store the year after that. So I'll be around for the conference. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me back there now? My name is Ron Ortega. I'm probably the only one that's not with an agency right now, but I represent, own, and operate the Cañón del Medio Ranch. Yes, I was the guy up on the screen there that they interviewed. And yes, the fire did impact us. And briefly, you saw my home. You saw the foundation of where we went back from 1870 to present. I'm 5th generation there, and Kara, my wife, who was on that screen, together we've raised the 6th generation. Andrew, our son, at 33, and our daughter Selena at 30. Climate change, is it real? I don't know, but I can tell you this. In 1974, from graduating from high school there in Las Vegas, Mom and Dad and Grandpa insisted that I do something besides spend my life on a horse and horseback. And they insisted I go to New Mexico State University to get educated. Well, I went down to New Mexico State and got an education, roped a lot, had a lot of fun, a couple of degrees. To be honest with you, first one I can't remember too much about. Second one, definitely learned, but then there'd been 4 years with the United States Navy in between. Long story short, when I returned and started farming and ranching in 1987, it was great. I had the financial backing. I had the know-how with the finances. Everything was going good till 1997. 1997, the Guaymas River went dry. The drought set in. I had penciled everything to be a successful farm, rancher, cow-calf operation, but I never penciled in a drought. Never penciled in the drought. With 1 minute left, what I can tell you is that if you are in farming and ranching or thinking of being in farming and ranching, to those young people back there, it's not for the weak of heart. One setback after another. Is it rewarding? I think it is, but you definitely have to do your homework. You definitely have to be very light on your feet because things change and you best be able to do multiple things with your life. 1 minute left. I was an ag teacher. I served as a county commissioner. I worked for the USDA Farm Service Agency. I've been self-employed in construction and time's up. I'll visit with you more, but I can sure tell you farming and ranching in New Mexico right now, and I think across the nation is really, really tough.
Thank you. I apologize again about the time. Thank you, and you'll exit that way. Our next panel is, before lunch, is on hemp, cannabis, resolutions. I don't know what cannabis is, but I'm sure I'll find out. I'm a liar also. So we're gonna have Leonard Salgado, Kathy Caldwell, Stephen Stempleton, and Matt Byrne. You're ready. Let's make it tight and right. Come on. Okay, well, let the other people get on. Okay, we're gonna be tight, folks. Don't light up while you're here.
We would never.
Is it still morning? Thank you very much. We are the only thing between you and lunch. So we're going to speak really fast up here and try to get our message across. Certainly, we are going to be here for the duration of the conference. So please, if you have any other questions for for myself or from the other members of the panel, please see us. Again, my name is Leonard Salgado. I'm a hemp farmer and also a cannabis producer, licensed cannabis producer here in New Mexico. And certainly, I do want to welcome each and every one of you to the conference. I'm also a member of the planning committee here for Albuquerque. So, bienvenidos. As we talk about hemp and a little bit about cannabis, more on the cannabis side tomorrow, but on the hemp side, it has certainly been an industry of challenge and opportunity across the country. But there has been constant change within our industry. The panelists are going to talk about those, but let me just quickly summarize. The resolutions for 2021 talked about forming hemp subgroups, creating a more of a cooperative network of resources. Also on the legislative side, we outlined that there needs to be some changes, hopefully with this upcoming farm bill, as it relates to the threshold of hemp from 0.3 to 1%. That would certainly help a lot. Certainly, there's legislative issues that we need to address. Certainly looking at designating hemp as more of a commodity. We've also, part of the resolution was to talk about or to identify educational resources for the industry, because as many of you know, and certainly the panelists can appreciate, that there's a lot of education that still needs to be done, because we certainly deal in an industry that has a lot of negative stigma associated with it. And so thank you. And so that was also a part of it. The other part of it is banking and credit processing services that are associated and provide challenges for our industry as well. That being said, let me just touch on the first part of that, which is education. And I think we may have a quick slide to bring up the educational piece. One of the things that we've been able to identify here in New Mexico is working with a company called Seedcrest. They've developed some great educational material for those individuals looking to get into the industry, for educators across the state, and certainly these are it's applicable to educators anywhere in the country, and also at the legislative level, information that can help them as well. But that being said, I'm going to turn it over to the first panelist, which I believe is going to be Matt. Matt, you're going to go for, Stefan, go ahead.
Start it off. Thanks, Leonard. So first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Stephen Templeton, and I, first of all, I'm a member of the DC chapter of the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association. I'm also a senior market manager for Latino farmers and University District of Columbia, the Farmers Market of Van Ness and Bertie Bacchus. And I'm an active member of the District of Columbia's resilience teams, both with HCMA and Department of Health and various other organizations to support our nation's capital. That said, a lot of my work in the past has been working as a contractor for Department of State, USAID, United Nations World Food Program, organizing food drops in Africa, Middle East, often war affected in disaster areas. In 2020, while working with the District of Columbia's DC Trace Force as a member of the pandemic response in the nation's capital, I had a long conversation with a deep, close personal family friend for many decades, who happens to be, at the time was one of DC's most well-known jazz musicians and composers, who also teaches at the University of District of Columbia. And we had to talk about how to respond. And we're both, we share one thing, we're acidified country boys who escaped the farm when we were teenagers and found ourselves driven back by the pandemic. So Pete Muldoon sitting next to me is the founder of Muldoon Hemp, and I'm proud to say I'm a senior partner of the farm and its operations, and we are very happy to be here.
Well, thank you. So one of the things, I guess the resolutions that we talked about last year, we were trying to put together, one of the things that we were trying to do is put together a co-op, and we're already working with we got a group of farmers that we work with, and we share facilities, equipment, and but we came into an issue because of antitrust laws. Processors and producers couldn't be in the same co-op, so we tried to go through this local nonprofit, Appalachian Sustainability, but they were not interested in. They're a great organization, but they're very anti-cannabis, so we needed to create something in the hemp, that could cater to the hemp business, and also maybe complement some of the things they don't have. So we put together this organization, Appalachian Agricultural Foundation, Appalachian AF is short, and we have because we don't just grow. We grow a lot of different things, and I think diversifying farms is going to be really important. I think small farmers are going to be really important for food security. And so there's a couple of goals that we have, and our main one is to create markets like similar what the ASD does, helping with transport, helping with shipping, creating markets, and they take 20% and help facilitate a lot of sales and help people get started growing. The other thing, forest farming is something that we're starting to work on, and sustainable wild harvest like starroot, bloodroot, golden seal, ginseng, and those are right now there's a big issue with poaching, and in order for this to be sustainable, we've got to work with landowners and pickers and help organize that. And then one of our partners, Zia, has a small water company that he supplies the local town and supplies a lot of farmers, and he's getting bullied right now, getting a lot of pressure from big conglomerates, specifically Nestle. These 10 coal miner billionaires. These coal miner billionaires got this $10 million in grants, I think from VDAC to attract Nestle so they can suck the mountains dry. And I think it's going to be important for us to, as stewards of the land, we've got to have control over our water. And so I think all right, well, let me get through real quick, so things like that, also getting bull, like a Wagyu bull to help farmers like cross their Angus so we can have cows that will marble like grazing, because finishing process is so expensive. And anyways, I guess I don't have time to really go over all of this, but that's what we're trying to do.
Thanks for that, Pete. Just to bring it in short, we see and we advocate for linking the hemp and as an extension of that cannabis industry in the context of rural development to urban resilience. There's a pipeline there for structure. And if we put in the correct structures, both legal, financial, legislative, and some legislative coherence with the assistance of organizations like USDA, we can do a lot of good, and we can move this thing from the gray market into a correct and proper framework. That's what we're saying.
All right. I'm Matt Byrne with Western Fiber. We are a company that's an ag waste manufacturing company. We're a raw materials, organic waste manufacturing company. How we come into the mix is we're behind what we call farm-oriented development. I sit here and we listen to how much help's available to come the earlier sessions in this meeting today, to as we sit here and look at the resolutions that we tried to come up with, hemp being such a big topic, and it's scary. But my journey to Western Fiber, I'd like to spend a couple of my minutes to show the journey to Western Fiber of I'm a wannabe farmer. I wanted to be a farmer since I was 13 years old. I drove my first silage wagon on my grandpa's place, and don't tell my mom, but we did take a dip of that skull. And my little brother and I were behind the silo and questioning our decisions, but I never questioned that I wanted to be a farmer. I grew up in Oklahoma, right on my grandpa's farm. My family had moved there, and my dad was a salesman and my mom was the farmer's daughter. So we moved there to the farm. And what I didn't learn through 1980 and 1990s, whether the farm was struggling. I was going to school to be a farmer, and over 4 years going through two of Oklahoma's agricultural universities, I learned that you can't write a 100-year farm plan as an entry-level farmer, that I wasn't going to pass debt to my children. So I followed my dad's footsteps, went corporate America. That turns into being able to move a lot of money for guys that don't stand behind their word. And that's where I met Mike McGuire. I left corporate America after a resume that I don't care to talk about anymore. It has a lot of decimals and a lot of zeros for guys that mismanage that money. So when I found Mike McGuire, I told him I want to be a farmer. I jumped into CBD, THC, hemp, anything that came through Oklahoma, and I fell into a normal track that happens with CBD and farmers. My grandpa taught me to be honest and trusting, and I traveled the country. I met CBD farmers, and they called on me and said, "You have a lot of land, you're going to make a whole lot of money." And 4 years later, I was still telling Mike, I want to be in hemp, but this isn't right. So the thing he taught me over the last 4 years that I want to echo is farm-oriented development. He told me when your farm can become its own biggest customer, that's when we start writing things. That's when we start writing the ship. And it took me a long time because I went through Oklahoma State University that had trained me to go work for the big guys, and that to use some of the programs that weren't most beneficial for me, or not how to manage them properly. So in full circle to the resolutions in the last year, there was a point that we set, and as Western Fiber, we're on this mission to be able to use ag waste to turn the tide, to build climate resilient housing. So there was a time last year that we set with Rudy and so many other great people that we were working forward, and we're progressing in California. We converted a cotton gin to be able to process the cotton stalks, to be able to process the hemp stalks, agroforestry waste. There's a big combination of using everything from the farm. Thank you. And as we mentioned in these videos, or we see in the videos, even the burned forest, we can bring in simple machines to the farm now. We'll be talking about it a lot more in depth tomorrow, but with a couple of simple machines, we can bring them to the farm. You can process, I'll give you an easy calculation that farmers should be able to calculate with. 9 bales equals 1 home or 1 building. And when you can take it in and take 9 bales, whether now we're talking farmer math, we're talking cotton stalks, we're talking hay bales, we're talking straw bales, hemp. Hemp will come in and help us in a lot of ways that hemp does. We know it does a lot of great things, but in addition to those other fibers that we have on the farm, the burnt timber, we have a partner out of Colorado that has a contract with the forestry department to make biochar out of those trees that we're putting into the soil, that we're putting into the homes. That when I say we put it into the homes, we take a simple machine, we grind it all up, and it's very similar to traditional building methods. But as you start filling it, it makes it something so much more than just, we don't like the word affordable house or tiny home or transitional home. And if I may ask for 30 extra seconds to close this out, 33 seconds. What we want to say is that it makes it a climate resilient home. It makes it not burn down. It hurts my heart to watch these videos when we now, I was talking about the resolution from last year. We no longer have to ask you to close your eyes and envision this house that we're building. We have house 0 done. We're not the guys to go to the next 2,000 homes. We need a lot of bales, which means we need a lot of farmers. We need a lot of help, which means we need a lot of workers. And the way that I started, that I got out of corporate America, we need a good family. We need a good culture. The culture is what's key. That's what disrupted corporate America, is when the culture from Oklahoma was sitting at the boardroom at the New York Stock Exchange, and we were unwilling to give at the cost to the farmer. So that's who we are, farm-oriented development, being your own biggest customer. And we'll go into that a lot more tomorrow, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before you guys leave, I just want to tell you one thing. These topics are so important about, climate change and what do we do with the products that we have. I was part of a group that built a small house in Portland, Oregon in about 8 years ago with hemp. And I tried to go in the department, Dominican Republic, because the richest family there is building housing for their farm workers who come from Haiti. And I was trying to sell them on planting hemp and using it for the farm worker housing, because it's a kind of insulation you've never seen before. Dr. Bronner's Magic Soap Company is making clothing and t-shirts out of hemp and those products. And you got to know that the last couple of years nationally has not been good for hemp farmers. They've been struggling. And so we got to change the laws. We got to figure how we use everything, all of the products, all of the stems, so that we can make this country bigger and stronger, and hemp can get its place where it belongs in our markets and in our homes.
Is specifically some sort of government subsidized or supported structure for a pipeline for offtake agreements, so that there's a disaster response there. We're saying that this industry also has a connection to the disaster response mechanism of the country. This is a resilience issue.
Absolutely.
Yeah, won't burn down, blow down, freeze down. What other climates we got? It'll float. You can put a really neat price tag and a spec sheet on it. But the first thing is it provides housing for our farmers, by our farmers. It eliminates the giant middlemen. That we can put a frame of a house up for $1,200. If you go to finish that house at the retail market, it makes it an $80,000 house. All we need are your bales and a little bit of other natural binders and minerals that can be sourced locally. So that's the difference of cutting that group. When I say that's why Home Depot will sell you a $15,000 outbuilding. Go walk into Home Depot and try to finish it. That's what sends it through the roof.
Gentlemen, USDA, how about a sit down with FEMA?
The thing is, we have to push it, because I've seen boats that are built out of hemp. So we asked to make an announcement. They were going to go to lunch. I think we grab our lunch and come back for the speakers. My brother's going to do an announcement.
We make some noise for this panel right now. Thank you. So just want to thank and honor all the speakers, all the panels that came up today, and remind everybody on your table should be one of these sheets with the QR code. And so many ideas, so many seeds being planted, so many cutting edge, visionary thoughts and things being shared. If you could help share this and we can cast the seed, if you will, across our nation and across the world. This should be on every table, you know, posted up. You get a picture. You know, I don't know if we have a hashtag yet, but we're trying to get all of this connected so we can all stay connected and get these ideas moving forward. So thank you, everyone.
Did you have enough? Thank you, and let's get some lunch. Thank you, guys. Over there.
Should we go in?
Go ahead and start. Can we have your attention?
Okay. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Let's attention. Okay, so we're going to begin with our luncheon speakers, and just introduce yourselves quickly.
Hi, my name is Gloria Montaño Green. I'm the Deputy Undersecretary for Farm Production and Conservation at the Department of Agriculture. I think I'm a friend of Rudy's. Been a long time. I think I remember him lobbying me when I used to be on the Hill when he first started this, or the organization first started. It's been great to be able to work with him. So like I said, I'm the Deputy Undersecretary for Farm Production and Conservation, and what that means for how it impacts your daily life. Farm Service Agency, Natural Resources Conservation Services, and Risk Management Agency are part of the work, the agencies that are within my mission area. I got appointed by the Biden-Harris administration in February 21 to be able to bring my experience and my voice in the policy development and the program development at USDA. It's an honor to do so, but I guess to be able to hear who I am, right? I am a first generation high school graduate, first generation college graduate, first generation American. My parents are from the Sonora part, Agua Prieta Douglas area, for those of you from Arizona, and I was raised in a small town in Arizona that the only thing I can tell you about it's next to the largest nuclear plant in the country, and that's about it. My values and my work has always been, and if I need to have somebody vouch for me, you can ask Rudy, is how do I make sure that government decisions or policy decisions are thinking about people and including people that they impact. That's been the common theme throughout my work. And so when I was asked to be able to do this job, I think that's one of the values that was specifically asked of me to also do. It's a great honor to work with the administrator here at Farm Service Agency, as we've been working the last year and a half to be able to think about the programs and those items that impact you. How many of you go to your Farm Service Agency office? How many of you are your NRCS office? How many of you are at Conservation District? I should see a lot more hands raised. Because while you might have some concerns or might some paths, like that is a program, and these are programs that are going to help you. You are all in agriculture because you want to feed other people. You believe in what agriculture does for the community around you. The departments and the agencies that I get to work for are to make sure that we are helping you with the riskiest business in the world. That we are providing some safety net for you. That we are helping you with these conservation practices. We've had a lot of conversations about it earlier today, and that we're thinking about financing. And we are not perfect, but the people that have been appointed to be at some of the leadership within these agencies, and you talked to Janie Hip earlier today, you're going to hear from the administrator, and there are others, are coming from a different perspective on how they are helping shape policy design. That is showing up with the cooperative agreement that the Latino farmers are in right now with USDA. It's showing up in program designs that we've pulled out. On the crop insurance, we are forming ways on how we're thinking about smaller producers we haven't touched, producers we haven't engaged in. When we first got into office, the pandemic relief was still at a high importance. And instead of continuing to move forward the same program, we stopped and paused that. And who needs to be getting money? Who needs that relief? And how are the programs designed to be able to get those that have not had relief already given to them and are most hurting? Those underserved producers. And so we stopped and we redesigned the programs for the funding that was left from Congress to be able to move forward on those. I got to overhear a wonderful conversation in the bathroom from the young college students, some young high school students talking about the role that they have in agriculture in their classroom. It requires us making decisions to have investments in what is that next generation in agriculture within the FPAC area. We've been investing in urban agriculture. There's an announcement that went out yesterday. Several got placed in Albuquerque to be able to think how we're training the next generation and inviting them into this, yes, hard business, but also important business. And, you know, the work that we've been doing has make sure that how are we thinking about the problems facing agriculture right now? And how are we thinking about providing solutions? That's looking at equity. The administrator and I were just talking that the number one thing that you talk about in agriculture is like diversity of crop, right? Diversity of seed, diversity of wildlife around. But we also need to be thinking about diversity of people that are in agriculture, that are in USDA, that are in the farms, and how are we thinking about engaging that next generation, be they younger, be the more Latinos in agriculture, and other investments. And then the other problem and issue that we've been working with at the FPAC area that I want to make sure to put on is climate change. Whether you believe in climate change or not, the conversation that I hear everywhere is things are not the same. There's disasters that we are facing at levels that we have not explained. Was it Mr. Ortega that said, I'm a former FSA employee and I can tell you the programs are not designed to deal with the disasters that we're currently dealing with? You're correct. So we need to be thinking about disaster relief, which we have been providing that immediate relief, and also how are we proactively thinking about addressing climate change and how we know agriculture always has and always will be part of that solution. So we've announced the partnership for climate smart commodities to be able to think about how are we developing markets and how are we developing solutions to be able to understand how agriculture has always provided some of those solutions to fight climate change or can be supported to do more. I want to be able to share that it's very hard sometimes to see it. On my role of it, I don't get to be across the counter of you at FSA or the NRCS office. I have to lay out the expectations of what we want to make sure is moving forward. Funding opportunities and items that we have shared, we've specifically said, you have to include equity at the beginning. If you are not thinking about underserved producers, those small producers, producers of color, producers in different regions, that is not a way that we are finding solutions in agriculture. We've included in our funding opportunities. And the other, if I could just say one more, is as we are working with you all here as a group, we have been doing cooperative agreements and having some funding because we know that we have to develop trust at USDA and we can't do it alone, which is why there are several cooperative agreements across the country. But we've specifically made sure not to fund those in 1 year cycles because that is not helpful for you or us. So we've been doing multi-year funding. So to just be able to share, like my role is very different. I'm currently only here with the Biden-Harris administration, so I'm not a long-term career person. And the values that we move forward is how are we thinking about better ways of how USDA shows up to help the longer term and set the seed towards justice.
Thank you, ma'am. I get to work for her and for all of you. I'm Zach Ducheneau. I'm the administrator at the Farm Service Agency, but I introduced myself as your administrator because I want every one of you to know you can call me and get a hold of me. I think that public servants should be available to the public. So I give my phone number out everywhere I go. I want to give Rudy a compliment for making the presenters uncomfortable on this couch. That's the first step of making sure you're setting the stage in your favor. This is the most uncomfortable thing I've ever been on. I'm a child of the farm financial crisis, a third generation rancher on the Cheyenne River Sioux Indian Reservation. As far as I know, I'm the first openly Native American Farm Service Agency administrator. And I've handed it off to the fourth generation. And now I am the grandfather to the fifth generation. So we're working on preserving that. And I see my goal here as a facilitator to empower all of you all that have that same opportunity. And to take what I have learned over my career to helpfully build some shortcuts for you all. I come into the Farm Service Agency knowing damn good and well that we've got a lot of room to improve. And when I first got into this role, we were trying to do ARPA payments. And I was announcing complaints. We get it. We're going to change that. And a lot of our staff pushed back. They felt like I was calling them racist. I said, if the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. But the fact is, this department and specifically this agency have engaged in practices that are at the very least systemically racist. And we have to work to unpack that. You're not going to trust us. We couldn't expect you to trust us if we don't acknowledge that at the beginning of this. And we know we've got, thank you. We know we've got a lot of work to do. And I think it resonates and demonstrates the commitment of this administration to acknowledge that and move in a different direction. When you look at this panel up here, we understand, we know where you're coming from. It's our job now to put together our professional expertise in a way that helps improve outcomes for all of you while we're here, but more importantly, institutionalize the changes that we manifest while we're here. Because if we don't do that, it's easy to revert back when Gloria and I go back out to pasture and do our grandmotherly and motherly, our grandfatherly and motherly jobs after this tenure. So we are aware of that. I really want to drive home the point that we have done multi-year agreements with our cooperators to specifically acknowledge that we do not have the trust of stakeholder groups like this yet. All right. But the reason we're doing multi-year agreements is so that they can develop the capacity. I was an executive director at the Intertribal Ag Council just before this job. And we got a cooperative agreement that was multi-year in nature in 2011 because of the Keeps Eagle lawsuit. The eventual outcome of that is in 2018, the Native Farm Bill Coalition got 63 provisions in the Farm Bill for Indian country. So you have that opportunity now to develop that capacity, provide that stakeholder input to us through your cooperator here. And we're listening. We're interested. We want your input as we build programs. We also want the complaints when we get it wrong, because we're willing to acknowledge when we get it wrong. In the past, the Farm Service Agency has just dug in their heels when they made a bad decision. Yes, sir. All right. We're not going to do that. We're going to learn from our mistakes, learn from your feedback, and do a better job from here on out. Thank you. Patrice?
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Latrice Hill. I serve as the Farm Service Agency Equity Officer. I am not going to take up all of the time just in case my boss or his boss needs to say something else. Someone just asked me, what is equity? What's equity officer? And this is an example that I can give you. Let's just say, let's use shoes as an example. Farm. Is this better? All right. Sorry about that. What is equity? If the Farm Service Agency is handing out shoes to everyone, a lot of people feel, oh, that's equity. I don't view it that way. I view that as equality, because we're giving everyone the same thing, same color, same size. But if the Farm Service Agency decided to start giving out shoes that actually fit you in your specific size. That's equity. That means that we are catering and tailoring our programs exactly to fit you and what your needs are. That is what we are committed to doing now at the Farm Service Agency. This year, last year, the president announced an executive order dealing with, really requiring all federal agencies to examine and advance equity in all of their programs and services. At our agency, our administrator thought it was very important that we at FSA have an equity officer. We've never had that before. I come new into this role. For several years, I served as the National Director of Outreach for Farm Service Agency. And I've met many of you there, and that's how I got to know Rudy. When I first got to DC, Rudy and Lorette were, I want to say, the first two people to kind of take me in and tell me all about some of the challenges and barriers that farmers and ranchers have. So over the years, I'm so glad that we have maintained that relationship and the wonderful things that National Latino Farmers and Ranchers has done for producers across the country. It's amazing. It's phenomenal. As everyone has said today, Rudy is a leader, and you should be thankful to have him as the executive director. But getting back to equity, okay, wow, that was quick. So I'm not going to have time to defer to give back to my Deputy Undersecretary and Administrator, but I just do want to say that it is important that you let us know what the needs are. This is a unique opportunity for USDA to develop and tailor programs and services that fit your needs. Thank you.
My name is Alfonso Bedam. I'm from Colorado. I've been, and also a member of the Latino Farmers and Ranchers. I've known Rudy for about 20 years. I did a lot of work, the settlement of the Hispanic and women's charges that were brought against USDA. I'll just give you an example in Colorado in the particular office. I won't name it. We had 39 complainants. Out of the 39, 35 of us was successful. And the reason for that is because of the research that we did in that. For example, I'll just use one example. I went in as a young man to try to get a loan. And the answer from that one person told me, son, your people are farm workers, not farm owners. I came that close and jumping over that desk and headed. Anyway, in the Alamos office, like I said, there was 39 of us that complained and 35 of us just successful. Now, my main concern, as all of you know, there's some money to help the distressed farmers and ranchers. My main concern about this right now is how can we help as Latino farmers and ranchers? And the reason I think that we can help right now, the beginner farmers, even they may not be delinquent, but they need help with this bill that has passed to help them to minimize their debt. Because one disaster that they have, they will fail. None of the fault of them, but they'll fail. So our main objective as Latino farmers and ranchers, I'm going to try to see if we can help the beginner farmers in Colorado and also the distressed farmers in Colorado and maybe throughout New Mexico, because we also farm in New Mexico, rent cattle and sheep in New Mexico. So in saying that, I'm glad we have our Farm Agency Administrator, Zach, and I think you said the right words. We have to work together. Discrimination in this nation should not be there anymore, but it's still there. It hangs in us. It hangs behind us. So we have to help make sure that our agency isn't part of that any longer. Thank you.
Sir, could I just be able to share, hello, so, you know, I'm sorry of what, FSA did is before you, but I would just share that, when I first started working in Department of Agriculture, my dad was not a farmer. Because when he became a US citizen, he had to give up his land and his animals. And so he always just had a couple at home. When I started at USDA, he looked at me, he said, "You work in that office?" And I said, "Yeah." And I said, "I'm the state director." At that time, I was the state director of Arizona. He goes, "They won't let you in. How could you be running the state office for them?" And I think we have to remind people that they belong in our FSA offices. They belong in our NRCS offices. And I can't undo the past of what you experienced. My dad never walked in the door, but that can't be the way that we move forward. And that trust to come in the door isn't by me being in the position that I'm at or the administrator being the position he is. It is in sometimes you as the stakeholders, as leaders, coming and calling us or coming and moving in. And I'll just share that, you know, we are working in the Department of Agriculture and the secretary could have selected a whole other group of people that probably weren't rebel rousers. Probably were a little bit more moving in the forward direction, but I always go by the saying, you know, dime con quién andas y diré quién eres. I'm one of the hardest working people in the country, trying to figure out how we block down and take down some of the barriers that have been there. And some of it's just reminding people that we had to get to yes. And so when that experience comes across the counter, that it's there. But we can't see everything at once. And so what we ask for you all is to help us. Rudy has no problem giving me a call when he's not getting an answer. And even when it's issues in Department of Interior, by the way. But we got a lot of trust to do. We got a lot of healing to do. And I just, as you go through this, you have a different opportunity right now. You have some folks in the Department of Agriculture that trust and believe your stories and your experience and are trying to make sure that those experiences that were previously don't happen anymore. But that's going to take collaboration no matter what.
Can I have 35 seconds? 29. My phone number, and I'll be around till tomorrow morning, 202-941-4675. If any of you are really fast with your fingers, show the folks at your table, 202-941-4675. That's my cell phone.
Hello, and if you couldn't get it down, it's on couple of the bathroom walls back there.
I had 6 more seconds left. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know, if we're going to rebuild that trust, we've got to be responsive and we're going to try. We might not be able to help you, but we're going to tell you why not, because you've got a great advocate here in Senator Ben Ray Lujan, and he knows how to move things on your behalf. So if you see him, tell him we appreciate the work together.
I think what we're talking about, because I worked in the Carter administration in the Labor Department. And I got the job because I complained. I filed suit against the Department of Labor, and then I got hired. And it was difficult because people wanted me to make change overnight. It doesn't happen that way. We have to have good administrators on the inside who get pressure from the outside. So they can tell their bosses, this is what we need to do and how we need to do it. Because I'm always thankful for people who stick it out and work inside the agencies. Because it's not always easy. And even though we may have the right answers, they're not always accepted. But we have to work on it together. How about a round of applause for this panel? Unfortunately, some people seem to like Rudy. I'm not one of them. Oh, yeah. Zach's gonna do it out at in the hall. Thank you, Zach. How do you say that? Where is it from? Duchesneau. Zach Duchesneau. Yeah. No, I'll be able to pronounce his name when I have 2 margaritas later. The next one is we're gonna have some more resolution reports. This one on conservation projects and the Farm Bill. And let's see who we have here. Leslie Allison, Lisa Ramirez, some guy named Jaime Chavez. God, I got a lot of names here. Mike Grignon, Pam Roy, Anthony Wagner, Donald Trump. No, that's wrong. So if I called your name, come on up. Are you coming? I don't see the people. Leslie, Lisa, Jaime, Mark, Pam, Anthony. If you see any of those other people, tell them to come in because we're on a tight schedule, so we're gonna have to get going. While we're waiting for them to show up, oh, here comes another one. The trick is you're gonna get about 4 minutes and say your name quickly. Your plane already left. Okay, so introduce yourself briefly. You're gonna have about 4 minutes and then make it tight and right. Oh, is that what a hymen looks like? Okay, we want to start at that it.
Poso and Mauniwiok, Nakato Manawich Kikitim. Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Greeno. I'm from the Rural Coalition. I'm the Policy and Strategy Specialist. I just started this week. Come from the Menominee Indian Reservation, Wisconsin, and it's real good to be back in New Mexico. So I guess I'll jump right into it. In terms of kind of what we're doing at the Rural Coalition right now, on conservation, we are currently working with the Association of Conservation Districts to provide technical assistance. We're looking to replicate the good work that's going on in Oklahoma with one of our members, the Oklahoma Black Historical Research Project and their state conservation district organization. We had a really good meeting with conservation district, the folks from Oklahoma and various other folks back in August in Virginia, where we were trying to figure out how do we come together as a coalition and go around different priorities. So the National Wildlife Federation was there, a couple other different key members, and it was a really good meeting, really good rapport, discussion. And what we're trying to really do and what we're trying to really elevate is something that, I think some of us in this room obviously went after the Climate Smart Solutions grant proposal. We did as well, but we were not awarded. But one of the things that we really want to push as a goal that we had within that proposal was to center the knowledge, the leadership, and the natural mentorship that's going on in the Latino Farmers and Ranchers Association, but as well as various other groups that we are working with to amplify basically the priorities in the conservation title for the Farm Bill. Looking at the Farm Bill itself, we're looking at credit right now. That's the big thing that we're really focusing on. And we're looking to get rid of term limits on FSA direct loans. That basically means getting rid of the statutory limits. Set the loan amount to the same as the guaranteed loan program for real estate and farm operating loans. We're looking to remove the bar on debt restructuring after you've had a debt write down. So basically, folks that haven't really understood that part, basically what it is that whenever you have a debt write down, like you've forgiven your loan, you can never go back to USDA. So we're trying to remove that barrier so that we have more opportunities to, secure capital. In terms of the term limits, USDA has the authority to do a 7-year operating loan without payments for the last 3 years. That's something that we're trying to work on. And then looking at longer terms on real estate loans, like 30 years, if not more. And then one of the big things and
You
something
got 1
that-
minute.
Thank you. I'm almost done. And something that we're really big on is we're really trying to get more farmers in on our calls. We have monthly national calls with the Rural Coalition, and that's basically provide technical assistance to everybody. And those are basically, there's no charge or anything. It's basically free. And then we're also really big on trying to push the healthy school meals for all legislation. And that's something that we're going to be really pushing in the nutrition title, as well as a lot of the other priorities that are coming out of New Mexico for the nutrition title. So again, my name is Marcus Grino. I'm with the Rural Coalition and Alana and Neh. Thank you all, and that's it.
Hi, folks. My name is Laura Holm. I'm not Lisa Ramirez from USDA, but I'm Laura Holm from the Organic Trade Association. Just filling that space today for Lisa. So just to introduce myself briefly, I'm from the Ocheti-Sakowin area of Wisconsin, so like the central western area of Wisconsin. And I just recently moved to DC, but my background is in organic dairy. So my family bought a farm in 1997 and began transitioning to organic in 2002. So I've been pretty much in that sphere since then. So from the Organic Trade Association, we've been getting ready for the Farm Bill for the last year or so. And some of the things that we've been doing is getting farmers together to get their feedback on what needs to be changed in the Farm Bill and what's working for them and how can we support organic. So you heard my colleague Doug Crabtree speak earlier. He's on our board of directors. Organic sort of came about as a marketing claim as far as the federal government is concerned, but for many of us, we really see it as a movement for land and food sovereignty. And I think that we should recognize all of the indigenous practices that are incorporated in organic that are not always called out by name or given credit. So we've brought together farmers and also other stakeholders, policy wonks, and had several workshops on what we need to do for the next Farm Bill. And while we're still working on our official Farm Bill platform, we do have some priorities that we can say for sure. So one of those things is continuous improvement and accountability in organic standards. The only thing organic really has to stake a claim on is our integrity. So if we don't have integrity in the marketplace, if people don't believe that organic is a meaningful label, then it's really not going to be viable. So it's important for us to have consistent standards that apply across the board that consumers can believe in. So the CHOW Act is something that would give you the National Organic Program at USDA a framework to continuously update the organic standards and keep them in line with consumer expectations and with what best practices are being employed by farmers. Another thing I would say is we're pushing for market development to support processing infrastructure for organic commodities and specialty crops. We really need that infrastructure to help us get products to consumers and to have reliable markets for farmers so that they aren't taking such a huge risk when they get into organic. Another priority is climate change, just climate change mitigation and dealing with the impacts of climate change. We need technical assistance to do that. Thank you. Another thing is cost share. It's expensive. I think the average cost for certification is about $1,000, and farmers, $1,000 could go a long way to other things. And then finally, just increasing technical assistance for specialty crops. So I think I'll turn my time back over.
I was gonna go last as the farmer on here.
Why don't you be?
No, you'll,
Jaime wants to go. Who wants to go first?
I'm Lawrence Gallegos and I'm replacing Leslie Ellison. So anyway, I'm just gonna report out on the resolution that was passed last year. And it was a resolution to increase conservation funding in New Mexico. And there was, they felt like there was gonna be a bill last year, but the governor decided she wanted to go a different route and do a bond, general obligation bond, and it failed miserably. So, but we're planning on putting in another bill this year where we've been working with MNERD, one of the agencies, state agencies, and it's basically almost exactly like the bill that we would have put in last year. And we feel that we've gotten some really good support this year. We have Senator Neville and Senator Worth that are going to sponsor the bill. And the only thing that they're looking, whether it'll be a trust fund or if it be a expendable fund, but I think most of them are looking that they want it to be an actual trust fund, so that they'd have money, conservation funding to help pay, especially the federal match on different programs, whether it's NRC, FSA, or the grant programs that come through the federal government. And the coalition that's been working on this was the New Mexico Association Conservation District, Western Landowners Alliance, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, West Wildlands Network, Audubon Society, Trout Unlimited, the New Mexico Acequia Association, Indian Nations Conservation Alliance, and this is last year, the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers. And so what National Latinos really wants to do is make all these programs more accessible, especially for the underserved communities in the state, and to try and get them to a lot more of them to apply for these farm programs. And specifically, especially the EQUIP program, and also the CSP, Conservation Stewardship Program. We would like them to figure out how we can make them work better for the underserved communities. And then through this FSA, the one program that we feel that could really help out, especially here in New Mexico, is the grassland CRP. But what we need to do is instead of just having especially these priority areas, we think we need to go ahead and make either the whole state priorities or make the green belts in New Mexico as part of the priority areas. Thank you.
We're gonna go back to you, but just 1 second. One of the reasons I just gotta confess why besides they gave me a program that was overstacked and I'm trying to keep things moving, is that, and I want to get completed because I haven't had breakfast or lunch yet. So my lunch is over there calling me. So once we get through all these panels, I'm gonna go over there and eat. As you've noticed, I probably haven't missed too many lunches. Okay, go ahead, brother.
I think Hyman still wanted.
Oh, Hyman?
Sure. Yeah, he said he wanted to do a farmer wrap up, so.
Can you speak in English?
Déjame hablar, déjame tratar.
Okay.
My name is Jaime Chavez and I'm a national field organizer with the Rural Coalition. And I am serving on the New Mexico Food and Agricultural
Get a
Policy.
little closer to the mic. Ajustalo. Ya sabes cómo, loco.
New
No te
Mexico Food
enojes.
and Agricultural Policy Council, of which we just got back from Washington DC with a 15-member delegation of young cohorts. A lot of young people went with us, and so it was the first time for many of these young folks. And of course, this is my third round on the Farm Bill, and we're all still learning. It's a major piece of work, and we're trying to. We think we're in a good time right now, and this whole next year is going to be involved, I think, from the Rural Coalition perspective and National Latino Farmers and Ranchers perspective, of building a broad national coalition of interest to be able to impact in Washington, DC, and be able to better represent the interests of farmers, ranchers, and consumers. I thought that something was very interesting that was said here with regard to the Farm Bill is that we must build on our efforts to promote competition in the food and agricultural sectors. Anti-competitive practices harm small-scale farmers, workers, and consumers, and results in hollowing out rural communities and damaging our environment. The pandemic revealed the vulnerability of the 20 million food and farm workers who are dedicated and working in the fields, who are declared essential to feeding our nation. All of these issues, I think, with regard to Farm Bill policy, with regard to workers and farm workers, is at the very, very front of our agenda. And we know that New Mexico is a SNAP state. You know what SNAP is, right? And we're actually a dependent SNAP state. And so that means that really, if we want to be sovereign, we have to be able to grow our own food. And so I think, that is the challenge. And I think the pandemic showed us, as a result of the breakdown of the global economic system and what have you, that we need to go local. And I think that is a priority of the USDA as well. Mr. Vilsack has said we need to alleviate the conditions of poverty in rural communities and build up the base of rural communities in order to survive, number one, and number two, start turning that situation around. So I just want to say that the New Mexico Food and Agricultural Policy Council is in alignment with the Rural Coalition on the national level. And we did meet with our delegation, and we had a lot of success, and we plan to continue on our next trips to DC and what have you, probably by January.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime. And first I want to say, so my name is Pam Roy. I'm Executive Director of Farm to Table. We're based here in New Mexico. And I actually have the privilege of helping to coordinate the New Mexico Food and Agriculture Policy Council, which the majority of us on the stage are part of, as Jaime just said.
Put your mic a little closer.
Oh, yeah, thanks. And I'm also here representing Rocky Mountain Farmers Union as well. And as Jaime said, one of the things that's important is that we all have a voice in this, and the more we are together on that voice, and the more united we are, the more we'll get there. I felt that General Counsel lady Janie Hip this morning really said it. We are in the right place in the right time with the right people across all of these, with the agencies, our farmers, those who all of us eat. And all of our young people coming up to really be the next leaders in this work. We are in the right time to do this work. And this next Farm Bill is critical to get the things we need passed. A few things I'd like to share through our New Mexico Food and Ag Policy Council as partners of Rural Coalition, the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Association, National Sustainable Ag Coalition, and others, is that we want to ensure, as our Deputy Secretary said a minute ago, ensure equity in all policies. We need to end hunger in our communities. We need to increase access to farm programs, meet the climate change head on, ensure safety and dignity for workers, as Jaime just shared, and protect farmers and consumers. And we can do that through a lot of the Farm Bill programs, like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, as Jaime mentioned, which is the SNAP, it's called SNAP. And that program, there's a program called the Double Up Food Box Program. And during in the last couple of years with the pandemic, the Double Up Food Box, those who are utilizing the SNAP program were able to shop at their farmers markets and local stores, roadside stands, many places like Anthony Wagner's, to actually and could double their SNAP benefits, which meant they were doubling eating local, which meant our farmers were doubling their profits and really building out our local economies. Lawrence mentioned it too. In our state, we are really focused on states leveraging federal dollars. And how do we do that? By going to our own state legislators. Our state passed a $24.7 million initiative called the Food, Farm, and Hunger Initiative. It includes infrastructure for farmers, schools, senior centers, and it actually helps senior centers, schools, and our and early child care centers to purchase local. There's a farm to food box program, healthy soils program, $1 million in there. I see Rob here in the audience with us. And as Lawrence said, we need to make sure that we're getting funding from our state legislators for our conservation programs so we can match up for these programs. Just really quickly to summarize, what can we do to make a more equitable farm bill?
1 minute.
Yep, thanks. Yeah, we can really create more access for our Black, Indigenous, people of color, and who may have been historically disenfranchised against or marginalized from all of those USDA programs. Yet we hear our colleagues in this room, they are our teammates from USDA. We need to pair up, match up with people like Ron sitting right here, and how important it is to work together. And we have a real opportunity to make that change. We can ask for sliding scale opportunities, less matching requirements in some of these programs. We can ask for turnkey grants without matching if they're about like $50,000. That might help a lot of communities who can't, or organizations who can't apply because they don't have the capacity, but this could create that kind of capacity. So we bring those dollars home to our smallest and most rural and underserved communities. And just lastly, set asides for instance, tribal communities, again, prioritizing some of our communities so that they too have access to these programs. And to get more staff out in the field. So we have more of our colleagues who are here in USDA. And as you were saying this morning as well, Linda, you know, that we need folks in the field to be able to reach out to our farmers and ranchers and our eaters. And so with that, I want to pass the baton to my colleague, Anthony, who is the farmer who grows our food. And I also want to give a shout out to Marcus, who's with us today. He worked with us to lift up many of these programs through AmeriCorps program at Farm to Table. I'm grateful to have you at Rural Coalition.
Okay, I'm Anthony Wagner with Wagner Farms, and we've been farming this whole valley from Corrales to Socorro for actually 100 years. Been growing fruits and vegetables. We're involved with selling to the schools throughout the state, selling our fruits and vegetables. We sell to farmers markets. We have a roadside stand in Corrales, and we've been part of, I'm on the governing board of the New Mexico Food and Ag Policy Council. And like Pam was saying, the council set up a cohort mentoring program where we went to Washington, DC to go to talk to our congressional delegation about our priorities for the Farm Bill, and where we wanted to do the children nutrition, we wanted to get that authorized. So a lot of stuff that Pam said, that's what we were doing, you know, equity in the policies, promoting easier access for farmers and supporting farmers, and working on trying to end hunger. I was part of a group, like Jaime said, 15 people that we were out there. This year was a little challenging for our farm and many farmers. The drought was an issue. Earlier in the year, you know, just getting our plant, a lot of our fields just to get them growing. It was issues with water. So that'll continue being an issue that I know the Conservancy is trying to address, the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District, with water. And that's an issue for us, and for a lot of farmers, labor was an issue this year. Another issue out there is, you know, to keep preserving farmland. You know, a lot of farmland we're losing, even where I live out of Corrales. A lot of the lands are being sold. So there's issues that farmers have, but and there's things that, you know, I need to do probably a little different on our farm too. Maybe do more drip irrigation. We've been doing a lot of our farming has mainly been flood irrigation, But you know, there's things we're gonna have to start converting maybe on our chili and different things that we grow. This is the first year we even, we built a greenhouse. So, you know, we might start converting more to greenhouses growing. This year in our greenhouse, we grew, tomatoes and greens that's all doing pretty good. And, you know, I have a 800 tree apple orchard in Corrales, and water was an issue this year. And, you know, and maybe we'll start converting to different systems on our orchards and look for NRCS and try to get help with some of that, converting a lot of our stuff to drip. So those are things we're looking into. We're also looking into some stuff we're doing, trying to convert to organic. So we're working towards that.
Anthony Woodman.
Okay, and I just, but you know, we just like to see it easier to access some of the programs and thank you all.
Thank you. And before we get rid of the panel, maybe I'll ask one or two of them to touch on two subjects. What's really important is when they talk about the Farm Bill, it isn't like you just go up there and you talk about it. There's a lot of work that's got to be done on the local level with the different agencies, with the different groups, organizations. And there's got to be a good lobbying plan that starts long when the bill is first being drafted. And then you have to fight for it every step of the way. And it's, having worked in DC, I've fought for bills, but one is I want somebody to say a little bit more about how that fight is. The other one that you brought up, Anthony, that is an issue that's at the back of my heart is that we really need to have a land trust for agricultural land so that we can get young, small farmers in at a cheap price. We teach them how to grow it. And we really got to deal with the issue of indebtedness. Big business can chapter 11 and everything, but a small farmer, they turn you back if you have a failure. Look, farming is one of the most difficult business because you're not only at your skills, but you're at the mercy of the weather. You're at the mercy of international markets. It's just not you. So we got to talk about those issues. So we'll take another 4 minutes on land trusts and the agricultural bill, whoever wants to go.
Well, I'll just say, and then I will pass it on. I appreciate that so much. You know, we just also, you heard everybody say, and we've said it here today about the idea of making sure people get to DC. Remember that our delegations across the country, our elected officials, they come home and they really want to hear your stories. They want to be on the land. They want to be in your communities. That these are their communities too. And so, you don't have to fly all the way to DC to meet up with your congressional leadership. And we've done several drive-ins and fly-ins and field trips here in New Mexico, and many of us do, and we're happy to help organize with those here and really encourage everybody else to do it where you are as well.
One follow-up to your thing. I think what we need, besides visiting them in their offices, we need to get them and their staff out to the farms, out to see what the conditions are. That's what we're going to educate them.
Exactly.
Jaime, you going?
No, I agree.
Anybody else on?
I was just gonna mention, we had our Representative Teresa Ledger Fernandez out at some of the farms in Corrales just recently. And but I think we need to go ahead and really push you know, the different programs that and we have to go out there and, like you said, not just in Washington DC, but here at home. And we had a meeting with Senator Lujan in Hernandez, New Mexico, and so I think that's a real big key. But the issue is that right now, this was only the first push because the Farm Bill is next year in 2003. So we're planning to do another push here, not in the next few months, and then see how it goes. I think the election makes a big difference, so I think everybody needs to get out and vote.
Yes, it does. And one of the things that I want to tell you is that those people who are doing lobbying at the state legislature, the county or the national, is you always have to have more tricks up your bag and be better informed than other people are. And so I was lobbying when I worked for United Farm Workers. I was lobbying on a farm worker bill. All our farmers in Colorado come to one hotel. They stay there for the whole legislative session because of weather and time. They need to be right across from the legislature. So there was this old boy, a farmer who was from Salida, Salida, as we say, Colorado, a town near the mountains. And I had asked him, I used to talk to him every day, even though he was a Republican and he didn't agree with me, but he thought I was funny. And so and he's one of the farmers that was right across the street in the hotel. And so I said, Bill, I have this bill coming up and you can kill it if you vote no or abstain. And he said, well, I can't do that. My constituents will kill me, because he wasn't hearing from the farm workers, just one section of the farmers. And so I said, well, can't you just stay in your room? He says, no, I have lunch and breakfast with these farmers every morning. So I said, just think about it. How could you vote for me and not irritate everybody back home? And so I went to the hearing at 1 p.m. that day, and he wasn't there, and the bill was killed. So I thought, wow, what happened to him? So I went up to his office about 3 p.m. and I said, Bill, what happened? He says, funny thing, I went for a drive and I had a flat tire. I said, so we have friends who, if you talk to them long enough, will find ways and solutions to help us in legislative process. So I want to thank this panel very much. Thank you. Thank you. Our next panel is on racial equity, access to capital. I hope that doesn't mean robbing banks, USDA programs, and business plan management. All very important things. And I have somebody by the name of Rudy Arredondo, Alfonso Abeta, Laura Holm, Michelle Stern, and Elizabeth Archuleta. Are y'all, any of y'all in the hall? Come on up. Come on down. The price is right. I'm going to turn the wheel of fortune up here. Farmer's Fortune. Anybody know where Mr. Around is? Rudy Arredondo? Where is he? They're going to go look for Rudy. The way you can get out faster, the way, Alfonso, the way to get out faster, don't sit down. This is very important, these discussions, because we're the biggest teachers about what we need to do with the farms and ranches is you teach and educate each other. I'm going to give Rudy a half a minute if they didn't find him. Ahí viene. I don't believe you. He's coming in. Why? I don't have my glasses on. I see one Mexican, they all look alike. Come on. This is a very important panel. And so we want to make sure that we have so remember, the trick is you introduce yourselves and then you get about 4 minutes and then I start screaming at the mic. Okay. Where do we want to start? Is he on our panel? Yes or no? No. Let's give an instruction. Okay, so we're going to start. Can you start at that end?
Sure, be happy to. Well, buenas tardes. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Liz Archuleta. I'm the Director of Intergovernmental and External Affairs for the U.S. Department of Agriculture. I am a native of Flagstaff, Arizona, so your neighbor, and my dad's side of the family is here from New Mexico. If you're familiar with Ro or Pajarito, come from an agricultural family who did ranching and some farming for multiple generations. And I'm proud to be at USDA. I joined USDA last year, and I can tell you that I see a lot of other people like me at USDA. And that may be unfamiliar to you, or you may not have seen that in the past, but I will tell you with this administration, the presidential appointees that I serve with, look like me and come from backgrounds where we're servant leaders and believe in equity, making sure that we're committed to equity and that we're advancing equity. So I want to tell you for a couple of minutes, just tell you a little bit about what we're doing. First and foremost, I want to make sure that you know right off the bat that we're hosting some listening sessions because we have an RFI, request for information, in the Federal Register. The request for information is about section 22007 of the RIA that was just passed. And, you know, that was the Inflation Reduction Act. And this particular section aims to provide assistance to, and this is very important, our farmers, ranchers, and forest landowners who experience discrimination at USDA's farm lending programs. So in this section, which we call 007, it provides $2.2 billion to be provided to producers who've experienced discrimination, again, in USDA's farm lending programs. We've held 2 listening sessions, and our final listening session is coming up on Tuesday. And it's going to be in the evening so that people from the West Coast can participate. It's going to be from literally 7:30 to 10:30 Eastern time. So that means after work, you all can participate in this listening session. And what we're looking for is your input to tell us how this program should be administered. How should we administer a program that's going to basically distribute funding to people who have been discriminated? And so we want to hear from advocates, we want to hear from you, we want to hear from borrowers, we want to hear from legislators, from academia. We want to make sure that everyone tells us how they feel. So what you can also do if you can't attend the listening session is you can go to the Federal Register, but sometimes that's kind of intimidating to go to a Federal Register. I mean, I've done that before and it's kind of hard to do. So you can just send an email, and I'm going to share the email with you. And I look at all of those emails. It's my office that put out the RFI, so I'll be reading every single comment as well as with other people from USDA. The email is equityrfi@usda.gov. equityrfi@usda.gov. And Rudy sent out the listening sessions to his email listserv, and I'm sure he'll send it out again to give you the information on what time the listening session is, but it's Tuesday. Okay, the other thing I want to talk about is the 22006. The 22006 is the distressed borrower relief. Earlier this month, again, it was announced that there was going to be funding for distressed borrowers with qualifying loans. This is over 13,000 borrowers, and they received $800 million in assistance. This is part of $3.1 billion of assistance for distressed farm loan borrowers that is provided in section 2006. So you can also go to our website and find more information about this. Okay, 1 minute, capital access. Just want to talk a little bit about this. Just a few months ago, we announced a provision to take action to help ensure underserved producers have the resources, tools, and programs that they need to succeed. We provided $75 million for partnership agreements with 20 organizations, including this organization. We have a partnership agreement with them so that they can provide technical assistance and support for producers. Lastly, we have the Equity Commission and subcommittees. The Equity Commission is a 15-member commission whose job is to look at USDA, basically inside and out, our programs. How do we do business? Who do we serve? And really look critically at USDA and offer suggestions and recommendations. Then lastly, I want to tell you that we are looking for a Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. So this is an opportunity. If you know somebody who does this work, we are looking for somebody to help change the culture of USDA so that we can be more responsive. We can meet the needs of all of our farmers and ranchers and folks who are in agricultural professions. And we want to make sure that we are serving everyone. So thanks so much. I'd be happy to talk a little bit more if I get a chance and if you have some questions.
Come on, Rudy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And, you know, yeah, you know, he knows how to cut me off. You know, one of the things that we are definitely looking with great interest and very much concern is in terms of our deliberations of the 2023 Farm Bill. Because as most of you know, 80% of those goes to food and nutrition programs. Some of us have been able to acquire some of the resources to be able to carry out that, but for the most part, we really weren't a part of it, especially during COVID. It went to people that oftentimes didn't even have a relationship with the community. So one of the things that we want to make sure that we, particularly in terms of added value, is we're looking in terms of transitioning our farm work from the mainstream cultivation to organic. Well, there's a problem in terms of the cost, the laying down of land laying fallow with our small producers that don't have the land mass to be able to set aside and let their land cure to be able to because a lot of it is used to supplement your family income because you have an off the farm job in order to be able to sustain not just your family but your farm as well because you have to subsidize. In the industrial hemp, you know, we are very concerned about the fact it ought to be just another commodity. Get law enforcement, especially now that it's been legal. There's no need to have law enforcement in that. Let the scientists take care in terms of whatever it is that they have to do, but it ought to be just another commodity. We need to make sure that we're able to cross state lines. It's a real foolishness to try to deal with 51 jurisdictions across the United States for the same product. It doesn't make any sense. It ought to be like that plant is acclimated to your region and to your soil, whatever it is. And it's a weed. So that grows anywhere. And it cures the soil. You know, that's one of the things that attracted me to hemp, that I had done the research on it, been working on it for at least 15, 20 years now. And we were able to work with Senator Mitch McConnell to try to get it legalized because he was getting a lot of pressure in Kentucky with regard to the fact that they wanted to have this as a cash crop. Well, it didn't turn out so much. We've had some, you know, some difficulty in terms of the glut. Then you had COVID that really messed things up. So that the other thing is we aren't able to bank the proceeds of either cannabis or industrial hemp. And that's, like I said, you know, if you can't do that, how can you be able to make the production that you need in order to be able to be sustainable? So we need those things, and those are the things that we need to be able to work with you in the Farm Bill, and making sure that it's fair, just, and equitable to our farmers and ranchers. Thank you.
I'll clap. Everyone should clap. Hello, everyone. Buenas tardes. I am Michelle Stern. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I represent Growing Our Future. We are a collaborative initiative of over 135 organizations, of which National Latino Farmers and Ranchers is one of our primary most participative organizations. And I want to just talk a little bit about how we've collaborated and kind of place it under a theme that I've been noticing, which is trust. I feel at every single panel, we've talked about how can we cultivate trust. And that's something that I think Rudy and Eugene have taught me a lot about, and I'm very grateful to be here talking about that process. So as a collaborative, we convene, well, first of all, I'll share what the mission of the collaborative is, which is to accelerate the transition in the United States to regenerative agriculture system. So we define regenerative as not just cover cropping or no-till, not just the individual practices, but a complete transition of not just land and place-based practices, but also the impact on the humans and the people who are working the land, the farm communities. And so in our collaborative, we have everyone at the table, from corporations to nonprofits to farm communities or farm community coalitions like National Latino Farmers and Ranchers. And one of the areas that we developed and identified as a particular leverage point, or something that could really catalyze or catapult us forward in that transition to regenerative agriculture, is shifting policy. And so what we're doing now, and I just want to give you a little glimpse of what those meetings look like. And of course, come talk to me afterwards if anything strikes a nerve or is interesting to you. But what we're doing is we are creating spaces for discussion for farm communities to speak to corporate representatives who are maybe public affairs departments, who are already investing lots of resources into lobbying and talking on the Hill with Congress people. And they've already identified that the transition to regenerative agriculture is a main priority. And so what we are doing is we're bringing people to the table and building trust, trying to break down, trying in some cases succeeding, in some cases not, to break down the power dynamics at those sessions where our farm community partners can elevate the stories of what's happening on the ground, what it takes to actually transition to regenerative agriculture, and what that would mean in terms of the policies that we want to put in place. The access and equity is a through line across all of the work streams, including policy. So I think the main purpose of this is that we recognize that if we continue in the way forward, that without the voices of the farm communities, this transition to regenerative agriculture system could perpetuate the inequities that are already in play at within our system. And so it's so important to build the trust and have people like Rudy and Eugene as champions of the farm communities who we're working with to help push those policies forward. I will just take, do I have 1 minute? Okay. I have, okay. I'll just share the 3 other work streams in case anyone wants to come talk to me afterwards. They're not as related to policy, although policy could govern all of those. So one of them is tools for financing the transition to regenerative agriculture and how to make ecosystem services markets more accessible for small acreage farms and farms and communities of color. The other one is integrating social outcomes into certification processes. So making sure that our standards aren't just measuring environmental outcomes, but also the outcomes of people who are growing the food, people who are working the land. And then the third one is identifying the success stories of regionalized markets for regenerative products. So I know that that was probably a mouthful. Thank you all for listening. Again, I'm Michelle, and I welcome you all to talk to me afterwards if anything I said interests you. And just want to thank again National Latino Farmers and Ranchers for inviting me here to share.
Hi again. My name is Laura Holm. I'm the Government Affairs Associate at the Organic Trade Association. And I wanted to share a couple things that OTA has been doing, to advance racial equity in the organic space. Recently, we came out with a diversity resource library, which is basically an online database that has speakers or experts, technical assistants, folks in all sorts of areas of the organic world. And it has their contact information and sort of their short like online portfolio to help folks get connected with experts that you might not have seen at previous conferences, or that can really speak to a more diverse background than what you might have found otherwise. And then the other thing that I wanted to highlight is the USDA recently started rolling out the Organic Transition Initiative. And this is a $300 million effort to increase transition to organic. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of folks in this room are probably already practicing organic systems of production, and you might not have been able to access that that market specifically because it takes a lot of effort to actually go through organic certification. So that program, it doesn't just help you get certified organic, it helps you implement those practices that are organic. So for example, there's $100 million being allocated to the National Organic Program to create a Transitioning to Organic Partnership Program. And they're going to be partnering with dozens of organizations throughout the country that are going to provide regional support with peer-to-peer mentorship to help folks implement organic practices and then get certified organic. There's also, I believe, $70 million going to the NRCS to implement a new conservation practice standard that's like an organic system practice standard. And that will include funding for a lot of exciting things. I wrote down some notes on what exactly there's funding for, because there's a lot of risk with transitioning to organic, because sometimes you might see a yield difference in like the 3 years of transitioning when your land is sort of getting used to that organic recycling of materials back into the soil without synthetic inputs. So the NRCS conservation practice can actually give financial assistance to organic consultant help. So like having an expert actually give you tailored support for that. Record keeping, which is a really huge part of getting certified organic, and composting, grazing, and foregone income from markets you might have, conventional markets that won't give you the same price as an organic market, but you still have to do those practices, which often take more money. So I think that this topic of organic is very inherently tied to racial equity because of sort of the history of maybe how I got here specifically. So to share a little bit, my ancestors came from Norway in the 1800s and colonized the area of Wisconsin where I'm from. I imagine while people were still being displaced from that area. So I would imagine that they received that land for free and began farming a small farm that sustained their family and also brought in income for my grandpa's family had 7 kids. But by the time about the 1960s came around, the sort of get big or get out, race to the bottom policies of the USDA had not only disenfranchised millions of Black farmers and other farmers of color, but progressed north and, to higher streams of income, where when my great grandpa was dying on the farm, he had all his kids around him and said, who wants the farm? Who's going to take over this farm? And nobody said anything. And that farm, now is part of a several thousand acre farm that grows conventional soybeans and corn over and over again. So my whole grandpa's family, they went off to work in the cities and stuff. And my parents worked corporate jobs until they decided in the 90s that they wanted to go back to the land. And because they had gone to work those corporate jobs, they had the money to do that. And so now my family is farming organically because it's a niche market, but it sort of feels like an appropriation of very, very important and longstanding practices. And I think that it's a shame that organic farming is more white than conventional farming. And I hope that's something that I can see change in my lifetime.
I didn't know I was going to homestead this place here. This is the third time I'm up here. Anyway, I want to talk a little bit about, the meat market and the, between lamb and cattle. I see the person in the black hat over there. I see my son over there, Aaron, just trying to butter him a little bit because we're gonna try to do what we're trying to do in, southern Colorado and northern New Mexico, or throughout New Mexico. We're trying to get us, where we could slaughter our own beef and lamb and all that so that we could cut. Is the mic not going? We're gonna try to see if we can, get enough, financing and also, grants to. I better try. I didn't know I was gonna homestead this stage here, but anyway, my son, Aaron, which is back there, the bald-headed guy, next to the guy there with the black hat. And I see he's trying to butter him up because we're trying to see if we can get together and, start a slaughterhouse in northern southern Colorado, northern New Mexico. So that we would stop all this transportation of the beef from one place to another. I'm gonna give you an example. Right now, when we have to run our cattle over 150 miles per sale. That same beef, steer that we send to for sale has to go to the slaughterhouse, which in Greeley, and then back again to the consumer in northern New Mexico, southern Colorado. So the price of beef and lamb has gone up tremendously. So we're, President Biden said that there's only about 5 major slaughterhouses in the United States. And they're taking advantage of us beef eaters and all throughout the United States. Their market is so high right now that most of us can't even have a good steak. So we're trying to reduce that by keeping our cattle from having to be transported back and forth before it hits the table. That is one of my goals that we're doing right now. We visited yesterday with Mr. Carter that is going to try to help us put together this package. This is going to benefit the consumer quite a bit with lamb and cattle. The steers or whatever we're gonna kill for, the restaurants right now, you can't go have a T-bone steak for the family below $25 to $30. That's almost ridiculous. So us to survive in the cattle business and the sheep business, we have to cut the costs down for the consumer. And that is our goal right now. And Rudy Arredondo talked to me about it. I talked to him about this, and the Latino farmers and ranchers are giving me a full support on this. I'm going to change gears a little bit. And I know all of us have a what do they call it, like flyer or a flyer. I want you to turn this one page there, and you'll see my wife and I, where I'm working on a labyrinth in Colorado. And so I don't have very much more to say. That we're diligently trying to hope that we can lower the price of beef to the consumer, at least in our area. And we're going to need help from grants to also USDA and all of that to make this successful. Thank you. Two more minutes. Okay. I don't have any questions, or maybe somebody might want to ask a question. If you have a question, you have the answer.
I wanted to, I brought this up we had a cooperators a meeting in Atlanta, about at least, I think 2 weeks ago. What I brought up is, as I was saying, our farmers and ranchers are very small plots. But one of the things that I had requested FSA is to, if you have any land in inventory that we can utilize to, as our farmers and ranchers who have small plots of land which they use to subsidize their family income. Can we have access either through a lease, purchase, or any other possibility while that farmer lets his land lay fallow to cure for the transition into organic? So I appreciate any response from FSA, if that's at all within our ability to undertake such a program. Okay, we work on it. All right, thank you. That Zach Ducheneau, who's administrator for FSA, has just we're going to be working on that. So thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I think the thing that for us to progress to organic and to bringing small farmers has to be creative ideas. And I think both on national farmers and on the agencies is how do we do this? Because it's been brought up time and again, is you just don't say tomorrow, I'm going to be organic. You have to have what, 3 or 5 years, 3 to 5 years. And I'll give it to you in a minute. And the other thing is that it takes a while, and plus we have to educate our farmers on how to do that. I was in the Dominican Republic, and one of the richest families took me out to their organic banana plantation, which I didn't believe it was organic, but they flew me out on a private plane, and I went out and I looked at it, and I thought it was really good because the standards were high, both for the organic material they were using for fertilizer, and then how they were packaging and doing bananas for a lot of major companies. But it is an investment. And I think that if we could get people in the US government to say, these people, it's better for America if we're more organic, but we got to invest so that they're not worried about the bottom line it's the 3 years to get there, but then it's probably another 2 years before you start seeing the real income from it.
Yeah, I guess I would say a lot of people say it takes 7 years during and after transition to see the system actually working together like it's supposed to and really getting the yield that you would expect with organic systems, which can be just as good, if not better, than conventional agriculture. But I would point out again that if you have been using organic practices for 3 years, you could get certified now. So you don't have to wait 3 years if you've already not been using synthetic pesticides and the other prohibited inputs. And I think we're going to be talking about that more tomorrow, but I'm happy to speak with anybody who has questions.
I worked with a lot of organic farmers in Oregon, and they reminded me when they go out to buy land, is one of the things that small farmers have to do is you have to test the soil to see what traces are there. Because in tracing the soils of land they wanted in Arizona, 40 years ago, they had used ET and it was still in the soil. And so even though it was more convenient for them to live in Arizona, they had to go out, find a land where the soil was good enough for them to start growing organic. And that's what people don't understand. It's not just any plot of land that you can get, but you got to have one that the soil is good and right. Any other things? We have 1 minute. If not, well.
I was just going to mention that USDA does have some grants for not okay. Well, maybe just speak loudly. What you were saying about meat processing and expanding that and needing to have something closer to you, there are grants that USDA did put out for meat and poultry processing and expansion. And so I'd be happy to share that with you. I know we already had a round of funding with that. But I can certainly check to see if there's gonna be another round of funding that you could apply for grant.
And I would like the job of tasting the first steaks. All right, well, thank you. How about a big applause for the panel? Now, I'm learning more stuff. I might go into farming next year. Now we're gonna have on labor, H2A, Farm Bill, climate conservation. I have as speakers Mike Marsh, Dennis Olson, Catherine Favors, Lisa Ramirez, and Gov Consello, Consello. Don't think Lisa made. Okay. Lisa's not here.
Testing,
Everybody else,
testing.
if they could come up.
Testing, testing. Testing.
Grab everybody. Who are we missing? Lisa Ramirez wasn't able to make it and okay, but one's not making it. No, okay. Mike Marsh is up here. Dennis Olson. Okay, you sure? Okay.
Test,
And we had Catherine is up here. Okay, and okay, Quancelo is not here. But you're right there. Okay, we need FBI up here to identify people for me. Okay, why don't we we'll get set up and just a reminder, about 4 minutes and if we move fast, then we can have a further discussion. But whoever wants to go first.
You go ahead. Is that? I'm not ready. You guys go.
No. What about now? No? I have to project. There we go. Okay. Well, my name is Catherine Favor and I work for the National Center for Appropriate Technology. And we manage the National Sustainable Agriculture Information Service through a cooperative agreement with USDA Rural Development. And I always like to say that we're the best kept secret in the sustainable agriculture world. Not many people know about us, but we serve farmers and ranchers throughout the United States. What we do in a nutshell, we provide free one-on-one technical assistance to anyone who calls us up or emails us. So we have a hotline in both English and Spanish, and anyone can call it at any time of the day with any question about how to farm, how to be more sustainable. Even backyard gardeners can call us up and we'll actually talk with them and provide free technical assistance. And we also provide trainings. We do a lot of educational resources. We've got hundreds of resources on our website in both English and Spanish. And, you know, I think one of the themes of today is that we can talk about sustainable agriculture all day and how to be more economical and how to protect our environment and conserve our land. But until we have people on the ground interacting with farmers, how are they going to actually do this? And so that's kind of where I think NCAT comes in. And we've also been talking so much about partnership. You know, NCAT can be a great partner. We are the ones who are on the ground working with farmers. And we work a lot with Latino farmers in particular. Like I said, because we provide resources and training and technical assistance in Spanish, that is really helpful. A lot of Latino farmers are left out of the sustainable agriculture conversation because of language barriers. And that's something that it's our mission to make that not be the case. We want everyone to be involved in these conversations. We want everyone to learn how to be more sustainable and economical on their farms. So one of the ways we do this, we also have our Latino Farmer Conference every year, and that's actually going to be next month. And we really focus on providing professional development as well, so that farm workers can transition into farm owners. We focus on business development, conservation practices, kind of everything under the sun. But again, not many people know about us. And so I just am here to say we are looking forward to being partners with everyone here. And the way we can do that is by everyone just getting out the word. And we would like to do that the same thing with everyone else's agencies and organizations and companies. We can spread the word to our network about what you all do. We all do different things and they're all really important. We just have to help get the word out because we all fill different niches in this ecosystem, right? So that's a little bit about what we do. And I'll pass it on to.
Sure, I'm ready now, I guess. Hello, everybody. I'm Dennis Olson. Can you hear me? Okay. So I work for Mark Lawrenson, who's the head of our meatpacking division for the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union. UFCW has 1.3 million members in the US and Canada. About 250,000 of those are in meatpack and food processing, mostly meatpacking. And then the other million are in retail, mostly retail groceries. We were a merger of the Amalgamated Meat Cutters Union and the retail clerks back in 1979. And I just want to start out from a labor perspective of saying that what we believe is that workers' rights are human rights. Recognized in the UN Declaration of Human Rights is the right to organize a union. What that means in a nutshell is the right to freedom of association, to organize a union, and to bargain collectively for better working conditions free from retaliation. And we're also a member of the IUF, which is the International Food Workers Union that represents the unions from all over the globe, including in meatpacking. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about one of the projects we're working on is trying to rebuild the old Farmer Labor Alliance that helped pass the New Deal back in the 30s as sort of a catalyst for the Green New Deal and trying to move forward in a more modernized setting. And I want to tell a story about solidarity between workers and farmers that happened during the Depression. One of the first meatpacking plant that was organized as for a union in the United States was in Austin, Minnesota in 1936 in the depths of the Depression. And those workers were out on strike. And what happened at that point was back in those days, there were millions more farmers and they were being foreclosed on in waves. And they're very militant and workers, 30% unemployment rate, and the workers were militant. And in those days, when the workers were out on strike at one of the crucial moments in that strike, the company tried to bring in strike breaking workers, and the workers in what was called the Farm Holiday Movement actually brought in their wagons and blocked the buses from bringing in those workers in solidarity with those workers. And there's a book called No Retreat, No Surrender, if you fast forward to the 1980s, that's about how IBP broke the union to a certain large degree back in the 80s. And they did that by building new state-of-the-art plants and heavily recruiting immigrant workers to sort of break the union. And you take that initial story of hope and solidarity, and I don't want to you can't get into this whole story, but by the end of the book, you're ready to slit your wrist, because by the end of the book, not only were farmers during the depths of the farm crisis of the 80s crossing the picket lines, half of the workers from their own local for UFCW were crossing the picking lines. And so it shows you the difference between what can be done together in alliance with workers and farmers and what happens when we're allowed to be divided and conquered like that. And I just wanted to get that story out there. Rudy and I had a discussion last summer, and he asked me to come and speak today. And specifically, we were talking about the H-2B farm worker immigration program, which is actually for non-farm workers. And just going back to the New Deal, I just want to point out that the original sin in the New Deal was you had that kind of worker farmer solidarity, and it would that farmer labor alliance actually coalesced into a very potent political force that actually allowed FDR, supported FDR to get those laws through, basically around a fair price for farmers, which became the Farm Bill, and then the bedrock labor laws that became the right to organize in the United States. But what the original sin was that in those days, the Democrats needed the Southern Democrats to win those votes. And those Southern Democrats did not want farm workers or household workers to be organizing on their plantations in the South. And neither did the land barons in California want those immigrant workers coming up from Mexico to have the right to organize. So the original sin of the original labor laws that are still in the laws today are the exemption of farm workers and home workers from their right to organize, that human right to organize. And so that's a whole topic unto itself about farm workers. And specifically I think that's the H-2A program. The H-2B program is for those workers they're allowed to bring immigrant workers in temporarily to that are non-agricultural workers. And that is now a major challenge today. And where we see the global corporations wanting to go, we saw where they wanted to go in 2017 with what was called the Ag Guest Workers Act, which would have expanded that exemption for farm workers from the labor laws to meatpacking workers that are actually protected by the labor laws. So there's now a bill in Congress that we have, Representative Joaquin Castro has a bill to reform the H-2B program to actually provide an alternative to that direction, where the big global corporations want to go. And basically what that would have meant is that they have a captive immigrant workforce that's temporary, that they can prevent from protecting their rights.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay? Well, thank you, everybody. My name is Craig Quintello. I'm the current governor for a tribe here in New Mexico named Piccaries Pueblo. For the ones that don't know where we're on the northern side of New Mexico, just south of Taos. We're one of the smallest tribes in New Mexico. There's 22 tribes and we're the smallest tribe in New Mexico. And I wanted to thank you for inviting me here today, talk about some of the issues, farming, climate change, conservation. Those are big things that we as tribes, a lot of people put us in a box as tribes, right? And think, everything's federal and think a different way of how we live and the whole 9 yards. It is unique. I will say that. I mean, we've been farming for over 1,000 years. When they discovered my tribe around the 10th century, we were already farming, right? Permaculture, or what's known as permaculture, and all the harnessing the water and all those things we've been doing for over 1,000 years. But moving forward to this point, it's how do we capture that? Now we're governed by laws. We're governed by federal laws. We have to work with state laws. We have county laws. Those are some of the challenges that we face as governor, right? For my Pueblo, how do we work well in the same jurisdiction? Well, if you really look at it, we all have the same needs and wants, and we all want to get somewhere. We all want to do our best for Mother Nature and be self-sustainable in whatever regards they're doing. But here at the Pueblo, we've kind of focused on renewable energy as far as conservation and basically harnessing the sun and solar farming. We were one of the first pueblos in New Mexico to have the first solar farm at over a megawatt of power being generated. We were also one of the first pueblos or one of the first tribes in the United States to work on the farm bill, the hemp bill, and have one of the first hemp license that was given to a tribe in the United States. As far as the farm bill, it's such a wide array of a big area. Some of the areas that we worked in with the farm bill is part of the SNAP, providing farm to table and being able to utilize smaller businesses that are producers of meat or producers of vegetables or whatever they have, to be able to be selected on to be part of the SNAP program and for food stamps and whatnot. So that's something that we've been working on, because not all farmers can be big farmers. Not all farmers have the capacity to supply large demands. So that's something that I'm proud to have been part of, to be able to provide traditional foods from whatever jurisdiction or area that you should reside in. Because I think that's important, especially as Latinos and traditional people, is that you want your people to be able to eat the healthy foods that you did when you were little, that you were growing up. Now we're subject to whatever the menu is or whatever's the lowest bid. And that's something that we got to change. And another reason I'm here is to bring all of us together as a culture, to bring all of us together and share our knowledge, right? Go back to our traditional ways of farming, our traditional language, wherever we may be residing at. And I think that's a big part of this. A lot of us attempt to work together towards the common goal, but we always tackle it personally, right, where we come from. But I think we as a minority or a smaller group, if we get together for conferences like this and really hash out the problem and come to an alliance to where we all agree on how it's going to affect us. Because a lot of the times we leave conferences like this, not being able to really grasp what the concept is that we're trying to do, and we all go off on our own tangents. So that's one thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to open up my Pueblo, to offer our ideas of what we're doing and work together to accomplish some of these goals. We're big on one of the farm bills that we're trying to change is just the American bison, right? The bison is considered an exotic animal, right? So that's extra paperwork, that's extra fees for USDA inspection, and the cow is domestic, right? And it didn't come from here. So a lot of these things don't make sense. So that's what I'm trying to, I'm here today, and I'm open to any questions. I'll be here for the next few days. So please, if I can help you in any way or answer any questions or share our stories on how we're doing it and how we've been farming, please let me know. Again, my name is Craig Conchalo. Thank you.
Is Anthony Martinez here and Lawrence Gallegos, Abedin Niaboa, and Andrew Rivera. else are we missing from this panel? So you're on. What about this? You're on your own. Okay, he's on broadband by himself. Okay, sure.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I see about 600 people out there. You know, when you teach in the university for as long as I did, which was more than 40 years, sometimes you get a small class and sometimes you get a small class. You still get paid the same, but you always imagine that your classes are all filled. So that's my imagination today. When my wife and I got married in San Francisco in 2009, after I was divorced, like, I don't know, seemed like it was 1,000 years, somebody finally liked me, to marry me. So we ended up renting at the University of San Francisco, the chapel. The chapel at USF takes about 1,200 people. And we had special guests, maybe 50. So my wife wondered who else was present. And I said, it's filled with angels. Even though we only had 50 people there, it was a great wedding, best in the world. But anyway, my name is Anthony Urabazo Martinez, Anthony U. Martinez. I'm a retired university professor in San Francisco. I've taught at ASU, taught at University of Arizona. I taught law, I taught ethics, I taught business. And like I said, I retired from San Francisco State, even though I was at USF. I taught at Berkeley as well. And then I had another career, retired lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army in the medical field. And since I retired, more or less, I've been dedicating my time to working in select areas. So for the last 3 years, I live in Tucson now, but I've spent, like I said, more than 40 years in the Bay Area. So I'm pretty connected to technology and Silicon Valley and all of that. So I dedicate most of my time in the last 3 years, particularly working with the Navajo Nation or with Navajos in the Navajo Nation. And also have family in the Indian tribes in Montana, the Kootenai and the Salish, all related through marriage. And so I'm really very much interested in working with Native tribes. I grew up with the with the Papagos. It used to be Papagos, now Tohono O'odham in southern Arizona. So my presentation that I have here today really takes us back. When I joined this conference in 2019, the thing that stood out for me the most was that farmers, ranchers, national Latino farmers and ranchers were really not connected with broadband or technology or AI. And so I brought that issue to the table. I was the first one who stood up and said, look, I think we need to bring in technology, see where it fits, AI, broadband and all of that. So that was the first introduction to the topic. And so 2 years later, that was last year, 2021, I had already been working with the Dene Chamber of Commerce in the Navajo Nation. Dene meaning the people, are also Navajo Chamber of Commerce, but it goes by Dene. I started working with the people and getting to know the council. Spent a lot of time doing that personally, just getting to know what was going on in the Navajo Nation. The reason for Navajo Nation was because I really got started with the Navajo Nation after law school in 1974. I was working at the War on Poverty in Phoenix, worked in the office of the, well, it wasn't the office of the governor, but it was part of the governor's office extension. And I helped bring the legal aid, support legal aid services to the Navajo Nation back then. So the reason I'm doing this presentation today is to demonstrate what we have been able to do to help grow a business. My expertise is really in helping develop businesses and grow businesses. You know, I taught in business, strategic management, all of these areas in business that I taught in. And so right now, my main focus is helping businesses grow and startups. So I really know about startups. This organization, National Latina Farmers and Ranchers, is a startup. Just like any other startup in Silicon Valley, it starts out with someone who has dreams and ideas. And in this case, of course, Rudy Arredondo had a vision. And sometimes your vision takes a long time before you make it happen. It could be 15 years, 20 years, whatever. And that's been really the history of National Latina Farmers and Ranchers. So in spite of the fact that we have visionary here, his great success, he stuck with it when we finally got some money to do something with it. And that's really the essence of an entrepreneur. Like I said, I've done this with other companies as well. So this is a startup. We're still in the starting phases. Even we have the money, we got to really take care of that money and figure out ways of, is anybody able to listen to me? Oh, I could, okay, thank you very much. So anyway, that's more by way of background. Like I said, I know the topic well. I'm connected to resources in Silicon Valley, what I call resources, capabilities, and core competencies. So in addition to this, what you're going to see here, let me see if I can this work. Oh, here we go. So this really started from last year. That's why you have the 21, 22 together, because part of the slides come from last year. And so this is more like a basic introduction, state of technology, AI, and broadband in rural communities and Indian country. So one of the other projects that I'm involved with right now is trying to support 5G in the Caribbean, trying to go further than just in the US. So just to kind of go over what we had last year, we had Chris McLean, USDA. He was the presenter for us here. Harold Scow, the founder and the CEO of Yalty. That is the company that we helped launch. I was a significant player in helping develop strategic wise, put it in the resources, the capabilities, core competencies that came in from Silicon Valley. And so that was the gentleman who had been doing technology in Silicon Valley at Small. So the reason I mentioned here, because there's actually, and then Dr. Rivera is also part of that group and some other ones that we help bring together. And I'm going to come back to Yalty in a moment, because what you'd like to see are results with what you do. So I'm going to demonstrate to you exactly what happened with Yalty and where they are today, because we can have the same thing happen with National Latina Farmers and Ranchers and any other startup, whether they're nonprofit or for profit. So here's another company that I'm involved with that I present. They came here at Lonergan. I was asked to consider him to be part of the panel we did last year. And the name of his company is Green Planet, along with Healing the Earth. So he made a presentation here last year on fast food growing system, microgreens, and also fodder barley for animals. It's a way of growing food in short periods of time, year round. And the technology behind it has a lot to do with the usage of water. I think they only use like 3% of water, what normally in a regular field would use. So it's great for the environment. So anything that I'm involved in has to do with ESG, environmental, social, stakeholder, and governance. That is really my core specialty today. So that particular company, with Ed Lonergan, the only thing that I'm doing for them is the curriculum. Once a professor, you're always a professor. So I'm helping develop the curriculum to train these companies that are buying the equipment. So that's a company, look it up, Green Planet Group for Healing the Earth. They have a demonstration of what they are, and they are being funded. And then the other gentleman has been a real asset, Reynaldo Gill, an associate of mine, one of the top technology people, and from my real in-depth understanding of software. He's really the man. And so he's an associate of mine, work with him. He's in Silicon Valley. He was on the front end of the internet. That was really part of his beginning. So he's a gentleman that we're considering to be part of our board of directors as well. So let's move on to, again, last year, I'm not going to spend much time here. I just mentioned sustainable capitalism and ESG. That's really what my focus is now that I'm retired from teaching in the military. And the difference between a shareholder versus the stakeholder, interested in communities. I think everything we do here about the farm workers, farmers and ranchers is about building alliances that can help build that community of farmers and ranchers. So that's really where we need to go, because today in the area of ESG, there's a lot of money out there in ESG from companies, BlackRock, a lot of the other companies out there. They have a lot of money to invest, and Main Street, others, and their focus is on they want to make money, but they want to make money with a social conscience to help the communities. And that was an area that I was in the front end for many times. For 30 years, I was teaching about this kind of concept. Finally came to fruition recently. So, and then this career project, another one. So these are really like 5 of the takeoff points that I have on the highlights here. You can sort of read them for yourself. Latino, Native American farmers and ranchers. I can look this way a little bit, you can see better. Can and will benefit via technology. That really is a lot of where the money is today and where the future is, involving technology, broadband, and so forth. New startup businesses, small farms and ranches. So small ranches, small farms are a business, no matter how you look at it. And we want to marry the two more closely together. That is to say, chambers of commerce coming together and working with Latino farmers and ranchers as an example to make this a partnership, because in reality, that's what we are, right? We're small businesses and ranchers that can grow. The impact of the environment, ESG initiatives, they're huge all over the place. And then the stakeholder model, again, includes new types of alliances, partnerships. And that's really, I think, from my perspective, I specialize in, because I have a lot of connections, resources. And in fact, that is how Yalty was able to elevate to the point where they are now a successful Navajo-owned small business. And I believe, the last I heard, they were getting $40 million to do broadband projects within the Navajo Nation. 40 million, it may be even more, but it grows from there. But the key here was developing strategic alliances and resources and bringing them in. And I think this is really where I was able to help in that regard. And also developing strategic design relationships, having the right people there to help work. And then the last point here is business education, strategic thinking, and entrepreneurs. I'm part of a group called the Navajo Entrepreneurship Coalition. And Change Labs is part of it. The Innate Chamber is part of it. And we have another couple of different organizations that are part of it as well. So it's all about relationships. It's all about dedication. So Yalty, as I was saying, is a company that is Navajo owned 100%, but they have strategic partners that are helping them get to the next level. The lesson for us here at National Latino Farmers and Ranchers is that we can do the same thing. You really got to know the art of strategy. really do. And I think this is really what we are trying to do here with Latino farmers and ranchers. The art of strategy and relationships, compliance, all those areas, all part of it. So, and this is really where I think I've been with the organization since January or so when I met Rudy. I actually met him in 2019, but when I came on to the board in 2020 at the beginning, right before the pandemic, you know, it was really, by the way, I want to add one other thing. I'm an original farm worker. That's how I started my life. I'm not here as an academic. I'm here because I started life as a farm worker. I was 20 years old when I left the cotton fields in Arizona to go to college at the University of San Francisco to become a Jesuit priest. That was my plan. And then things changed. You know, I decided, you know, maybe military, and I ended up being that. But yes, sir. Okay, thank you very much for the attention. So coming to this arena here is not by, you know, it's something I do as an afterthought, just because it's coming full circle. It really is coming full circle. You know, I'm the oldest of 17 children, and I helped raise a lot of those brothers and sisters. And so I was fortunate. I was one of the early Latinos to get a bachelor's degree in 1968, farm worker, law degree, master's degree, and all of it. I was very fortunate. Education is very important. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope that you'll take a couple of key points from this presentation.
Election speakers, do we have these people here? Novoa. Andrew Rivera, Lawrence Gallegos. No hay problema. Yeah. Perfecto. Now we have the staff.
Good afternoon. Lawrence? All right.
We need you.
So we're going to present the staff of the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers. Rudy, Eugene. Everyone's going to present themselves, tell you their role. And then we have a little presentation for you. We also invite Mr. Ronald Harris from NRCS to sit up here once these staff members step off the stage. At the end, please. One. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Ramirez. I am in charge of IT and web development for the organization.
I'm Diana Avellaneda. I'm with the Finance and Accounting Department.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angela Neira. I'm with the Finance and Accounting Department doing data outreach and outreach events and contact and human resources. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lawrence Gallegos, and I'm the AWA coordinator for the National Latinos here in New Mexico. And the AWA program is actually a program that we're trying to teach farmers, give them technical assistance on how to use water more efficiently. We have 3 demonstration farms. As a matter of fact, we have one farmer, I don't know if he's in here right now, his name's Anthony Wagner. And so anyway, what we're doing is we're going to have, we put in an irrigation system on their farms, and then we do gather data on how it's working and how we can do it more efficiently. And then we'll have field days, and we bring all the neighbors and a lot of people in, especially the underserved communities, and to go ahead and you know, try and help the farmers and ranchers here in New Mexico to use water more efficiently, because, you know, because of climate change, we're having some issues with water now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. I'm Angelica Salazar, and I have the pleasure to work with Lawrence Gallegos on the AGUA program. I'm one of the field staff, also the water conservation specialist, and I am a young Chicana farmer here in northern New Mexico.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sergio Suavita. I am in the marketing and design department.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure. It's my first time joining the Congreso, and I feel so honored to be around so many important people. Thank you so much. My name is Ana Mejia. I'm the Executive Director, Administrative Assistant, and the liaison of the UDC Farmers Market at the University of the District of Columbia. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think all of you know me. My name is Juan Avellaneda. I'm Marketing and Communication Department for National Latino Farmers and Ranchers. This Congress is thanks to you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for helping us to build a better technical assistance for our underserved, historical underserved farmers and ranchers. Thank you so much. Thank you, the USDA, for being here too. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. I'm glad everybody knows Juan. Nobody knows me, which is fine. I'm Abdin Novoa Rios in Washington, D.C., y Puerto Rico, and the rest of the country. I'm the evaluator to 2 of the USDA projects, NIFA y Agua, and evaluation, and you're going to be surprised by the end of the year, we have a story to tell. We have data to present. We have outcomes to talk about. And most importantly, we have an incredible impact. What difference does this make? Who cares, and why everyone should? That's where we're going. And we want to show that what we're doing is not only important, it is essential. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Buenas tardes a todos. My name is Millie LeGrain. I'm an independent multilingual communications consultant. And I I edit the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers blog and newsletter. And I've lived in a rural community in Mexico many years ago. And I think if I hadn't have had that experience, I probably wouldn't be here today. So lo llevo en el corazón.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Chucho Pineda. Jesus Pineda, if you're mad at me. That way I know where to run, when to run. So I'm the field rep for National Latino Farmers and Ranchers out in Fresno. Uh, Actually, I'm a migrant myself. Most of my life, we've migrated. I'm the son of Maria Elizondo and Jose, and I stand on their shoulders as well as our ancestors, my tatas, right? And so now today, I think my motivation in working with National Latino farmers and ranchers is the vision that the organization and its leadership has. It's brought me out of retirement. I had already retired, but seeing the vision and just the big need that the community out in the Central Valley and Fresno and other parts of California, over there in the coast area, as well as in Southern California, there's an interest because there has not been a platform or an engagement like that. You know, it's one of the things that our Latina farmers and ranchers are saying is that nobody has ever approached them in a non-condescending way. You know, they have never asked, what do you need? You know, our values do not align because I come to a different system. I come from a collective system. You know, it's not about imposition. It's about how we can work together. And I think this is the age where we're trying to bridge something, right? And the movement that has been created, it's what they appreciate. And we've only been in business out in the Central Valley. And let me tell you, people are anxious. We brought a delegation. We brought youth. We brought our elders. So the idea is Plazo Camati to that energy within our leadership and National Latino Farmers and Ranchers. Thank you. Gracias.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Thank everybody for being here. And it's always such an honor to be with you and work with you. My role has always been to make the comfortable uncomfortable, to make headway to ensure that whatever barriers exist, we either you work with us, we work around you, or we run right through you. But this is something that is bigger than any of one individual. This is the birth, this state is the birthplace of the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers in Las Cruces, New Mexico back in 2005. And all of you, some of you unknowingly have contributed to the success of this organization. And I thank you profoundly that you have given me your trust to make us reach the level of success that we are experiencing at this moment. So thank you so much. Gracias. Oh, and my dear friend, colleague, mentor, Mr. Eugene Pickett. Thank you, sir.
This has become really emotionally charged. You know, so at this moment I got tears in my eyes, but so much of what has happened to this moment in establishing more of a movement than anything else. And the movement has so much to do with partnerships, because we do most of our work based upon memorandums of understanding. Sandra that's one of her charges. So one of my ongoing questions to her is, well, do we have an MOU with such and such or so and so? And if she says, well, I don't know, then it's like, well, do some research and give me an answer when you can. Because, you know, we have to spell things out. You know, we have to be very detailed, you know, because we are tied to data collection. Yes, sir. And for me, I got a lot of bosses up in here, you know, and then, you know, really, I got a lot of bosses, you know, I had a lot of bosses. You know, I have two very gifted co-chairs that help put this together. Couldn't never have done it without them. That's Leonard Salgado and Kathy Caldwell and their whole community. And then all the bosses that we meet, from your varied organizations. So we take that direction, and then my job becomes between our vision from our CEO coupled with the MOUs, and then bossiness from all the bosses. I have to implement. So I've become very humbled in that sense. They're like when you're working with, when you look around the room, we work with all these people, you know, to serve them, to protect, to preserve this culture. And so when Arnold captured this piece in the documentary, and that we realized that our neighbors in the north, that the culture was burned out. I mean, you know, a lot of times when people will ask for a document and a community is being devastated to where there's nothing left, and you feel that, because I got flooded out, but I could reestablish my property during the flood. Well, the people, our neighbors in the north, have lost everything. So when we take that to heart, and our mission, you know, is to serve, then we're serving our neighbors. So we partner with you in this movement to actually be somewhere on another planet that we can believe that we could do this together. So it's a pleasure. It's totally humbling, you know, to buy into our leadership. That, you know, like I don't know if it's a blessing. I don't know sometimes if I get stuck with it, but the implementation. So, you know, it's just, and then you've met the staff, and that's wonderful. And then we have these two experimental charges, NEPA 106, NEPA 1006, and AGUA. You know, so the partnering with Ron Harris and Janie Hip from their purview. And then I'm gonna call her Sister Montano Green. Boy, I tell you, I mean, man, I'm meeting these people that are like, I mean, when I say powerful, I mean intense. You know, so I look at stuff like the Super Bowl. You know, I don't, I know I gain respect for Tom Brady, because every year this guy would kill us. And I'm going like, you know, Tom Brady, so a friend of mine started calling him Tom Terrific. He's going to get us again. And then he had, you know, so the respect of like, this thing is like, we're at the Super Bowl, you know, and it's a movement, a collective movement to really, truly make something happen at this gifted period in time. So to be charged with implementation is just, I never have enough energy, you know, so I believe that God gives us the energy to make it through with this intensity. So it's a pleasure. You meet the staff, you know, Rudy, you're getting to know us all, and we truly actually believe that we could do this. I mean, we truly believe it. So being charged with implementation is like, I try to slide my way out the door and somebody pulls me back in. There's just that much more to do. So I want to thank you. And I really want to hear, you know, what you are going to talk about, because then that gives us the purpose and the direction to continue. So thank you very much.
I'd like to invite, please, Ronald Harris to come up to the stage. Mr. Deschanel. Richard Brent Elrod to please come up. Linda Cronin. Gloria Montaño. If you could have a seat here, please. Thank you, so that we finish.
I'll get on that.
Okay.
So as Mr. Pickett say, our mission is to protect, preserve, and serve the historically discriminated farmers, farm workers, farmers, and ranchers. That's our mission, and that's our goal.
Again, my name is Sandra Gonzalez. I am the operations consultant for National Latino Farmers and Ranchers. My job is to bring together horizontally all of the departments and make sure that Mr. Pickett is waking me up at 4 a.m. with all of the resolution worries, etc. But all kidding aside, we stand on the shoulders of great individuals, especially Rudy Arredondo, who started this so many years ago with the help of so many. We have created foundational priorities that we follow, and they're very simple. We center all of the NLFR work on its mission. We are building capacity thanks to NIFA, the ARPTAI 1006. Did I get that right? That has supported this vision, and we're working together in a cooperative agreement, one of the first cohort of 20. And we're excited to greet our next cohort and support them as well. And our third priority is mapping to this Congreso's yearly resolutions. And you're here, and this is what it's all about. I'd like to present our history, a little video. Let's click that on. Thank you.
National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association was founded in August of 2004 in Washington, D.C. by Rudy Arredondo. Historically a farm worker advocate who continues to work with farm workers transitioning to farm ownership to preserve and build the family farm and ranch. The mission of the organization is to organize, engage, and provide technical assistance to Latino farm and ranch advocacy efforts across the U.S. The organization is organized for change at USDA and other federal agencies to fight historical discrimination and promote equity and inclusion in policy decisions that affect our communities. National Latino Farmers continues to lead in federal Farm Bill policy to improve farm and ranch operations using best practices, soil health regeneration, conservation, hemp legalization and production. The National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association draws on its advocacy and social justice organizing experience from the civil rights movement, farm workers movement, civic and community engagement, voter education, mobilization, and community empowerment. We support New Beginning, veteran, BIPOC, and ethnic farmers across the country to build farm resilience, sustainability, new markets, and economy in both rural and urban sectors. In light of COVID, we have to rebuild our local farms and ranch communities with relation to our food production systems, communication, rural broadband, water, transportation, infrastructure, now and for the future. The organization is at the forefront for worker protection, worker safety, union organizing, and immigrant organizing in the campo, on the production line against ICE, wage exploitation, racism, and social injustice. We stand with our brothers and sisters in the U.S. and across borders, indigenous, traditional, campesino, farm and ranch communities to preserve and protect a way of life based on the milpa and the agroecological regenerative farming existence versus agro-industrial large corporate farms.
Thank you. I'd like to, before we give you some milestones and some numbers, because I know USDA wants numbers. I know Janie Hibb in Atlanta told me, Sandra, you have to become a data geek. We need data. I'm like, okay, here it comes. But I want to recognize NRCS for, giving us this equity opportunity in New Mexico. We have the 3 farm demo sites. I mean, I just can't wait. I can't wait to learn from them and to go visit each and every one of them and to continue to elevate the small and medium sized farmers in this New Mexico region. And one of my colleagues said that I didn't mention NRCS, so I want to reiterate, thank you so much to NRCS. NIFA gave us the opportunity to build capacity. We are no longer a trade association. We are National Latino Farmers and Ranchers because we moved from being an appendage under Rural Coalition for many years. Thank you, Rural Coalition, for that opportunity to now being able to hire contractors, employees, and evolving in, the natural, organic, holistic evolution of the organization, the movement to provide access and to work at the intersection of vulnerabilities of each of our farmers and ranchers. Thank you to our financial department at National Latino Farmers and Ranchers, the Human Resources Department, the writers. Thank you to all of the departments, the IT, communications, marketing, because you have made this a priority and a reality, this 3rd annual Congreso. So here go the data. Here comes the data. Let's see. We can put all the data up, please. There's like a few points. All right. So we have national representation in 8 states. We have developed since April 2022, because of NRCS and NIFA, we have developed 37 new partnerships with MOUs. We have provided 170 technical assistance to 170 producers. We have done outreach activities and events. We have done 212 of those thus far. We have written 4 blogs and 2 quarterly newsletters. Newsletter readership right now, average of 420 people read our newsletter. Thanks, Millie. Way to go for writing and editing. Monthly visits to the website. We have an average of about 850 visits to the website. Monthly social media traffic. We have had an increase, 40% increase and growing. We have a farmers market. We have 15 added value vendors and 3 producers that come from the District of Columbia, Maryland, Virginia area. The foot traffic at the farmers market weekly average is about 300 people. We've also started the Youth Corps. I know you've heard a lot about the Youth Corps. You have seen some youth coming around. We have about 180 plus and growing youth, and they will be here tomorrow. They have their own agenda on soil, learning about soil regeneration. I mean, they have their own agenda on agriculture, because the vision is to continue to grow the youth to have an interest, not just in farming, but in agricultural leadership, and perhaps even take positions at the USDA one day. The 3rd annual Congreso participants, we have 270 registered. That's 150% increase from last year. So thank you so much. And I would just like to close by asking everyone here on the stage, really our heroes, for giving us an opportunity to do this. Thank you so much. And I'd like to ask you a question and you can all answer. How are we doing? How are we doing so far? What do you think? Simple question.
It is a simple question with a probably a longer answer. I'm Brent Elrod. I'm with USDA's National Institute of Food and Agriculture. So we are the extramural funding arm of the Department of Ag. So we manage the federal financial assistance that supports the land grant university system, cooperative extension service, non-governmental organizations, and certainly the cooperative agreements that are supporting American Rescue Plan Act Technical Assistance Investment Program. That's what that ARPA TAI all stands for. So we are very pleased because when you do look at these milestones and these numbers, that's not something that would have happened at the federal level, right? We would not have been able to have that direct kind of access. We don't have the relationships established. So it's natural for us to identify the partners like you to be able to take that work to the next level. So we are very, very pleased to see the start. It's like you all were just asking and ready and hit the ground running. It took a while for us on the back end to get the funding to you as so I see some heads nodding. But we thank you for your patience as we work through some of the government bureaucracy. But we are all up here because we, as you heard a couple different times today, are in a relationship business in an effort to ensure that we are reaching underserved producers, addressing systemic discrimination and racism in a way that has never happened before within the department. Secretary Vilsack challenges us on a daily basis to make history by doing the right thing. And so I've worked at the agency now since 2008, and I was so happy when he came back for a second term because he does give us that opportunity to stretch. And more importantly, I think to listen, because that's what I hope to be able to gain today when I go back, is to hear some of those good ideas. And I certainly heard him earlier today when Travis and others were talking about the work related to the youth. When I heard you were bringing 250 young people to the meeting tomorrow, I thought, are you kidding me? This is exactly what we would want to see. So I'm so excited to be a part of that tomorrow. As you were talking, I was thinking, all right, we've got our community foods project. We've got Gus Ness produce prescription. We've got all kinds of opportunities potentially for you all to also engage with sustainable ag research and education program, extension risk management education. There's opportunities here. So I think part of what I want to be able to do tomorrow is make sure to have those conversations with you. So when you all are ready, I can open the doors and get you connected to the people who manage those programs and can kind of talk through your ideas with you. And one of the things that I think folks have been afraid of in the past is that we are unapproachable. And I think if anything, if Zach's given out his home phone number, I took it down, so I'm going to call him later tonight, is to make sure that we are responsive and we are opening the doors and connecting. You may not always get the answer that you want, but we can hopefully direct you to the place that you need to get. So I look forward to having those conversations. Sandra, kudos to getting off the jump so quickly. And we look forward. And I think like Zach said earlier today, these are 5-year cooperative agreements. And the goal being that it gives time to be able to build on these and create those new partnerships and opportunities that are going to transform food and agriculture across this country.
Thanks, Brett. And a couple things. Let's add a metric here. Stupid policies identified and changed. Because when I was at the IAC leading a technical assistance network,
somebody write that down, please.
leading a technical assistance network, we brought policies to the table immediately. We saw our role as a cooperator as, hey, they want to know what's working and what's not. Let's bring it to them. And we didn't have the ear of the administrator and the deputy undersecretary. I never even met them. So we're here asking for solutions. So as you go out there and engage in the technical assistance that you're doing, work with that producer to figure out where the barrier is and then share that barrier with us because we want to institutionalize the change. I can't emphasize that enough. We've got 827 days before this term is over. I'm going to work every day to try to institutionalize it so that it can't unwind in 6.5 years when we term out. But we have to make sure that we're identifying those challenges. The youth work that we did at the IAC is probably what was successful in our Farm Bill effort. We took those youth to the Hill and shared their story with their delegation. And that was really key to the work that we did. You're doing great work by me. Keep it up. And one other thing, because I don't have that guy up here cutting me off. We announced a 20-year agreement with the Wild Turkey Federation. We should be asking, why aren't we doing that with our underserved groups while we have the opportunity? So start asking us that.
I just I can't say more than what you already said. You're doing a great job and we look forward to hearing from you. And what Zach said, I'm gonna underscore, like, we want to hear what those challenges and barriers are. If we don't hear them, we can't make change. If we can't make change, we need you to know we can't make change so you can talk to people that can. So.
And Linda, we had an informal conversation walking when I talked about the youth and maybe them coming to DC, and you offered that maybe we can get a USDA panel just for the youth to have a Q&A session. So thank you for that
100%.
offer. Yeah, thank you.
I think we can guarantee that, can't we, ma'am?
I mean, I think, I think we could definitely, I just told that to Rudy. I was like, give us some time. Let's find a room in the building to be able to host. Wow, it's both, right, Juan? So, because you guys have to figure out convincing the parents to let these kids go to DC and trust the time. And if they're Latino youth and being a former Latino youth with very strict parents, there's a lot of trust development to let them go. So I guess I'll take the response. So echo everything that's been said. As somebody who has had to hit milestones, I'm thinking about all those conversations you had of folks that didn't show up in some of those events, and the social capital, the personal capital that you did to get those engagements. So there's a lot more reflected behind those 212. Getting 10 people to turn out to an event meant that you probably talked to 40 people to try to convince them once you get the attrition. So there's a lot more behind those numbers that needs to be understood. The social, the quantitative impact and the qualitative impact. The other part I'm just going to be able to say, just on a few conversations of folks that took me in the back, right? Your attendance increase, and some of you, how many are your first time Congreso attendees? And I would say a few, yeah, that's pretty great. I would say a few of them are also very new to the organization and have already recognized where there needs to be support for the organizations that haven't been in the traditional, and have explicitly already invited some listening sessions from us, Mr. Administrator, and we'll tell that to the chief as well, right? So there's already things that are going to be growing and some impact. So Cesar Chavez once said, and I'm going to mess up the quote, right? Once you educate, you can't uneducate when you've educated them. And so the expectation of the USDA building is open, and the USDA building is a place where we belong. And I tell this to the administrator on the, we belong there and you belong there, is something I think a milestone that's not necessarily reflected, but should be embraced.
Thank you. And speaking on behalf of the NRCS, primarily from the outreach aspect of it, as we look across the agency at equity in our program participation, the first place we have to start is making sure we're equitable in our outreach efforts. And we do that through these cooperative agreements with groups like yours, Rudy, and all the others over here. We realize we don't have the foot power to make the connections. You're connected in the communities, but it's important for people to first know about our programs, understand how to access them, understand what they can benefit from utilizing those programs. So we certainly appreciate all the great work that you guys are doing to do that. And we certainly appreciate Rudy with this always open, honest candidness. And I still wonder if he ever sleeps at night, because he sends emails at 2, 3, 4 in the morning.
Thank you. I just want to close by saying that, we are following terms and conditions in NIFA and NRCS cooperative agreements, but we're also holding the USDA accountable because we're building trust with them, and we're going out there and putting ourselves on the line for others to trust them. So for me, I get chills by saying that, because I've seen, it's my first time. I've been in education all my life, so it's like a pivot for me to look at agriculture, but I see you all speaking from the heart, And I see you wanting to make change, and you're making change because you brought us to the table. So thank you so much for that. I want to close by giving you a peek at our UDC Farmers Market and video of that, please. Thank you. And now I would like to ask the staff to please stand up and give a round of applause to the USDA and especially to Rudy Arredondo and Mr. Eugene Pickett for making this possible. Thank you.
No, I just want to thank the entire staff. It's so wonderful. None of this would have been accomplished were not for them. So please, the applause really needs to go to yourself as well as to our staff for making this happen. Thank you so much.
I don't think so.
Photoshopping man, right? I mean,
Next up, we have NLFR board report. Speakers, Alfonso Abeta, Rudy Arredondo, and Mr. Anthony Martinez.
Pass this to Mr. Abeta.
Hello?
Would the staff give us the cue when to start? Okay, and Mr. Martinez, Anthony Martinez is going to be starting a report from the Latino Farmers and Ranchers Board in terms of what it is they have accomplished in the last year since the Congreso. Thank you. Ms. Martinez?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to stand up because I prefer to stand up. I was under the impression that my board or the entire board would be involved in presenting. And the other board members are not here. They're in California, in Washington, DC. So the impression I had was that this would be a board presentation. I had each of the other individuals, the other 3 board members who were going to be speaking via Zoom. That was the impression I got, that we had that kind of a format set up for today. The other people could not be here. One, his mother's in the hospital. The other one is in California, a farmer. And then the other one, I forget what the situation is. But so what I want to say from the outset is for anybody who wants to have a conversation with the board, we plan to have a follow-up conversation later this week. And the board can discuss with you, because in 20 minutes or 10 minutes that we have here now is hardly adequate time to discuss what has been going on with the and in terms of a role and what we have tried to achieve and all of that. So 10 minutes is basically not enough time. But I will be asking, however, in the course of the next few comments, but I'm just going to use my notes without the benefit of the other board members who we're going to be presenting. Just on my notes, I'm going to highlight some of the things that have been going on. And then I'm also going to ask my colleague here, Alfonso, who is the treasurer for us. And so he will have some update on that part as well. But I want to start off by saying that the board reconstituted effectively at the beginning of the year. We had discussions in the fall about how the board would be constituted, because we had maybe 11 or 12 members that would come together, and there were rare occasions where we could put together a panel. Excuse me, a quorum. So we reduced the number of members who were listed as members of the board. Compilation of individuals who Rudy had brought together over the course of the year. I came in January, February of 2020. So we had discussions. It's on the it's in the minutes. I think it was probably February when we finally agreed to reduce the number of board members to 7. We felt that 7 was the right number of board members to have. I think we reduced them around 11 or so. We asked people who would not be participating to please defer and move on. And they did very graciously. So 7 of us is the official board. They came on around February is my recollection. And by that time, we already knew that there was a NEFA grant in process. We had already heard about that in Agua. And so at that point, we started looking at ourselves as the board, what our needs were. And some of our needs included coming together to have a retreat to assess the grant because we did not participate very much in the creation of the grant. Other than I believe the former chairman of the board was involved in helping write the grant. Yeah, that's what I understood. So at any rate, that's kind of the way the semester, the first of the year started. I do want to say, I have actually 5 different points that I want to make based on the conversations I had with the board members. We had a great team, have a great team. Right now, we have 5 people who are active on the board. We have 2 vacancies from 2 people who left. Our chairman of the board left the day after we had a meeting with Janie Hip back in August the 1st. We had a meeting with her, a meeting that was called by our director and the director executive, excuse me, the chairman of the board, Juan Garcia, who is a veteran with USDA. So he left, he resigned, he resigned under what I consider to be unfortunate circumstances, but he was not happy with the way things were, given the history of the evolution of the relationship between the board and our management team. And so he left us with short notice. His reason for leaving, he indicated, was because he could no longer work with the executive director. And then not too long after that, we had another board member resign, Sabine, Dr. O'Hara resigned, and her reasoning had to do primarily because of threats of suing the board that were made against the board. And so I think it's unfortunate that we have this situation with the relationship between the board and it's a great board. It's a great committed people. We take our work seriously, very compliance oriented. At the very beginning, what we did is we were asking for a way to create check and balance systems and systems that would help us understand what was going on within the organization. And so a couple of recommendations were made to bring 2 individuals, one a CPA, another one a chief operating officer, is what we requested on behalf of the board, because we felt we didn't have the confidence that the team that was already in place at the time was really giving us the answers that we needed. And so that continued for several weeks. We never had those changes implemented. Our position has always been that we're very much interested in compliance and including having oversight of finances of the organization. And even after we asked for that and including the CPA, that we wanted to make sure we had that. We don't have access to anybody on the board who has access to the bank, although I think possibly Mr. Rita here may not be in that position. I think we had asked for that. So in our oversight responsibility ourselves in terms of caring for the organization and due diligence, we finally did some research, find out exactly what the status was of the organization. And somewhere between August the 6th and August the 11th, the board came across information that we felt was very, very important for us to have the meeting with the director at the board meeting, but we had the meeting with him only, not the rest of the staff. And what we discovered as part of our due diligence, we discovered that Latino farmers and ranchers had not submitted their IRS Form 990 for 3 years. And on May 15th, the IRS had revoked the 501c3 status of Latino farmers and ranchers, followed by on August the 8th, they did a posting of that auto revocation of the 501c3. My understanding is that the staff has responded, submitted the information to try to get that reinstated. As we understand the board at this moment, I understand it is that Latino Farmers and Ranchers is not a 501c3 under the IRS rules at the moment. That could change, but they have their own process. I have had the opportunity to meet with individuals that I know in the IRS industry, retired individuals, and they tell me that it's concerning that it's a process, it's entirely within the IRS to do whatever they're going to be doing in terms of the review. So as we stand here, I think, our goal has been to do the right work or the work for Latino farmers and ranchers. We're still very much committed to that end. Each of the individuals on the board, including Mr. Abeta here, the others that are part of it, I'll give you the names. There's Taylor, Reed Bronson, Rigo Rios, Ragul, like his name. So that constitutes who we are right now as a board. But I think it's unfortunate. We really want to make this work. Our biggest concern at the moment is, of course, the issues that this organization, I just found out in the last 2 days of some of the activities to bring in some individuals to the board or added to the board. Our position in the board is that we will not support any new members coming into the board as it is right now because of the existence of you would be going into a non-existent board because the 501c3 doesn't exist right now as it is. And so our position of the board is that this annual meeting that we talked about for elected officers will be rescheduled to January by the board. We've had some discussions around the annual meeting. The bylaws do not say that this date here in conjunction. Hello? Is the microphone been turned off? Okay. Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is that as a board, we would not want to bring in individuals to the board when there's this instability of our condition as a 501c3. So I was hoping that this conversation would not be taking place in a public forum, but everything happened the last 2 days. We were told that some of these activities are going on. So our main concern here is that we want to make sure in terms of liability, in terms of liability, we're concerned that obviously any liability for existing board members is of concern and high risk involved in that until this resolution is resolved with the IRS. So that's all I have to say for now. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer these, but unfortunately, if we really want to work with the organization, with Rudy, we got a lot of expertise on this board that can make things work well for the organization.
Mr. Martinez, what deficiencies do you see with regard to your report? What has the board accomplished with regard to serving the farmers and ranchers in terms of our mission? Our mission.
Yeah, that's been part of the dilemma here is that as an expert in the area of strategy and strategic planning, we asked for a meeting earlier this year, right after the grants came in, where we come together. It's a strategy. You put people together, you analyze the grant, all the capacities and develop goals and objectives and all of that. We were not ever part of that process. We were never brought in together as a team to work and putting together that particular strategic plan. And along with the additional requests that we had made for training for the board, because not everybody is educated and trained on the board, as some of us are. And so, I think that was really, a big problem of the obstacles that came across, in the attitude. The reality is, I think for us, on the board is that we did not feel that the board was, acknowledged. I think the last communication that, Rudy had with the board was about 3 weeks before the board meeting in July, early July, the board meeting that he had, with, or discussion that he had with, General Counsel of USDA, and would not meet with us as a board. So he started meeting with us basically at the beginning of July. And have very little no communications with the board since then. So that's been a problem in the communication because it's a two-way street, and our concern is that, by the way, the other people who were going to be on this presentation, including Rico Rios, has a lot of examples of how he's been working with Latino farmers and ranchers in California. So that was going to be part of the presentation on that side as well. So to your question, Rudy, this is not a complete forum for the board to be able to present everything that we've been doing.
Mr. Pickett? Orderly. 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 Compas y primos. Orderly. Part of my responsibility, as I stated, I gotta make sure that the meetings happen. Those of you who have arrived here, a couple of things have happened. This here got a confirmation in some kind of way, one or another, right? If you got a confirmation, raise your hand. If you got a flight confirmation, raise your hand. Any form of transportation, raise your hand. Everybody got a place to stay? Raise your hand. You was in a bed, you got a shower? Raise your hand. I've been doing this since junior high school. They call it middle school now. High school. So a part of organizing any effort, you got to take care of the people. And I'm going to tell you now, and I told you in a private room, okay, that every board member had the opportunity to be here. Every board member. And I only see 3 that chose to be here. We've had flights that were canceled. We've had accommodations that were put down. And I've gone through 3 months of offering every board member the opportunity to get a full report. Now, I'm not going to say in this public forum what's really on my heart, but I would call it BS. And when you BS me, then it's like, hey, okay, then you begin to have a not as a positive relationship as this environment is.
Mr. Pickett?
No, not now.
No.
Not now, not now. Because you want to make it public? Okay, you disrespected me personally in terms of trying to make efforts to be in communication with you, to have you on the agenda, and everyone has canceled with you. Everyone. So when you take the position of going against a positive, then the potential is it becomes a negative. You know, you months ago were to be involved with strategic planning. You have not turned in one report for that. I don't know what the reason is. We always talk about the elements. And your response to me was, well, what are we talking about? The elements of the chemistry class? No, the elements of what you're seeing before you now. People coming together in as much of a positive vein as possible.
We have told you, we have expressed to you in writing, everything that you have brought up. So there's no discrediting, because the numbers of people that are going in the direction where we're going has been positive. So if you choose to be negative during positive, then that's what you stand for, and we're not going in a negative direction. But if that's what you're presenting, and you made no input whatsoever to bring anyone here, you haven't participated in one thing over the last 12 months to raise the funds to make something like this happen. And if nobody else in here, every parent in here knows that it costs something. It costs. So to have a board that refuses to participate, then this is what you recognize. Now, I wouldn't be up here like this unless I'm standing for the people, because I'm involved with the people. I don't see you come to New Mexico anymore, and I don't know why. Because as you know, we're suffering in New Mexico. So if you're not coming with solutions, and all you want to do is create problems, then I don't know. To me, I can't work with a man like that. I cannot work with a man like that. So if you don't want to be a part of it, be man enough to get up and leave. If you don't want to be a part of it, leave. We're struggling. And the struggle has created a movement of the people. And if you want to be against the people, then you be against the people. But I can't work with a man like you. I cannot work with a man like you. I cannot work with a man like you. I cannot work with a man like you. You have not raised not one penny. You have not done anything to help. You blocked this man from being in meetings. He's let you know that. He's a real farmer. He's a real rancher. He's a real leader. You did not want us to recognize the Villa or the Zapata family. And that's a historic family that we stand with. We stand with the Abedas. And you seem to continue to go against all of that. We stand with the youth. So when you don't want to help, I mean, no, you need, you know what? You need to sit down. You need to sit down, because if this is what you wanted to hear, if this is what you wanted to bring about, you're hearing it. You're hearing it. You're hearing it. You're hearing it. You don't believe it. You didn't believe that this would be at the level that it is, and you saw it for yourself. And now you want to do this. No. You want to pretend like you're bringing it to the people. The people already know. So it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? How much money have you raised? How much money have you raised to help this happen? Who have you invited to be here? I don't know what you want to do. What I'm telling you now, I cannot work with this man.
Let Mr. Baker say something, my brother.
I'm probably the senior person in this board.
Acércate a tu boca.
I'm probably the senior of this board. And I'll be honest and fair with the board and Rudy. Anyway, I've been in quite a few boards. And to be truthful, Mr. Martinez, this is the worst board I've ever been in. And the reason for that is because instead of constructive criticism, we have all criticized different things. Like, for example, now I've brought it in meetings. The flyer, why should we criticize the flyer? I told them. The flyer is something that is past the history of our people. I myself has been an activist with, and I believe I would be proud to be in the same picture as with Cesar Chavez, Jorge Gonzalez, and other people around me. I was an activist for trying to help the farm workers because I was a farm worker. That's why I joined the Latino Farmers and Ranchers, because I myself experienced discrimination. I used to thin lettuce with my mom and our brothers, and none of us had facilities to go to the bathroom, including my mother. She had to go behind the bushes. That's what I fought for. And that's the thought when I joined this board and this organization. I joined it because I want to help our people get along and accomplish what we've accomplished. I was so proud of everything that has happened in this organization of tonight. And Mr. Martinez here knows that I have criticized him when they said that a conflict of interest with their logo of a contract labor. Those are the things that would keep me off in meetings. They would have secret meetings on Sunday that I could not attend, and I told them I could not attend those meetings. Sunday to me is a family day for me. But they would have them anyway because they knew that I would be criticizing them. And if we are going to keep the same board, I am going to resign. Thank you. I'm going to leave.
We have elections coming up pretty quick. So, what I think right now is we should go, because we're off the agenda, we should go back to the agenda, which I'm sort of in charge of, and talk about the elections procedures. I haven't been involved in any of this except coordinating the speaking, but I think where we are in the program, we should look at the election procedures, see what we have.
I'm here, I'm running the election that we're holding to, for the conference. And, we're holding actually, the election is, advisory. It's non-binding on the board. And the reason that it's, an advisory and non-binding election is because the bylaws, the way they're stated, is we have to continue running on the current bylaws because yeah, they are insufficient for what this organization is today, and we need to move forward and get the bylaws changed so that it can reflect on and move this organization better. This organization is actually yeah, an organization that has so much potential, and we need to go ahead and it's basically a movement, what has been going through the, the last, year the capacity of this organization has grown immensely. And, sure, there has been some issues on the board, and they've done, I think, Mr. Martinez mentioned, the situation that happened with the 501c3, and Alfonso Abeta and I served on a board here with Mr. Salazar, Elliot Salazar. He comes from the big Salazar family up in the valley. And we on that same board, we went through that exact same issue, and it was solved in 60 days. And this one's going to be solved that same way. It was just a mistake that happened, and it's not that big of a deal. You can ask a lot of people. And so anyway, I'm going to talk about how this election is going to be run. Okay. What if anybody that actually registered early, you might not have received your ballot, but you can go to the election table and receive your ballot. The polls are going to be opened. They're opened right now. We're going to close them for the night, and then tomorrow morning we're going to open them up again, and you can go ahead and vote your ballot by 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock we're going to close the polls and go ahead and go ahead and count the ballots at that, and then we'll tomorrow afternoon at about 4 o'clock we'll announce the results of the election, and then which is to advise the board, because they're going to hold the annual meeting to have the election of the board, which the bylaws currently have the board of directors the board of directors would have to be approved, the advice of the membership here at the conference, and or put in their own slate of and that's the way that the bylaws are stated. So anyway, and the reason we did this as an advisory too is because the way the bylaws are, they're not working, and they haven't been totally followed. And under the bylaws, they're supposed to hold an election every year to elect board members. And so this is the first year this is the first annual meeting to hold boards of electors, as I understand it. So anyway, so tomorrow evening at 6:45, we're going to hold the annual meeting, and it will be in the boardroom. And so and from there, hopefully we'll be able to go ahead and move forward, and because this is a movement that's bigger than any of us. I've worked in ranching for over 30 years, and it's been getting harder since then, and we need to work together and to make things better for everybody, and especially all the farmers and ranchers and farm workers in this country. And that's the movement that we need to get on board with. So anyway, if there's any questions or anything on the ballot, or if you haven't received your ballot, if you go out by the table outside, you can go ahead and get your ballot and vote it by 1 o'clock tomorrow. And if there's any questions, I'm willing to answer any questions. I don't know. I have a question back here. Yes.
Yes, a matter of fact, we're gonna ask the candidates to come up now. And, if anybody that's a candidate, I see, two of them right here. And if we can, you can get up, come up, and, three of them, and, we can, go ahead and, state who you are and, why you're wanting to be on the board of directors. I know there's one candidate that's not here. So if somebody would, that would want to, talk in her behalf, anyone have a ballot? I don't remember her name. Veronica, you want to talk in her behalf? Okay. Yes.
Absentee, you mean?
An absentee vote. Well, we can do something with them by email if they're not here. Give me the information before the polls close. Yeah.
And that's tomorrow when the votes close,
Yes.
correct?
So,
Okay.
so we can do it by email. Okay. So, I'm gonna go ahead and, start right here with, maybe in alphabetical order. So Alfonso Aveita's gotta be first. So you can give us it.
I was asked by Rudy Arredondo over a year ago if I wanted to be a board member, and I says yes. Because Rudy and I have been friends for many, many years. I know his accomplishments, and him and I worked together to try to from growing him to the Latino farmers and ranchers also helped us, or the Rural Coalitions helped us with the Hispanic lawsuit many, many years ago. So I felt that I could contribute my experiences by being a board member. I was and I believe that we should have leadership. And I felt Rudy was a good leader. So that's why I became a board member. And I will support it whether I win or lose. I'll support the Latino farmers and ranchers to my best ability. I have helped a lot of the young people become first farmers in the Conejos County and the San Luis Valley in Colorado. And I feel like with being a board member, I could also help them be able to accomplish the things that our youngsters become good farmers and ranchers. And that's the reason why I want to be a board member.
Okay, the next person that's on the ballot, I'm gonna give the microphone to Anthony Martinez and because you're on the ballot and wanna.
Well, the board, the process and the procedures, the current board is who elects whoever comes onto the board next. So the current board is actually the authority that actually selects who's going to come on board. So we do have a process, and that is we have a nominating committee that consists of 3 people. And I'm one of those 3 people in the nominating committee that basically interviews the individuals who are going to be joining the board. I'm very happy that there are several individuals that have been nominated or wanted to be on the board. There are probably maybe 2 or 3 other individuals that have been recruited that came to the attention of the board. So maybe there are a total of 7 or 8 or 9 individuals. There's a nominating committee for that. My intention was to continue the part that I have. Right now, I'm still on the board. I intend to stay on the board as long as I'm legally able to stay on the board. We have a process to run, make this organization work. Our main, right now, from the standpoint of the board, we have a big problem that we need to address, and that is to bring this organization back to 501c3. That is the concern of the board, and it was the board's due diligence that brought the issue to the attention. You know, we're doing our work as we should be. So in terms of why I want to be on the board, I tell you, I've been on many boards. I'm sorry.
Got 1 minute.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'm not actually, right now, it's up to the board that I'm with right now to determine whether I would continue on the board or not. And I didn't volunteer to be a president of the board or the chair, but it was something I was selected to be that. So the current board will make that decision in terms of who's going to be continuing.
I'm not familiar with the bylaws, so somebody's evidently said it.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Yeah. Yeah, actually, there is officers to the board, and the bylaws do state there is a president, and the president is also the CEO according to the bylaws. So anyway, I'm just going to move forward and okay.
2 minutes.
Yeah, 4.
Well, that was in the panel, but you can have 5 because you're pretty.
OCO, Taishu, Shadana Lai. I was taught to always introduce myself with my language. Aya Jago La Waya Sonoy. I'm Jay Winter Nightwolf. I am a 27-year radio and television national Native American broadcaster. I have been working with the Latino Farmers and Ranchers Association for over 30 years. I've gone on Capitol Hill and I've testified before Congress on behalf of the Latino Farmers and Ranchers Association. I've broadcast many national radio shows and television shows about what has happened to my brothers and sisters that are Latino ranchers and farmers. Why have I never seen you? Why have you never been appearing anywhere? I'm in Washington, D.C. and I fight just as hard for the Latinos as I do for Native people, Black people, women farmers, Native American farmers, equally. I make no separation in what I do. I thought it was time that I stood up and had an opportunity to run for a board that could be a real board, unlike the one that's sitting now, that takes in consideration everything that the Latino Farmers and Ranchers Association need.
You got a minute.
Okay, from their individual family members on up. That's what I bring to the table. And I don't care what anybody thinks about me or what I say. If it's true, I'm there. If not, you're going to get some problems out of me. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to let Nick talk next. Okay, and
It's kind of hard to follow that one. Hello, everyone. Nick Benavides. I was asked by Mr. Pickett here to run. This board's important to me mostly because there's a generational break that we see from the old farmers to the new farmers and the next generation down. So for me, I'm a cattle rancher, cattle producer, I own food distribution companies. We supply many products from Texas, New Mexico, and Colorado. And the one thing I really want to bring to this board is that transparency. You know, it's hard to be the blue collar and the white collar all the time. but the people that know this industry are the ones that got their hands in it every day. You still got dirt under your fingernails, and there's a block, there's a wall from here to Washington. And that's what I want to advocate for and show transparency, and that we can go both ways. We can be the guy that's going from 4 or 3 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night, because I'm here doing it with y'all too. You know, we're fighting right alongside of you guys. And in the world of agriculture, the minorities, we make up very little of the farm and ranch owners. We're predominantly not like that. We're the workers, we're the cowboys in it, but we ain't the owners of them yet. And I think it's our time to be them owners of these lands, to take back our lands, to farm them the way they're supposed to be farmed, to use them the way they're supposed to be used. And that's why this board is important to me. So let's bring some youth back to this organization. Let's bring some transparency back to, and show how we can actually beat everyone else. That this is our national organization. Thank you.
We do have two women that have applied to be on the board. One of them is sitting here is with Kathy, and so I'm gonna let you go next, Kathy.
Hello, and I apologize for my voice. I've got allergies really bad, but I'm interested in the board. I've been a farmer for 17 years. I've sat on boards before. I've sat on troubled boards, school boards. So to me, it doesn't scare me. It's a challenge, and I look forward to that. I also would like to say, there's only 2 of us females, and I'm not going to say anything about the other one or anybody here, because I think we'd all be good board members. But put 2 women on the board and see what happens. That's a challenge.
Well, that scared a lot of us.
Okay, there's 2 more actually running for the board, and I'm gonna go to Leonard Salgado.
It's not Sagrado.
Salgado.
Hello, everybody. I am Leonard Salgado. I really didn't prepare any real comments. First of all, I'm not a farmer. Okay, I do grow cannabis. I consider myself, I guess, then an urban farmer, but certainly it is nothing like what I've heard today of real farming that's going on. I started growing hemp in 2019, and I can tell you that I've never ever worked as hard as I have trying to grow just a half an acre of hemp. Okay, so my appreciation and my respect for farmers throughout this country has grown tremendously from that experience. I got a chance to meet Eugene Pickett about 2.5 years ago when I moved into the neighborhood, and I've gained a tremendous amount of respect for him as a person and as a friend. And he has been a true vecino, I guess, of really what that means altogether. So I do appreciate that.
1 minute.
And
don't spend it on Mr. Pickett.
No, I'm not. Despite some of the comments that have been raised over the last 30 minutes, which have been a little bit eye-opening for me and probably for you, it has not. None of that. Everything that's been said over the last 30 minutes about the board and everything else has not discouraged me from being here right now, sharing with you that I do have a commitment because I believe in Mr. Pickett, I believe in Mr. Arredondo, and I believe that we're moving in the right direction. Okay, and I want to be a part of that mission. And as a military veteran, I will tell you that I know what it means to complete the mission. Okay? So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Enjoy your evening.
Thanks, Leonard. Sorry about mispronouncing your last name. Anyway, another potential board member is Veronica Robles, and she wasn't able to be here today, so Rudy's gonna speak to her on her behalf.
Thank you very much. Veronica Robles is from Boston. She has both in terms of her investment in the community in the Boston area. She has Jaripeo. She has mentored and has her own performing arts center. She has a relationship with the youth in terms of bringing in some of the farmers to help with the youth so they can grow and to sell the product that some of these farmers have in the Boston area. She does jaripeo, charreada. Some of you know what that is. And so she has been a friend and a mentor for the past 25 years. She has been the mistress of ceremonies on our 10th anniversary in 2015. She came from Boston and she supported us, and she is very interested in, especially in terms of the youth, because that's what she does. Cultural, and in terms of our cultural land-based area, she's a great person. So thank you very much for her being on the ballot.
We actually have two more potential people that are actually put their name on the ballot. One of them is Ray Leon, and I guess he's probably going to be here tomorrow, right? So, but
He's the
would you
mayor
like
from
to?
Huron.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the mayor of Huron. He's been active in National Latinos for quite a while. I know he was. I got to meet him last year at this conference, and he's a really smart gentleman. And the reason that he hasn't gotten here yet is because he's on the ballot as mayor for a second term. Is that the second term? Second or third term. So that's his third term. Yeah, Jesus works with him a lot. You have anything else to say about him?
No, I liked him, but he says he has the best Mexican food, but we don't have proof of that.
Oh, yeah.
Gracias, thank you. Yeah, so Ray Leon, he's been out there a warrior in Central Valley, obviously also for the green economy, not just for the Central Valley, but for the entire United States, for communities of color. He continues to do advocacy and activism since his high school years out there in Avenal, and then going on to Berkeley. The guy, he's dedicated to community. Not everybody might love him because he's too straightforward, but he gets the job done, and he's pretty much straight out for what he loves and he advocates. He has the greenest city or electric city in the United States. That's electric charging stations. So he has a whole tons of fleets of electric vehicles in that small city. So he's given hope to that city of Huron. If anybody knows about Huron, it's what many people, when I go out to whether Seattle, DC, the big cities, they look down on the Central Valley, on Fresno itself. And that's the way many people look down on Huron, because it's a small farming town, but it has a rich history, especially in the 70s when the lettuce farm workers would go through there. There's tons of history, and you'd understand the dynamics of migrations and our immigrant communities. And so he's actually given hope, and he's going to be building a plaza, and he continues to bring green projects and outdoor youth programs. So they go in line with the vision of this great organization that I've come across, and I believe that the leadership will complement itself. Thank you. Rey Leon is the name.
There's one last person that's on this ballot. His name is Joel Siegel, and Rudy's gonna tell us a little bit about him.
Joel is an old friend also, worked for him up for 30 years. He was the legislative person that wrote the legislation for the late Congressperson, John Conyers, who was the Dean of the House. He wasn't able to be here because he is running the campaign for the homeless, a national campaign, trying to get folks off of the streets. So that he could not make it today because he, like I said, his job is just incredible in terms of intensity as well as fundraising in order to be able to house those folks. So yeah, Joel is someone that I look forward to trying to help us to do some of the legislative things such as the Farm Bill that he knows everybody on the Hill, you know, because 13 years, you know, he goes into anybody's office, you know, just because of who he is, and he is recognized as one of the leaders, and he was instrumental in putting the coalition together that brought about us Obamacare. So that's Joel Siegel. Thank you.
I'm gonna do a contradiction on Joel. Because, well, he is probably the best legislative person I've worked with in getting stuff through. And he's been involved in a lot of acts, and he worked for a great man, John Conyers. But like Ray say, he has the best Mexican food. Joel says he's the best jazz musician. Now, most of us have never heard him play, so we don't believe that. But if you want legislative work done, and that's what we're gonna have to get when we do the Farm Bill and EPA and environmental bills that affect farmers and ranchers, he's the man we got to have. I'm not campaigning for him, I'm just saying it'd be good to have him.
That's the slate that's on the ballot. There are also 4 questions too, and those are all related to the bylaws, whether you know, they should increase from one-year terms to either 2, 3, or 4-year terms, whether they should stagger those terms. You know, most boards do have staggered terms and usually longer than 1 year. And then also there's a 4th thing on the ballot, and this one can go either way, but is whether it should be an official membership organization. And while right now the way National Latinos actually has members, but the members don't have a say on who's on the board. And so if they become an official membership organization, then like a lot of ag organizations do, they elect delegates to their conferences to their conferences, and they usually hold their elections, and it's the members that elect the board and not the board themselves. So that's.
Rudy wants to say something.
Now, for us, it's really important to have a democratic organization. So my recommendation is that we have the annual meeting of this at this event, the Congreso, be the voting delegates and be members of the organization. Thank you.
I don't know if this mic is on. I just want to say for those who have been listening to the dialogue lately, the last hour and a half, is this is part of an organization growing. I'm part of a new board nationally that does voter registration. And we have some of the same tensions. Every one of the original board members, except 2 of us, have left. And I might leave if I'm not productive there. Not that I don't like the organization, but am I being productive on that board? And because I'm also on like 10 different advisory boards. And so I'm very cautious about where I say I'm a full-time board member. But I think we all have to make those evaluations. Am I a positive energy? Can I put my energy someplace else? And, you know, I'm gonna have to make that decision after the elections with this board that we're doing youth voter registration all over the country. We have a $10 million project right now. Or anyway, it'll be 10 million in a couple of months. It's like 7 right now. But, and we have and we're hopefully we'll make a difference, but I have to evaluate, is my presence a positive or a negative there? And should I stay there or just be a supporter? And that's why I'm an advisory member on a lot of other committees that I believe in the cause, but I don't have time to be a full-time board member. Anybody that serves, and I think that we can resolve all the issues of this organizations by good minds and good thoughts. Because if you know every movement that I've ever been involved in, and including, I'll do a little confession, even with the United Farm Workers. I love Cesar Chavez. I love Dolores Huerta. I had major disagreements with them. And, but I love the organization so much that no matter how heavy my disagreement was, I stayed with them because the farm workers made me who I am. And I owe it to them. And, you know, I had disagreements with Corky Gonzalez. I had disagreements with Jose Angel Gutierrez, who was the founder of Raza Unida. There's nobody that I haven't had disagreements with. The only person that I'm afraid of is my wife, because she'll cut me loose, and I don't have any salary. But I think we all have to, when you join a movement, figure out, is this the place for me? Is this the house? And to do it. And I come because I get energy from hearing the stories of farmers and ranchers who are struggling, because I really believe in that rural America still is what keeps this country alive. We feed our country and many other countries. And I know from living on a farm and seeing, you know, like you were talking about ranching, getting up at 4 and going to bed at 10. And when the bad weather comes in Colorado, got to put the pigs in the house. You know, it's a phenomenon, or the young calves or whatever, but people who are working the land do not have they have the toughest job with the most incredible circumstances coming to them every day. And so I just bow my hat to them and admire everything that they do and how they survive. I think, is this the last thing on this now? And then there's going to be a closed meeting between the staff and some USDA people, and they asked me not to appear. And then there's a reception, a cultural experience in the seminar room, 5:30 to 7:30. So if there's nothing else, I'd like to, anything else? If nothing, I'd like to formally close this session, and I'll see you at the seminar room.
Let me just read the names off again, and if you know people that are wanting to vote tomorrow, you might want to give them your insight, what you got today. It's Alfonso Abeyta, Nick Benavides, Kathy Gabalon, Caldwell, Ray Leon, Anthony Martinez, Jay Winter Nightwolf, Veronica Robles, Leonard Salgado, and Joel Siegel. Thank you.